The Billionaire Needs a Wife, written by Rachael Eliker. Copyright 2024, BHF Creative Works. Dedication. For my family who offer priceless love and endless support. Chapter 1. Luke. I can't believe him, Luke muttered under his breath to no one but himself. It was only the darkness listening. Crazy old man. It was nearing midnight, and though he'd made it back to his car since walking off the tarmac, he still hadn't turned on the engine. He needed time to think. The news his grandfather had delivered was a crushing blow that he hadn't anticipated. Not even in his wildest dreams would he have guessed what grandfather would say. Luke probably should have suspected something when grandfather had called and told Luke to meet him at his estate in northern New York over the weekend. Any kind of news that grandfather didn't want to deliver over the phone was never good. Luke had found that out the hard way 3 years ago and had never forgotten. Besides, he was pretty certain his grandfather had him come so he could watch Luke squirm in person. That's part of the reason grandfather always fired people face to face, to see the look in their eyes when he severed his connection with them. It was heartless, but Luke knew grandfather hadn't built his company from the ground up by being soft. Obediently, Luke had gone, though he hated the fact that his grandfather had that kind of control over him. Sure, Luke ran his pharmaceutical company with discipline and precision, but grandfather was still the owner. He could fire Luke in the blink of an eye if he wanted to, and that's exactly what he had threatened to do, unless Luke abided by his preposterous demands. Too bad for his grandfather that Luke had disappointed him. Along with a penchant for being a savvy businessman, Luke had learned from grandfather a long time ago how to keep a masterful poker face, especially when things were getting tense. Grandfather never complained, since Luke's hard work had made grandfather's fortune swell into the healthy 10 figures. It was the kind of money Luke had long taken for granted, enough in his bank account that he could literally buy happiness. Growth had started when his father had taken over grandfather's company, took a few gambles, which paid off big time, turning Luke's family into new money overnight. Luke wasn't sad when they left their 2-story suburban cookie-cutter house for their very first mansion, except for one thing. But it was in the past. When memories of her surfaced, it was as real as if he was still holding her in his arms. Life had gone on, and from time to time, he indulged his fantasies and thought of the depth of her soulful brown eyes, or the hint of amber in her brunette hair that made it look like fire. She had a laugh that could make anyone who heard it join in. But she'd made it extremely clear when Luke's family moved that she never wanted to see him again. To her, he was betraying everything they'd built. There was no changing her opinion, and Luke hadn't tried. He took the news without a hint that it was completely destroying him. He hadn't looked back as he walked away, but more times than he cared to count, he wished he had. So when Luke's grandfather sat him down across his gleaming mahogany desk and told Luke he was going to fire him at the end of the year, it was painful not to flinch, but Luke managed. Why he was thinking about his ex at that moment was beyond Luke. Slumping back against his leather car seat, Luke watched a thunderstorm roll across the sky. In Orlando, the storms produced lightning that lit up the clouds every few seconds. A smattering of rain hit his windshield, and it was hypnotic watching it cascade down the glass, gathering with other droplets on its descent. Laughing to himself, Luke thought of how appropriate a metaphor the weather was for his current mood. Though the humid spring air was hanging somewhere in the mid-80s, there was a distinctive chill that settled deep in Luke's bones. He'd been in some tight spots before, but he had no clue how he was going to escape this one unscathed. His grandfather had given him an ultimatum: be married by the end of the year or else. Grandfather was testing Luke, but what Luke didn't understand was why. Luke had always been loyal and hard-working. What more could his grandfather want? I want you to be happy. To stop wasting away your life, grandfather had said. What the cantankerous old man knew about happiness was questionable. He rarely cracked a smile and didn't seem particularly pleased with anyone. And Luke wasn't wasting his life. He was running a billion-dollar company for a living. That had to count for something. Slamming his fist against the console, Luke resisted the urge to curse. His mom hated it when he used foul language, so he could at least honor her by not saying anything that would make him get his mouth scrubbed out with soap when he was younger. This is never going to work. Luke chuckled bitterly. Wrapping his hands around the steering wheel, he gripped it tight enough that his knuckles turned white. Where the clouds hadn't yet reached, thousands of glistening stars gleamed in the night sky. It almost felt wrong that something so lively and beautiful could exist in the world, while Luke felt so lost and broken. Still, never one to be deterred from a challenge, Luke worked the muscles of his jaw and fished his phone from his suit coat pocket. It wasn't the way he imagined it happening, but at least he'd thought about proposing to his girlfriend Gemma a time or two. They'd been dating for a solid 10 months, so it wasn't like it'd be totally out of the blue if he asked. Scrolling through his phone, he landed on Gemma's number. If she hadn't been out of town to Boston on a work trip, he might have driven over to her penthouse apartment and knocked on her door, even if it was late. Instead, he pushed the call button and jiggled his leg, hoping she'd pick up. "Luke?" There was a hint of worry in her voice. "Is everything all right?" Rubbing his hand across his eyes, he said, "Yeah, I just got back." "I figured. How was it?" "As good as could be expected," Luke said. "You know how grandfather likes to pull surprises." "Oh, Luke." Gemma chuckled softly. "Don't be too hard on him. He puts on a front, but everything he does for you is in your best interest." Luke could visualize Gemma as she spoke. Her eyebrows would be pushed together and her full lips tugged down in a slight frown as she concentrated on what Luke was saying and how she would answer. She was a beautiful woman with copper hair and golden eyes, slender and tall enough that in heels they were almost the same height. She came from the Applegates, a wealthy family the Dorrances had run together with in social circles for years. Luke and Gemma's match made sense. Not only did she come from good stock, she was funny, sophisticated, compassionate. But Luke wasn't sure there was a spark there. So far as Luke knew, he'd only felt that feeling with one other person, and she was long gone. Luke scoffed at her comment. "You and I must know two entirely different people because my grandfather only does what's in the best interest of his company." Gemma countered, "Which is good for you." Pinching the bridge of his nose, Luke took a minute to let his simmering annoyance die back. He wasn't angry with Gemma, though her taking grandfather's side wasn't helping the situation. Luke grunted. "Yeah, I guess so." His palms started to sweat as he thought about what he was about to say to Gemma to convince her to say yes. Wiping his free hand on his slacks, he drew in a calming breath and coached himself that proposing was no more intimidating than overseeing a merger and acquisitions meeting. Trying to stifle a laugh, Luke thought how ironic it was that he was comparing proposing to Gemma, like it was little more than a business transaction. Gemma yawned. "What's so funny?" Luke scrubbed his hand across the stubble growing from his cheeks. "I was thinking about you and me." "What about us?" "We've been dating for 10 months, right?" Gemma agreed. "You know how bad I am at keeping track of those kinds of dates. We've known each other a lot longer than that." "True, but 10 months of exclusively dating is a long time. I've been thinking that maybe we should kick it up a notch." Silence. "Gemma?" When she spoke, her tone was full of hesitation. "I thought I made it clear that moving in together would never be a possibility. Call me old-fashioned, but I want a wedding ring on my finger first." "I know. Moving in together isn't what I meant." "Then what are you implying?" asked Gemma. Luke drummed his fingers on his thigh and willed his heart rate to slow so he could quit dancing around the question he was trying to ask without sounding like he was on the verge of a panic attack. "What do you think about getting married?" Luke wasn't sure what he was expecting from Gemma. Squeals of delight? Laughing in his face? His inquiry was punctuated by another round of silence. It answered his proposal as clearly as if she'd told him outright. "So?" he said tentatively. "What do you think?" "I'm sorry, Luke. This is all a bit of a surprise for me." Luke wanted to divulge everything, hoping that maybe if she understood the constraints he was under that Gemma would take pity on him and help him out. But grandfather had expressly prohibited him from speaking about his terms, more accurately, his threat, to anyone. Luke's hands were tied and it was making him look like a fool. All of what was at risk aside, Luke did care deeply for Gemma. Sure, they'd been waiting. Honestly, for what? There was no logical reason for them not to tie the knot and officially join their families together. It would be advantageous for everyone. I guess talking to my grandfather put a lot of things in perspective. Life's short, you know? Why wait? "And you say your grandfather isn't sentimental," Gemma quipped. Luke laughed, though he knew Gemma used humor to diffuse sticky situations. He wanted an answer tonight. They'd have months before they actually had to get married, but at least her agreeing would take the pressure off of him. He could throw it right back at his grandfather that his challenge wasn't as difficult as he'd made it seem. "So, what do you think?" Gemma sighed audibly. "I've been thinking too." "Is that right?" Luke grinned. This was going to be easier than he thought. About what? The longer she waited to answer, the harder his heart ricocheted against his ribs. "Gemma, I think we should break up." "Break up?" Her words carried enough power that they slammed him back against his seat. "Why?" Gemma spoke kindly, yet decisively. "You're a great guy, Luke, really. I think maybe in another life we could have worked out, but there's this voice in my head that I can't ignore, which keeps telling me we're not right together. That just means some other girl is meant to be the lucky one. I don't need someone else." Shoving a hand through his hair, Luke asked, "What can I do to convince you that we're a good match?" "Nothing. Breaking up isn't a hasty decision. It's been on my mind for a while, except the timing's been all wrong. I know you've got a lot on your plate, and so do I. There wasn't a good time to bring it up until now." "You've been thinking about breaking up for a while?" "Look," Gemma said softly, "I should go. I have an early morning meeting tomorrow, and you should get some rest after your trip. Good night, Luke. I'll see you around." Gemma didn't wait for him to respond and hung up, leaving him alone with his darkening thoughts. How in the last 24 hours his future had gone from optimistic and full of potential to crashing down in fiery smithereens was almost astonishing. It wasn't like this was the 19th century, where people followed through with betrothals in order to inherit their fortunes. This was real life, and if it wasn't for his grandfather's stone-faced insistence that it wasn't a joke, Luke might have laughed. Maybe it was the sting of Gemma's blunt refusal to marry him that bothered Luke the most. It had completely blindsided him. Usually he was so good at reading the women he was dating. How ironic to be in a relationship that was as close to marriage as he'd ever gotten, only to end up unexpectedly back at square one with no girlfriend and no prospects. Hearing a laugh before he realized it was his own, Luke dropped his head into his hands. Gemma was probably right. What good would a sham marriage do him anyway? He might be able to convince her to stick it out until grandfather died. But then what? He'd seen how divorce could ravage a family, and if Gemma turned on him, he might be signing over a chunk of his inheritance to her. Regardless of money, he was secretly sentimental and had always hoped to marry for love. Not that he said any of that out loud to any of his buddies. They weren't exactly gushy romantics, and they'd never let him hear the end of it if he admitted that he was. Turning the key and putting the sleek black Jaguar sedan he had gifted himself on his 27th birthday in reverse, Luke pulled out of the parking lot, letting the tires squeal on the pavement as he turned sharply. He pushed the gas until the engine growled, racing the thunderstorm toward home. At a stoplight, he dialed Hugh, knowing without a doubt one of his closest friends was going to answer, regardless of how late it was on a Sunday before a full work week. "Luke?" Hugh said. "What's up, man?" Luke smiled grimly to himself. "I just got back from a face-to-face meeting with my grandfather. How do you suppose I'm doing?" "Oh," Hugh said, subduing his tone. Sorry, I forgot. I've been busy. Working? Sort of. Luke could picture the easy smile spreading across Hugh's face. Keeping up an image is pretty much a full-time gig. Luke chuckled as he shook his head. You've been partying the whole time I've been gone? Without me? I call it networking. It keeps people from thinking that everyone in my family is a total stick in the mud, Hugh said. Speaking of family, I'm surprised you're not on the phone with my cousin right now. As handsome and charismatic as I am, I figure you'd much prefer the company of Gemma at a time like this. A jolt of annoyance soured Luke's mood at the mention of Gemma, but he masterfully suppressed it. Actually, she just broke up with me. Dang, Hugh said, sucking in a breath. Gemma's always been the sweet, perfect cousin. I would have never suspected her of something that cold. Kicking a man to the curb when he's vulnerable? Ouch. It's fine, Luke said, taking a turn a little too aggressively that his wheels skidded again. I think deep down I knew it was coming. Well, that's going to make family reunions awkward. Luke snorted. If I remember correctly, you're the one who set us up when she moved to Orlando. You were asking for it. Hugh mirrored his good humor. I'm teasing, man. It'll be fine. I was hoping maybe you two would work out and you could be a new brother-in-law. Cousin-in-law, Luke corrected. Whatever. Hugh shrugged it off. Now I'm going to have to pick sides, and that's always so uncomfortable. It'll be fine. The steering wheel protested under Luke's grip. She's already over me, I'm sure. As for me, I'll rebound. Always have. So, are you going to take a week or two off for bereavement? If you are, I know of several social events happening that might lift your spirits, Hugh suggested. Luke rolled his eyes at Hugh's thinly veiled attempt to make him feel better, which would undoubtedly lead to Hugh trying to find Luke a new, but ultimately temporary girlfriend to cheer him up. Pulling into his apartment's covered drive, Luke maneuvered into an open valet spot and killed the engine. Luke didn't need someone to keep his attention for a week. He was back in the market for a woman who was in it for the long haul, preferably sooner rather than later. Thanks, Hugh, but I have meetings scheduled for tomorrow. Lots to do after talking with grandfather. Hugh groaned pathetically. You're killing me, Luke. When you have a perfectly valid reason not to go to work, you still would rather be at work. Has anyone ever told you that you've got a problem? Breaking up with a girlfriend is not a valid reason not to go to work, said Luke. Sure it is, Hugh insisted. The thrumming music in the background had faded. He must have gone out onto the balcony, at whoever's place he was at, and shut the sliding glass door behind him. Breakups, pets running away, an obscure great aunt kicking the bucket. Any reason to take a break from the daily grind is as good an excuse as any to keep your sanity intact. Was Luke hearing him right? This coming from a man who works fewer days than a teenager in a part-time fast food job. I'm sure your mental health is all kinds of robust. Exactly. I like to think I inherited my family's work ethic. Luke stepped out of his car and grabbed his suitcase out of the back seat. The chuckle that emanated from Hugh was just shy of derisive. I'll give you that. Tell you what, Luke moved his phone to his other ear. After I take care of my meetings tomorrow, I'll have my personal assistant reschedule the rest of my week. What are you planning to do with all of your free time? There wasn't even a hint of hesitation when Hugh answered. It's been a while since I visited my charity, so I think I'll go pay it a visit. Luke could almost see the disgust on Hugh's face as he spoke. That's your idea of a rest? Mucking horse stalls and, I don't know, stacking straw? Horses eat hay, Luke said smugly. I plan on doing some riding, too. Wow, going wild and crazy there, aren't you? Chuckling, Luke nodded. Yeah, well, I've always found it relaxing to work my body until I'm so tired I can't help but fall asleep at night. Equine therapy is the best remedy for stress. If you say so. Hugh yawned to punctuate his point. Leaning against his car, Luke smiled as he permitted his memories to take over. They eventually led him right back to the girl who'd caught his attention the very first time they crossed paths. He used to spend hours at the barn with her, riding and cleaning tack. Just sitting out on the lawn, letting their horses graze while they talked was such a simple pleasure that he'd taken for granted in his youth. Then, everything had to change. Hugh broke into Luke's thoughts. Are you thinking about Gemma? Someone else? Luke suppressed the urge to punch something as he thought of the bind he was in. Why he kept thinking about the one woman he could never have was a waste of time. If I had to guess, I'd say you're tormenting yourself by reviewing every woman who ever slipped through your fingers. Luke crossed one foot over the other and stared out at his section of downtown Orlando. Bright lights lit the street, and a gentler rain than he would have expected from a thunderstorm so dramatic drummed against the fronds of the surrounding palm trees. The traffic was considerably less than it was during the day, though it never seemed to completely cease. Orlando wasn't a city that never fully went to sleep. Not every woman, Luke confessed. Don't go down that path wondering about your past, warned Hugh. It doesn't do any good. Seriously? Luke's scoff was derisive. You never evaluate where you could have done better? Nope. Has anyone ever told you that you're messed up? Hugh clicked his tongue. I prefer to think of myself as complicated. Well, I'm going to give you a little friendly advice and suggest that you do, Luke said. Otherwise, you're going to forever be stuck in your destructive dating habits and never find the right person. All right, fine. There was a hard edge to Hugh's words. If we're going to get all soft and sentimental, why did Gemma break up with you? Where do you think you could have done better? She didn't like my marriage proposal. Howling with laughter, Hugh asked, Am I hearing you right? You asked her to be your bride? I mean, you're practically still a baby. What's the rush? First of all, I'm almost 30. I left diapers in my blankie behind a long time ago. Otherwise, I don't know. The timing seemed right. Apparently it wasn't, Hugh said. What's the rush to get married? For the second time, Luke had to bite his tongue before he could tell his friend what had transpired in New York. Hugh could have loose lips, especially if he had the attention of a pretty lady. It would be Luke's luck that word would somehow get back to his grandfather. I want that kind of happiness my parents had. Why would I want to put that off? At least that confession was true. I can respect that, Hugh said. If you change your mind and need help finding your next one and only, let me know. Right, thanks. Reminding his friend not to party too hard, Luke said goodnight to Hugh and slipped his phone into his pocket. He had less than 8 hours before he'd be walking into the office for the first of a long day of meetings. But for the moment, he knew before he even laid his head down on his pillow that sleep was going to evade him. He needed a plan if he was going to pull off a marriage by the end of the year. The sooner the better. First, he was going to go up to his apartment and try to cram in a few hours of rest. When he woke up, he'd pound in no less than 5 miles on the treadmill, have a successful day at the office, and make arrangements to visit his charity. Then, he was going to search for a wife.
Chapter 2. Lauren. Lauren looked down at the mug of hot peppermint tea she had cradled in her hands to help thaw them out. For a good portion of the year, she loved living in Michigan. In the warmer months, there was always a trail to hike or a nearby river to kayak, and the landscape was so lush and green that it seemed impossible it'd be under several feet of snow within a matter of months. Glancing out the window, Lauren's heart sank. Little white flurries were sporadically tumbling from rolling gray clouds. April was already halfway over, and where she'd grown up in Kentucky, the earth was probably already spilling with flowers. It had been a long time since Kentucky, though. Once she left for college, she vowed never to go back to the place where every memory was tainted. Now, she seriously reconsidered taking the first job she'd been offered right out of college. It had landed her farther north than she'd ever traveled, and though she enjoyed the freedom after having to deal with family drama for the last decade, she found herself growing nostalgic for life before it had become complicated. Human resources wasn't exactly a position that was exciting enough to justify living in a place that was basically the Arctic tundra for a good portion of the year. She could have taken a corporate job like that anywhere. Trying to ignore the snow dusting the outside world, Lauren wondered if she should pack her bags and head back to her native state, where her mother promised she'd always have a spare room available for her. Northern winters and southern girls didn't mix. "Lauren, there you are." Pivoting in her seat, Lauren smiled as her best friend Kelsey trotted over to her table and leaned over to give her a quick hug. Kelsey was definitely a major silver lining for taking the job in Michigan. Putting down an oversized glass of orange juice and a plate with a chocolate scone that wafted an amazing, rich aroma that made Lauren's mouth water, Kelsey wiggled out of her coat and dumped it onto her seat. Reaching over, Lauren stole a chunk of her friend's breakfast and popped it in her mouth, hoping she'd been sneaky enough that Kelsey wouldn't notice. No such luck. "Hey!" Kelsey slapped at Lauren's hand as she reached for another piece. "Get your own, girl." Lauren shrugged and licked off her fingers. "I'm saving you from yourself." Kelsey laughed generously and took a gulp of her juice. "You're probably right. I bet all these calories are going to catch up with me someday and go right to my hips, and not in the good, sensually curvy kind of way." "Doubtful," Lauren said. "You're one of those rare Amazonian women who will always look like they belong on the cover of Allure magazine. Enjoy the calories for the rest of us." "Speak for yourself. Ladies, like you, are adorable. You're like a little pixie that all the guys can't help but love, while it's like pulling teeth for me to get a date because no guy wants to go out with a girl who's taller than them without heels." "Men are so insecure," Kelsey's sigh was telling. "Amen, sister." Lauren blew the steam off of her drink and cautiously took a sip. She reveled in the warmth slipping down her throat, heating her from the inside. "It can't be all bad. How is dating life treating you nowadays? Still together with Ben?" "Benjamin. He wants everyone to use his full name." Lauren licked the tea off her upper lip after another drink. "I stand corrected. Are you still together with Benjamin?" "Nah, I kicked him to the curb last week. He took himself way too seriously, as evidenced by the fact that he wouldn't even let me abbreviate his name." "Sorry," Lauren said with a groan. "I'm not too sad about it. I'm not a spinster yet, and honestly, some of the fun is all the flirting before becoming an official couple. I love the awkwardness of a good first date." Lauren rolled her eyes and scoffed. "You have got to be the only woman in history that said she enjoys awkward dates." "It's true. If nothing else, I've collected quite a few stories over the years that would make anybody laugh. Maybe I'll become a novelist." Kelsey took a bite of her pastry and wiped the crumbs off with the back of her hand. "I could pen some best-selling material with the stuff I'm storing in my head. Watch out New York Times bestsellers list. As long as you don't use any of my material in your books, I would die of shame." "Ha!" Kelsey guffawed. "You?" "Yes, me." Lauren used her napkin to wipe up a drop of tea from her spoon and tossed her extra over to Kelsey. "Is there a reason for your request?" Kelsey leaned her elbows on the table and propped her chin on her hands. "Have you been secretly dating someone?" "No, nothing recently. Not since the guy who had the thing for sticky notes." "Oh, okay then." Kelsey laughed. "It's you we should feel sorry for then. 6 months without any dates and the last guy had a weird fetish. I don't think you have to worry about ending up in any of my books." "I'd be okay with that. You can't be serious." Lauren lifted her eyebrows in challenge. "Maybe I am." Kelsey ducked her head down and lowered her voice so nobody around them would hear her above the clicking of spoons stirring tea and the shuffling of chairs. "Are you sure you're all right? I'm starting to seriously worry about you." Fiddling with the napkin she'd pulled onto her lap, Lauren's eyes drifted anywhere but Kelsey's face. Her admission started with a sigh. "I think I'm enjoying my break from guys, that's all. Of all people, you should know that it's hard to find the right one. I'm going to focus on my career for now." Your job sucks, though. It doesn't suck. I have a feeling good things are in my near future. Kelsey nearly rocketed out of her seat, and she squealed loud enough to make people turn and stare. Lauren tried fruitlessly to shush her as she tugged her back down to earth. Rubbing her hands together vigorously, Kelsey scooted her chair back to the table. Is this about the promotion you were hinting at? Lauren swatted the air at Kelsey's comment. Who said anything about a promotion? You did. The last time we met, you were going to apply for a managerial position, and I believe I clearly coached you that you should go for it. You'd be able to whip that office into shape in no time, all while doing it with a smile on your face. Finishing off her tea with a final gulp, Lauren mulled over what Kelsey had said. It was true she was going to apply, but at the last minute, Lauren chickened out. She wasn't the type to do anything reckless in applying for a promotion when she'd barely begun her career, felt exactly like that. She'd talked herself out of it before anyone at work had gotten wind she was even considering going for the job. What should have been a relief that she'd dodged a bullet somehow wasn't. Hey, Kelsey poked at Lauren. What's with the mopey face? Most people would be ecstatic about the thought of a promotion, prestige, the corner office, getting to boss people around and make them do your dirty work. What wouldn't be enjoyable about that? Lauren huffed a humorless laugh. Does that sound like me at all? All right, no, but even a spoilsport like you would have enjoyed the money. That wasn't the reason I didn't apply either. Kelsey rested her elbows on the table and knit her eyebrows together. What is it then? I think I'm feeling, I don't know, unfulfilled, Lauren blurted. Kelsey blinked a few times. Lauren knew she was going to say something blunt and was trying to figure out a way to say it a little more delicately, for Lauren's sake. She loved Kelsey for that. I believe I warned you that might be one of the side effects of chickening out of your shot at a promotion. You're not stretching yourself. Covering her eyes with her hand, Lauren moaned, Why am I such a coward? Don't beat yourself up. Yes, you're holding back again, but I think it's out of self-preservation, not something inexcusable like laziness. What's wrong with playing it safe then, because doing that isn't making me feel any better either? It's boring. Kelsey poked Lauren in the shoulder. I mean, do you even like your job? Tipping her head side to side, Lauren had to think before she answered. I enjoy the people I work with, some of them anyway, but the job itself, I feel like I'm going brain dead. I'm good at it, but I'm stifled. I can see that. Kelsey agreed around a mouthful of pastry. You're definitely living beneath your potential. Not all of us can live the exciting life of an event planner. True. You want to come work for me then? Business is really starting to take off. Lauren shook her head. I don't think that would be a good idea. We're such opposites. I bet we'd kill each other within the first week. Then why don't you go to a different company? You could even move somewhere warmer, since everyone in the entire state of Michigan knows how much you hate the cold. I don't mind it that much. Lauren, Kelsey said flatly, you wear wool socks in the summer because your feet get cold. I do not. Okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but if I know one thing about you, it's that you weren't born for this kind of weather. I like the seasons, I really do. But your short little legs can't handle snowdrifts? Lauren's mouth dropped open at her friend's audacity, but it wasn't long before they were both laughing. I'll give you that. Then, what are you sticking around for? Please don't say it's me, because you know we're practically sisters and I'd come visit wherever you moved. Aren't you forgetting something? It's not merely the weather. First, I'd have to find a job that was fulfilling, and not just another paycheck. Then there's the hurdle of actually getting hired. Right. Kelsey tapped her fingernails along her chin while she thought. What exactly is it that you think might fill that void? Lauren sucked in a deep breath and held it in her lungs. She couldn't believe she was actually considering what Kelsey was saying. Lots of people would be happy with the comfortable life she had. I haven't got a clue, which is why I'm stuck. Kelsey laid one hand over the other. You know what I think? I think you're restless, and if we're being honest, you're searching for something. Your job is only the tip of the iceberg. That sounds like a bit of a stretch. You're reading into it because you want it to be more exciting than it is. What about all the men you've gone through? You've had a perfectly good string of boyfriends that you inexplicably got rid of. If you thought they were so great, why didn't you date them? Kelsey tisked. Because the friend pact, it prohibits me from dating anyone you've dated as a sign of solidarity. Right. That still doesn't explain your theory about why I'm discontented with my life. Look, Lauren, honey, I'm not a therapist, but every time I see you, it's becoming more and more obvious. You're missing something. Now what is it? Lauren rubbed her hands across her jeans and tried to answer honestly. I miss living close enough that I could get to the beach within a day's drive. Okay, that's a start. But you do know we have beaches in Michigan. Sure, but none that have water warm enough to swim in without a wetsuit. I miss sunshine, too. Kelsey glanced outside. You're only saying that because it's gray and cloudy today. We get plenty of sunshine. Okay, I'm going to say it. I don't like the snow. Or maybe I'm just tired of it. I need less diversity in my climate. All that aside, what you're saying is all superficial stuff. Dig deep and tell me what makes you happy. What's missing from your life that would fill that hole in your soul? Sitting back in her chair, Lauren stared at the ceiling and let her thoughts guide her to the answer. When she closed her eyes, her imagination whisked her immediately away to a set of hazel eyes that had the power to make her melt into a puddle when they focused on her. She loved the delicate pinprick freckles across his nose that darkened when he got a summer tan so deep his skin was almost the same color as his sandy blonde hair. But the guy had been out of her life a long, long time ago. Snapping herself out of her hopeless reverie, she steered away from the boy who broke her heart. Instead, she focused on the next best thing, the thing she could have if she was willing to put in the work. Lauren opened her eyes. I know what it is. Kelsey edged to the end of her seat, waiting for what she expected to be a juicy secret. Spill. Horses. Not even trying to hide her disappointment, Kelsey deflated back into her chair. That's what you're going to say? After all that introspection, you're going to say horses are what have made you so sulky. Lauren shrugged lamely. What's wrong with that? Nothing, I guess. I just figured you'd have an answer that was a little more profound. More profound? I didn't realize this was actually a trick question to see how good a person I am. For what it's worth, I thought you were going to say something like feeding orphans or donating wheelchairs to people who live in third world countries. Not horses. Lauren could feel her face growing warm. Maybe her answer was a little petty and self-centered. What's wrong with horses? They stink, Lauren scoffed. Says you, I'd bottle their scent and sell it if I could. All right. Fine, let's go with your suggestion. Why are horses so important to you? I miss them. Churning her hands in the air, Kelsey tried to keep Lauren talking. And they were an important part of my life up until my parents got divorced and we had to sell them. I tried to keep my foot in the horse world, but I didn't have a car to get me to any of the barns that would have hired me to clean stalls in exchange for a handful of lessons each month. So I quit fighting the inevitable and gave up. I'm sorry, Lauren. That must have been hard. I guess that's what I regret. I shouldn't have quit. They made me so happy. I don't know why I'm hardwired this way, but I am. Out of nowhere, tears gathered, and she had to blink them into submission. She was not going to cry about her past, so instead, she deflected. There's a lot of things I shouldn't have given up on. Another unwelcome memory of those hazel eyes and a dazzling smile to match flashed in her mind, leading her thoughts into dangerous territory. Maybe, but you were going through a lot. I don't think anyone would fault you for that. What I'm wondering is if your fascination with horses has anything to do with a particular guy. Lauren busied herself with cleaning up her spot. Couldn't see. Uh-huh. Kelsey narrowed her eyes. Was he hot? I can't remember. You're a terrible liar. No girl forgets if her guy friends are hot or not. It wouldn't matter now anyway. It's not like I'm interested in getting back into horses because of him. He's long gone, and for all I know, he outgrew horses like 99% of kids who are lucky enough to have a horse in the first place. Fine. Totally crush my fantasy. Then the next question for you is, what are you going to do about it now that we've pinned down that horses are creating the void in your life? Like, would I take a job that had something to do with horses? Yeah. Lauren's sigh was heavy. Those jobs are kind of few and far between. At least, not many that pay a living wage. Besides, I don't even know where I'd start looking. Then maybe we start with finding you a job that you like and you set aside money to pay for your own riding lessons. You're an adult now. You don't have to let your family drama impact what you do anymore. In fact, let's start today. What? Now? You're less likely to chicken out if I'm here as moral support. Kelsey looked around the cafe, ignorant of Lauren's glare, and scooted out of her chair, jogging over to a corkboard littered with flyers. She pulled off a newspaper, replacing the pushpin. Flipping through it as she walked back, she tossed it in front of Lauren and tapped her manicured pointer finger on it. It's a national help wanted ad. There are a ton of positions you'd qualify for, and they're all over the country. There are even a few pages of international ads if you're feeling particularly daring. Let's not go too crazy here. I'm perfectly happy staying stateside. Kelsey scooted her chair in and leaned closer so she could read the fine print too. Pointing to a random one, Kelsey grinned. How about that one? Managerial position with a generous relocation package. Look! It's in Manhattan! Squinting to decipher the tiny print, Lauren snorted as she read it. Shaking her head, she pushed the magazine back to Kelsey. No. New York City intimidates me. Plus, it doesn't get rid of my issue with snow. I'd visit you. Come on, it'd be so much fun. We could go see shows on Broadway, and I hear the shopping is incredible. We'd never run out of new restaurants to try. You and food, Lauren teased. Sorry, hard pass. You're such a killjoy. Keep looking. See if anything catches your eye. Lauren restrained a harumph and humored Kelsey as she skimmed over the ads. Not really focusing on anything in particular, it all became a blur of tiny print in neat little columns. Flipping the page, her attention was immediately drawn to a black and white photo of a proud, sleek-looking thoroughbred, Big Palm Horse Rescue. The ad took up half the page, and reading it, Lauren could sense the urgency of it. They were looking for someone as soon as possible to fill a vacancy at an equine rescue. As she read over it, Lauren's heart began to pound uncontrollably against her ribcage. You found something, didn't you? Kelsey asked, dancing in her seat again. I don't know. Possibly. Give it to me. Kelsey snatched the paper out of Lauren's hands and immediately zeroed in on the ad that Lauren had been drawn to. Oh my goodness, that's so serendipitous. I'm not sure I believe in the principle. Come on, Lauren, it's even for a nonprofit. But you think they'd pay decent money? It doesn't say here in the ad. No idea. Lauren's thumbnail found its way in between her teeth, and she began to chew. When Kelsey finished reading the ad, she pushed it back over to Lauren. Sounds right up your alley. Oh, really? What makes you so sure it would be a good fit? Kelsey started listing her reasoning on her fingers. It's in Florida, and you were just pining after sunshine and the beach. Plus, you love horses, though don't ask me why. What else are you thinking you'd need? Maybe I wouldn't qualify. It's been a long time since I've handled horses. Not exactly impressive on a resume for someone who'd be working with them daily. Then apply. See if you get an interview and let them decide. If you don't get it, maybe you'll get a free trip down to Florida to get you out of this funk. And if you're really, really lucky, maybe you'll run into your hot guy friend and hit it off with him again. Lauren laughed. Kelsey's words made uneasy goosebumps rise on her arms. I think reuniting with my high school boyfriend is wishful thinking on a level that isn't even remotely probable. Still, we can dream. Tell me about this mystery man of yours. Words failed Lauren. He'd meant so much to her at the time, except they'd parted on anything but amiable circumstances. It wasn't entirely his fault either, though she couldn't help feeling like he could have fought a little harder for her. In the end, he'd left, stone-faced, and without a single indication that he regretted that their time was ending. I don't know what to say about him. He's probably changed a lot since then. So he may not even be the same guy I remember. Kelsey put her chin on her fist. Tell me what he was like when you did know him then. I guess he was the epitome of the perfect boyfriend. Lauren's heart squeezed. Funny, charming, athletic. And we already established he was handsome. Try drop-dead gorgeous. He had this killer smile and a great personality to match. Plus, his eyes, they might as well have been made of gold, they were so stunning. Sounds dreamy. He's the guy I compare everyone else to, even though I try really hard not to. So what's the deal? You dumped Mr. Perfect for no good reason? He moved away. Right when my parents broke up, actually. Lauren wrung her napkin in her hands to keep her emotions from threatening another round of tears. Don't get any romantic notions of us getting back together, though. I burned that bridge when he left, and I'm not sure he could forgive me for how cruel I was. You were going through a tough time. If he's matured at all, surely he'd understand that. I prefer to imagine him as balding with a beer gut, who sits around all day watching dramatized wrestling on television instead of holding down a steady job. That way I can imagine I wouldn't care one bit what he thought of me. Petty, I know, but it's a survival tactic. You've never stalked him online to see if you could find out anything about him? Kelsey's eyebrows bounced up and down. That's what I do with my exes to see if they're worth revisiting. Nope, no way. I'm not opening that Pandora's box. If I find out he's some successful lawyer or doctor who's even hotter than I remember, I'd never be able to forgive myself. Kelsey opened her mouth to speak, but Lauren jerked her hand up to stop her friend. Before you ask, I'm not going to tell you his name. I know you'd do some digging, and I'd rather leave this one as my mystery man. Kelsey held up her hands in defeat. Fine. You really are a killjoy. Gathering up their dishes, Kelsey went to drop them off at the busing station, giving Lauren a chance to reread the ad. Contemplating the possibility of taking a job at a barn, she knew her teenage self would have jumped at the chance. Now she was a grown woman with grown-up responsibilities. It was hard to imagine if she could tell people straight-faced that she cleaned stalls for a living. Kelsey returned, brushing her hands off. Have you made up your mind? Lauren giggled. This is crazy. Why am I even considering it? Because life is worth living, and you've been waiting around for it to happen to you for far too long. You may not be a therapist, but you could totally be a life coach. Kelsey bumped Lauren's shoulder. I'm serious. This could be a great way to test the waters, apply, and if you get your foot in the door for an interview, you can see if it's something you want to do. Maybe you'll meet a cutie on the airplane down there. Seriously, Kelsey? You think I'm going to get a boyfriend out of trying to find a new job? Won't know if you don't try. At the rate we're going to burn through all of Central Michigan's eligible bachelors before we're 30. I mean, what if you go find a great guy and it results in you getting married? You're going to have me to thank. You are so ridiculous. Maybe. Or maybe I have great intuition. But you know why you're entertaining my crazy scenario? It's because deep down you know I'm right. That taking a wild jump like this is exactly what you need for the next phase of your life. And you know what else? If you apply and don't get the job, it's nothing lost, but if you do? What if I do? If you do, and my prediction for your future falls into place, promise me I get to be the maid of honor at your wedding.
Chapter 3. Luke. Thank you, Mr. Luke looked down at the resume on the desk he was leaning against, trying to read through a headache that was threatening to split his head in two. Juarez. I appreciate you coming in for an interview, and will be in touch soon once I've made a decision. The small but stout man offered a firm handshake with Luke. He only nodded at Hugh, who sat on the couch near a rack of saddles, with his legs crossed out in front of him. Hugh reciprocated. Letting himself out the door, Luke could hear the man's footsteps crunch along the concrete aisle between the stalls. Holding his breath until he heard the door shut at the end of the barn, Luke let out an entire lungful of air. The same headache that had been pinching his skull in a vice on and off for the past month and a half had returned in full force. Luke felt like he was straining under the weight of the world and was on the verge of crumpling as one thing after another kept knocking him down. After he'd returned home from having grandfather throw him for a loop, he'd had a horrible day at the office full of talk of dropping stock prices and his lead chemist being snatched up by one of his fiercest competitors. The lowest blow came when he visited his charity. It was supposed to be rejuvenating. A world away from the stress life kept throwing at him. It wasn't. He fired the manager within 20 minutes of showing up. It had been a solid 6 months since Luke had checked in at the barn, and in his absence, the man he'd trusted to do good with the resources he'd been given stewardship over had pocketed most of it, leaving the place in shambles. Dirty stalls caked in manure, neglected horses, weedy hay. On the scale of horrible things people could do, it wasn't the worst, though it felt like a very personal betrayal. He wasn't any closer to finding a wife than he had been when Gemma dumped him either. The mess he'd found his charity in had brought any dating to a screeching halt as he spent all his free time at his country property, caring for the horses. At least being around horses made him happy, and that's what he tried to focus on, even when he was practically falling asleep on the shovel when he'd be out after a long day at work, cleaning stalls while waiting to hire full-time help. Chin up. There's only one more, Hugh said. Luke rubbed his hand down his face. Good, because my head's about to explode. You haven't liked any of the candidates so far? Hugh faked a pout. I chose some of them out of the slush pile of resumes, you know. I know, Luke said, cracking the tiniest of smiles. Everyone who's come in has been extremely competent. But I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on it. They aren't impressing me the way I'd hoped. Hugh sat himself up on the couch and massively rolled his eyes. You're impossible. You know that? Having high expectations doesn't make me impossible. Dude. Yeah, it does. You've got the best candidates the country could offer on such short notice, and you're whining that they aren't, he air quoted. Just right. You know all you're asking them to do is run a barn, right? Not like you're giving them the reins to your company. Hugh paused and looked pointedly at Luke, then chuckled. Get it? Reins, barn? I know. I just want to make sure I find someone I can trust because I can't keep this up, working long hours at the office only to come out here and clean stalls. I thought you said equine therapy was the best remedy for stress. Shut up, Hugh. Just quoting you. I know, I get it. I just need a little balance. The guy I've been able to get for the moment is only temporary. He's already working 2 jobs too, and now that the show circuit season is picking back up, he's rushing it. I can tell he doesn't want to be rehabilitating horses when he can be riding ones that are in peak physical condition. He would if you paid him more. Luke pinched the bridge of his nose until the pain was greater than his headache. I'm already being extremely generous, and it's coming right out of my pocket. So? Hugh clasped his hands and shrugged. It's not like you don't have a healthy bank account. Inheriting your grandfather's company is only going to ensure that. Right. Luke looked back at the stack of resumes, trying to forget that in about 8 months, he was going to be out of a job, and grandfather had hinted Luke would be written out of his will for good measure. Luke had even had the gumption to call his grandfather to see if he was still serious about his ultimatum. He was unyielding. There's always an alternative. Hugh spoke in a serious tone, something that didn't happen often. I'm listening. Hugh let out an elongated sigh. Dump the charity. Get out of the business of rehabbing horses since it doesn't give any benefit in return. No, I'm not getting rid of this place. I'm not saying you have to sell the property. I'm just suggesting that instead of housing a bunch of crippled horses, you get some decent animals that you could train and sell. Maybe you'd find it more rewarding. Luke hated that the thought had already crossed his mind. It would take a huge burden off his shoulders if he could lease out the barn to some hotshot trainer and only keep a horse or two for himself. He couldn't do it, though. Luke was committed to saving as many horses as he could, and if it meant he had to sell off everything he owned and live in the tiny apartment above the hay barn to keep the charity afloat, he'd do it. Maybe it was a vain attempt to stick it to grandfather, to show him that Luke hadn't been broken by being cut off. Maybe his motivations were better than pride. Whatever it was, Luke couldn't turn his back to it. Look. Luke rubbed his hand across his blurry eyes. I appreciate you coming down here and helping me try to figure out all these candidates. I'm not always the best judge of character. That's because that virtue is reserved for those with pure hearts, like me. Hugh held out his arms wide and quicker than he could react. Luke chucked a grooming brush at him, nailing him square in the stomach. He groaned like he was mortally wounded while holding back a laugh. That was cold, man. There's just one interview to go, then? Yep. Shuffling through his stack of papers, Hugh pulled up the final candidate's resume and perked up. What is it? What is what? Don't play dumb. You have the stupidest grin on your face. It's the same one when either a girl you're fawning over looks in your direction or you've come up with a harebrained scheme. And since there aren't any women in the room, I'm tempted to think you're scheming. I am shocked you think so little of me. Luke scoffed. I know you that well. Hugh put his hands behind his head and leaned back against the dark leather couch. I spoke with this last one on the phone. When I answered it for you, remember? At my house party? You left it on the counter and had disappeared somewhere? I was doing you a favor. Don't make me regret letting you touch my phone. Did you prank call anyone else? Oh, come on, Hugh feigned hurt. Give me a little more credit. I know you too well, remember? Hugh held up his hand. I solemnly swear that I didn't prank call anyone, and that I promise you'll thank me later for adding the woman who called. Why? I'm assuming she has some solid experience running a facility of this size that would convince you to have her come in. Hugh tipped his head back and forth, squinting as he mulled over an answer. Experience? Not so much. Honesty? Definitely. She was forthright in telling me she didn't have the most impressive resume for the job, but she obviously has a passion for it. Hugh, Luke groaned and gritted his teeth. I don't have time for people who don't have experience. I can't come out here and babysit them to make sure they're doing it right. They need to be able to hit the ground running, especially after the mess the last guy left me. I still haven't caught up. Hugh smirked like he knew something Luke didn't know, but Luke stubbornly refused to ask what it was. It was an idiotic tactic he knew Hugh pulled when he wanted to feel like he'd contributed more than he probably had. I'm gonna bet you'll thank me for bringing her in. She sounded like she's cute. I can't believe you're basing your decisions for a job on that criteria. Aren't you even gonna look at her resume? Why would I? She's already basically out of the running. No experience, no job. You're seriously not even going to meet with her? Hugh's forehead wrinkled as he raised his brow. How come? I didn't say I wouldn't meet with her. Luke pushed himself away from the table and strode over to the couch where he slumped down on the opposite end of Hugh. But it'll be short and sweet. You bothered flying her all the way down here, then I will give the courtesy of turning her away in person. You know, you're starting to sound a lot like your grandfather. Hugh laughed like it was all a good joke, but his observation made Luke's blood turn cold. That was the last thing he wanted to hear, though deep down he knew Hugh might be right. Luke had inherited some of his grandfather's ruthlessness and stubbornness, and while it sometimes came in handy, It also scared Luke. He didn't want to end up a bitter old man with nothing but the satisfaction of other people's misery to keep him content. Luke suddenly felt weak. Maybe when he was done with the last interview, he'd go home and sleep for a week. That ought to renew him enough to put things into perspective. Luke glanced at his Swiss watch. When's she supposed to get here? I'm starving. Want to get lunch after? Sure. Hugh stood up and stretched, twisting back and forth to pop his back. She should be here any minute. I'll go check. When we're done here, we can talk over lunch and you can help me figure out who'd be best in the long run. I don't want to have to repeat this process again anytime soon. I think I just heard the front door shut. Why don't I go see if that's her? That would be great. Wake me up before you bring her in. Hugh tugged at the hem of his button-up shirt as he straightened his shoulders and ran a hand through his hair. At least Hugh would be personable, since Luke was certain he couldn't muster up the energy to care, even if she was cute. Resting his head back on the couch, Luke closed his eyes and thought about the other ridiculous problem that plagued him every time he had a quiet moment. Hugh had been good on his word, introducing Luke to several different women, though none of them were even close to what Luke was looking for. He had no doubt that if he proposed to some of the ladies he'd had first dates with the past several weeks, they'd spring at the chance, but it wouldn't be for anything even closely resembling love. They were looking to sink their claws into his money and nothing else. As he felt himself drifting off to sleep, he tried to stay conscious, but his eyelids were lead weights. The couch was too comfortable, and the heat, hard work, and early mornings before the sunrise was making it a losing battle. Luke had no idea how long he'd been out when he heard two sets of footsteps walking his way. Standing up, he glanced at a small mirror to make sure he was presentable and tucked in the back of his shirt, then sat at the desk, pretending like he'd been busy studying resumes. A moment later, Hugh breezed back in the door, looking extremely pleased with himself. Stepping aside, he gestured to the woman behind him. Luke, I'd like you to meet... He recognized her eyes first. The same deep and inviting, big and brown. Her hair was shorter, her legs were longer, and where she'd been a cute girl, she stood before him, a beautiful woman. Luke shot out of his chair, his breath hitching in his chest. Lauren.
Chapter 4. Lauren. Surprise wasn't a strong enough word. Stunned, astonished, shocked. A thunderbolt might as well have hit Lauren, and it would have startled her less than laying eyes on none other than Luke Dorrance. Lauren blinked twice. Her lips parted slightly, and she could feel the color drain from her cheeks. Maybe it was the bombshell of seeing her old flame again that was preventing anything more extroverted. It was a battle to regain her composure, but she managed to appear to master herself. While her heart hammered against her sternum, Luke didn't even flinch. Other than standing up out of his seat, he didn't seem to be bothered at all that Lauren was there. Kelsey was never going to believe this. Hugh moved over to the desk where Luke had been sitting, and behind his hand asked, in a stage whisper, "Why are you two just staring at each other?" Lauren's gaze darted from Hugh to Luke. It took all of her self-control not to look down at his lips and remember what it was like to kiss him. He had definitely been her favorite boyfriend. Instead of indulging that stroll down memory lane, she cleared her throat and squared her shoulders. "You didn't know I was scheduled for an interview?" Luke leaned against the desk and gripped the edge. She was out of practice reading his body language, but if he needed support because she'd shown up, she'd count that as a win. "No, I didn't." Lauren hesitated. Her mouth had gone cottony dry, and even though she'd taken several deep breaths, her galloping heart refused to slow down. "Do you want me to go?" Unlike Luke, Hugh was an open book. He was highly amused by the situation, even if he had no clue Luke and Lauren had a history. "Of course not. Right, Luke?" It shook Luke out of his stupor, and he gestured to the couch. "No, please, sit." Lauren's heels clicked on the rough wood floor of the tack room, and for the first time since she'd let Kelsey choose her outfit, She felt foolish showing up to an interview for a barn manager position in a frilly white blouse, heels, and a pencil skirt. At least Luke was dressed equally inappropriately for the barn in slacks and a button-up shirt that showed off his strong, tawny forearms under his rolled-up sleeves. Not that she was looking. Lauren tried to be as poised as possible, but the whole situation was making it hard not to quiver with nerves. Trying to focus on the things that were familiar and comforting, the scent of the polished leather, the low, gentle nicker of the horses she'd passed as she'd confidently strolled down the aisle, all of it barely kept her grounded in the presence of Luke. So much of Luke was the same, only enhanced by age. He'd grown several inches since she'd last seen him, and, though he had wide shoulders and a strong back, he still had the lithe build of a runner. Lauren could even see the faint rash of freckles that spread across his nose and underlined his piercing eyes. They focused on her with an intensity that made her look away. "So," Hugh said, crossing his arms, "I'm assuming you two know each other?" "What gave it away?" Luke muttered. "Lucky guess," Hugh said. "Care to fill me in, or are you going to leave it up to my imagination?" Hugh had been nice enough when he greeted her, and though he was friendly, Lauren wasn't about to let him come to his own conclusions. She stole a glance at Luke, who was obviously giving her permission to answer for them both. "Luke and I knew each other when we were younger." Hugh smiled knowingly but mercifully left it at that. "So, Luke, are you going to interview Lauren, or would you like some time alone?" "For what?" Lauren didn't like the gruffness of his tone. Hugh's wink was painfully obvious. "To catch up with each other." Luke moved his leg to a step stool, and it bounced uncontrollably as he assessed the situation. He was as anxious as she was, and the realization comforted her. Standing back up, Luke put his hands on his trim waist. "I'm hungry. Let's go talk over lunch." Lauren's mouth hung open. After the way they'd split in high school, she was sure she'd stomped his heart to smithereens, to the point that he'd never want to see her again. Now, he was asking her to lunch. Yes, it was in a professional capacity, but she would have preferred having an interview the traditional way without her subconscious teasing her. An interview over lunch would feel way too much like a date. "You want to go eat with me?" Lauren repeated, making sure she'd heard correctly. Luke picked up a set of keys from the desk and tossed them in his hand. "Are you hungry?" "Whoa, dude," Hugh whispered, thumping Luke's arm with his hand. "Are you ditching me for a date?" Luke didn't even acknowledge Hugh. "There's a great Thai restaurant not far from here." Lauren apologized to Hugh with a glance, but there was no denying the flutter in her stomach as she thought about going. There was so much left unsaid between them, and Lauren had some things she needed to get off her chest. Even if she didn't get the job, at least there was the possibility for some closure. Maybe Kelsey had been right. This was the kind of crazy coincidence Lauren would never have dreamed would happen. Perched on the edge of the couch, she stood back up. "You sound like you already had plans." "We did, but they've apparently changed." Hugh flopped onto a seat. He flicked his hand in their direction, shooing them toward the door. "You go enjoy yourselves. I'll get myself something to eat on the way back to the city." Lauren nodded, pressing her lips together and smoothing out her skirt. This was not at all how she imagined her day going. She had prepared answers to all the questions she could imagine, from explanations about her recent lack of experience to why she'd be good at the job anyway. Now, she couldn't think of a single answer. It wasn't that her mind was blank. It was a torrent of thoughts crashing around in her head so fast that she couldn't catch hold of any of them. Following Luke to the door, he held it open and stepped aside for her to go first. She breezed past him, trying to ignore the cologne that misted the air around him. She would have liked to bury her face in the crook of his neck and take another breath, but she managed to keep walking. He smelled that good. They proceeded down to the front door, not speaking a word. Lauren studied each horse as they passed to try and keep herself from appearing on edge. Some were thin enough she could see each of their ribs, several were graying around their ears and muzzles, while others had a wary look in their eyes as they stared back at her. Though they were all struggling to recuperate from the hard times that had befallen them, they were lucky to have found their way into Luke's equine rescue. Each horse was in a stall, banked deep in cushy shavings with access to sweet, green hay and clean water. It would be an honor to help the horses. If she was able to convince Luke to give her the job. She smirked to herself. Who was she kidding? He was probably taking her to lunch so he could let her down gently. It wasn't like Lauren was the ideal candidate on paper, and with their history, it would probably be satisfying to watch her wither when he told her no. She decided if that's how it was going to go down, she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Should we drive together? Luke pulled open the passenger side door of his Jaguar and reached inside for a pair of reflective silver aviator glasses. They made him even more devilishly handsome, a fact that she resented slightly. He knew he looked good and he was rubbing it in. Separately, don't you think? Not really. What's the point in taking two cars when we're going to the same place? He asked. I'll need to be able to drive back to the hotel afterward. That would be an extra trip for you to bring me back here. Luke rested his arm on the open door and shrugged. I was going to give you a tour of the facility when we were done eating. The more Lauren dug in her heels, the more his insistence made sense. She might be apprehensive about riding in such a small space, so close to Luke, but he appeared rather indifferent. Fine. If he was going to play it cool, then so would she. I see you're still hard-headed. Burning heat poured into her cheeks as she realized she said what she was thinking out loud. And I see you're still stubborn. All right, fine. Lauren slipped into his car and he shut the door for her. Her heart was somewhere in her throat as he went to the driver's side and got in. Once he closed his door, the tension between them was almost tangible, and Lauren couldn't decide if it was in a good or bad way. Thankfully, the drive to the restaurant was quick. Luke was never one for superficial conversation, so they rode in silence, which allowed Lauren a chance to collect herself. When they walked into the restaurant, Luke spoke to the host and Lauren stood back, keeping her distance from him. After the shock had worn off that Luke was on the other end of the help wanted ad, she had firmly decided she was going to go for it, regardless of their past. Maybe it was Kelsey's voice in her head convincing her to seize the opportunity, but the moment she arrived in Florida and soaked in the warmth and sunshine, it felt right to be there. There was no waiting. Lauren had no doubt Luke could be very convincing, and probably wasn't used to hearing no. Despite the line of other guests, the host led them through the restaurant, which was busy with the lunchtime rush and filled with the aroma of spicy, exotic food. Will this table be acceptable? The host motioned with a sweeping gesture to a cozy booth in the corner. It looked like one of their tables reserved for a romantic meal for two, with a lit candle flickering in the center and tucked away from the bustle of the rest of the restaurant. Shrugging off the uncomfortable thought, she tried to be positive. Sitting there, no one would hear what they were saying unless it became an outright shouting match. They were both mature adults. Surely they wouldn't resort to bickering when they were practically strangers again. Luke gave a curt nod to the host and Lauren gazed out the window. The restaurant was on one of the upper levels of the building, and in the distance, Lauren could see the ocean. Before she had to head back to Michigan, she was going to take at least one sunset stroll along the beach. If nothing else came from her trip, she was going to get some sand between her toes. The host set down a pair of menus and silverware. Your server will be with you shortly. Lauren moved around the host toward her seat and couldn't help but notice how he stole a hungry look at her. His dark brown eyes ran appreciatively down the length of her body and settled on her bare legs beneath her pencil skirt. His mouth split in a greedy smile, and it wasn't hard to guess where the guy's mind was wandering. Shifting from one foot to the other, Lauren glowered at him. He winked in return. Luke stepped protectively between Lauren and the sleaze who had the audacity to behave so brashly. A flash of anger crossed Luke's face and his fists clenched, making the host take a hasty step backward. "That'll be all," Luke snapped. There was no misunderstanding the cold look Luke gave him. A wave of relief flooded Lauren as she watched the man hurry away, tuck-tailed and unmistakably put in his place. Peering at Luke, Lauren felt safe. It was probably nothing he wouldn't have done for anyone else, but it was appreciated. Wanting to thank him, but unable to bring herself to say the words out loud, he understood her gratitude with a bob of his head, and though his eyes were still steely, Lauren felt no anger projected toward her. Scooting into the bench, Lauren picked up her menu and opened it, flipping through the pages and looking at the food options, though none of it was registering. Over the top, she could sense Luke's gaze was pinned on her. "Not hungry?" she asked. "I've been here enough." His eyes captured hers, and it was impossible to look away. "I already know what I want." "I see." Lauren went back to staring at the menu, wishing her face wasn't so pink and that her mind wouldn't keep going straight to those same immature fantasies that sometimes interrupted her sleep. There was no double entendre to his words. He was talking about food, not her. Instead, she entertained the questions crowding her head. When they would no longer keep themselves contained, she put down the menu. "You really didn't know it was me coming in for an interview? I could ask the same of you. Didn't you know it was my charity?" Their waitress stopped by, interrupting to take their order. Lauren ordered pad thai while Luke was more adventurous with a whole fried fish smothered in a flavorful sauce. When their waitress had written everything down, Lauren picked up the conversation right where they'd left off. She needed this discussion with Luke, and if she only had lunch to get it taken care of, she wasn't going to mess around. "You're right, I didn't do as much research about the charity as I should have, but in my defense, Big Palm Horse Rescue didn't scream Luke Dorrance. Plus, I didn't have a whole lot of time to get ready. All I knew was it was a chance to work with horses again." Luke's brow furrowed. "You gave up riding?" Lauren's throat constricted, and she hated that her teenage years still had the power to make her choke up. Gave up probably isn't the right term. She couldn't bring herself to elaborate. There was no way she was going to start crying in the middle of what was supposed to be an interview, especially one with Luke. She'd already shed enough tears on his behalf. "I see." Luke sat back. "I didn't know you weren't still riding." "Why would you know? You'd moved away to your castle to be America's next generation of royalty." Luke folded his arms. She'd hit a nerve, but instead of taking offense, he managed to speak with great restraint. "If I would have had my way, I would have stayed where I was, but I was a kid. My parents said we were moving for my dad's job, and that was the end of the discussion." Would he really have chosen to stay? With her? "Sorry." She mirrored him and crossed her arms, too. That comment was unfair. "It's nothing you haven't said before." "I know, but I'm still sorry. I guess I wasn't expecting to see you, and some emotions I haven't felt in a long time are probably bubbling too close to the surface." Understandable. Luke's calm demeanor then made Lauren doubly regret being rude. He wasn't wrong about his options, and throwing him under the bus didn't seem like the smartest of ideas if she wanted to work for him. Regrouping, she laced her loose hair behind her ear. "It was unfair, both times I said it, I'm sure. It's forgivable." Staring at the condensation on the outside of her water glass, she willed the threat of tears to stay put. Unexpectedly, she felt the weight of Luke's warm hand over hers. His expression had softened, and he had lowered his guard enough to let her take a peek at his emotions. The gesture was both surprising and comforting. There was so much she wanted to say to him, to try and make things right again, but her tongue was tied in knots. Saying sorry wasn't going to change what she'd said, and it wouldn't mean Luke would be willing to take a chance on her again. On them. That was a thought that needed to be put to rest before it got her in trouble. Luke removed his hand from hers and she keenly missed his touch. He probably hadn't meant anything beyond a platonic effort to comfort her, but a touch was a touch. It made her pulse hiccup in her veins. With a shaky grip, she took a sip of her water. If only she had tried to find Luke sooner, maybe things would have been different. She wouldn't have had to torture herself all these years, wondering if he loathed her. No. Second chances were for Hallmark movies, and those uncommonly lucky in love. She'd consider herself fortunate if she even got the job. The whole predicament was a lot to process. She had learned through sad experience that she couldn't take on everyone else's burdens and responsibilities. It wasn't like Luke had ever tried to contact her either. So, Lauren clasped her hands, ready to get the conversation back on track. How are your parents doing? Still busy running the company your grandfather started? I can't remember what it was. Pharmaceuticals? Not exactly. Oh, was it chemical engineering? I meant not exactly about my parents. Did they get to retire early? Something she'd said made Luke throw his walls back up. I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? No, you didn't. My parents didn't retire early. They, passed away. An icy cold horror drowned Lauren, and she wished she could kick herself. Way to make an impression. When? How? Car crash, drunk driver. It's been a little over 3 years. Lauren yanked at the napkin she'd placed in her lap. She would have given Luke a hug, but as things stood, she was still technically there for an interview, which would technically make Luke her boss. There were boundaries that would need to stay firmly in place to make their professional relationship work. I'm so sorry, Luke. They were really wonderful people. I wished you could have had more time with them. Me too. He took a ragged breath and stared out the window. I've been keeping busy, though. Grandfather has me running his company now, and in the last few years, we've grown exponentially. It's a multi-billion-dollar business. Lauren choked on the water she was sipping. You're a billionaire? Technically, I stand to inherit it from my grandfather unless he decides to write me out of his will because... Stopping short, he rubbed the back of his neck. Curiosity got the best of Lauren. Because what? Never mind, he mumbled, chuckling darkly. The interruption in the conversation was relieved as the waitress brought their food over and set it down. Assured that they didn't need anything else, she left them to face the awkwardness they created on their own. Lauren twirled a fork full of noodles and took a small bite. Her appetite had vanished. The roller coaster she'd been experiencing since Kelsey had convinced her to go for the job had drained everything from her. Lauren guided the conversation back to territory she knew would be safe. About this position you brought me here for. In your mind, what is the ideal candidate? A small grin started on Luke's lips until it was a full-faced smile that reached all the way up to his gorgeous eyes. It was the same smile she remembered, and it still made her heart do repeated flip-flops in her chest. I'm looking for someone who can be efficient and reliable in their work, but ultimately, who is able to care for the horses. Even though we had to sell Willow and President, Lauren swallowed the lump wedged in her throat. I don't think a day has gone by that I haven't thought about my horses. You know I love horses more than the average person who's only mucking stalls as a job. What about your lack of recent experience? Lauren's insides sunk. That was definitely her weak point. As much as she adored being around horses, that wouldn't make much difference if she was incompetent. She wiped her sweaty palms on her pencil skirt and answered, I know my experience may seem sparse recently, but I don't think that should take me out of the running altogether. I'm a hard worker, quick learner, and am not afraid to ask for help when I need it. Since I didn't look at your resume... Wait, you didn't even look at my resume? Luke's shrug was nonchalant. Hugh wasn't exactly good at selling you as a possibility. All I knew was that you were inexperienced. In my mind, you were already a no. If I would have, you wouldn't have surprised me like you did when you walked through the door. True. What's your experience working with people? Because as much as this job with my horse rescue has to do with the horses, it's also heavily reliant on successful relationships with people. I want to see the horses we rescue go to good homes. The higher the turnover, the more horses will be able to help. I couldn't agree more, Lauren said. I feel my current position has given me plenty of personable skills I could bring to your charity. What have you been doing for work? Human resources. It's with a big corporate conglomerate, so I assure you, if I can deal with the kind of difficult people who like to cause trouble in the workplace, I can handle just about anyone who walks through the doors at your barn. Her answer seemed to please Luke, and she felt herself creeping to the edge of her seat. Being hired was so close she could almost reach out and take it. Plus, Lauren said, allowing her desperation to secure the job take control, the physical part of the job isn't a concern for me. I work out, and it might not look like it, but I'm very strong. Is that so? Luke rubbed the scruff growing from his chin. He locked her in another intense stare that threatened to reduce Lauren to complete helplessness when someone intruded in on their conversation. Buddy, if Lauren Mitchell says she's strong, you probably ought to believe her.
Chapter 5. Luke. Luke wanted to deck the guy for interrupting right then, but he tucked his hands into his pockets to keep himself in check. He could have sworn that Lauren was feeling something stirring within her, the same as him. Whatever small connection that still existed between the two of them hadn't totally faded when they'd parted ways. Her face was playful, teasing even, and it had reminded him of the old Lauren he used to know. It had given him hope that maybe Lauren would be the answer to his pleas, that she'd be able to help him satisfy his grandfather's wishes, as weak and faithless as his prayers might have been. More importantly, he could see himself falling in love with her all over again. Now, instead of looking at him, she was staring up at the stranger, wide-eyed and elated. The noise of glee she made was just shy of a squeal. "Oh my goodness, Sawyer!" Holding out his hands, he grinned. The one and only. Lauren scooted out of her seat and jumped up, wrapping her arms around Sawyer, instantly igniting a burning jealousy deep within Luke's gut. Other than the brief touch of his hand, they hadn't even so much as bumped knees under the table. All Sawyer had to do was butt in, and he got an embrace that lasted too long for Luke's liking. Lauren let go and took a step back, putting her hands on her hips to inspect Sawyer, while Luke did the same. Sawyer was wearing a khaki suit with a white shirt, unbuttoned at the top, and a pair of expensive Italian leather shoes. And though he was a few inches shorter than Luke, he was burly and looked like he knew how to handle himself, rich and pompous for sure. Probably knew money, too. "I can't believe it," Lauren said. "What have you been up to? I haven't seen you since, what, that bonfire after your sister and I graduated?" "Ha!" Sawyer said. "You remember." "How could I forget? It was so much fun. I barely recognized you, though. You look different." "Good different?" The guy was fishing for a compliment to stroke his ego. Luke definitely didn't like him. Lauren laughed. "Of course, good different. Weight training will do that." Sawyer struck a pose that made Luke want to roll his eyes. "I beefed up after college." Lauren smacked him in the stomach. "That's not all. I'm not that superficial, you know." "It's okay. I know I was scrawny," said Sawyer. "The definition of skin and bones. I'll give you that you were just starting to hit your stride when I last saw you. I think I was even an inch taller than you. Now you're..." Lauren ran her hand up and down him while she searched for the right word. "Well, brawny. I'll take that as a compliment." Lauren grinned. Most guys would. Their shared laughter irritated Luke. His stomach roiled, and he felt his opportunity with Lauren slipping away to a lead-brained jock. He had to intervene somehow without making his jealousy apparent. Standing up, Luke held out his hand. Trying to smile, his lips were too tight with annoyance to fully comply. "Hi, I'm Luke." Lauren whirled around and her cheeks pinkened slightly. It was adorable how close to the surface her emotions were. She never could hide anything from him. "Oh, right, sorry. I meant to introduce you to." Sawyer looked around Lauren, seeing Luke for the first time. With a confident smirk, he slapped his hand into Luke's, gripping it firmly with a single pump. Sawyer jerked his chin toward Luke, a move that reeked of superiority. Luke definitely didn't like him. "Sawyer Boone, pleasure." "Likewise." Luke gripped Sawyer's hand harder than was necessary. "I don't mean to be rude, but Lauren and I were busy. I was in the middle of offering Lauren a job." Lauren's mouth dropped open. "Are you serious? I got the job?" "Nice." Sawyer pulled Lauren into another one-armed hug. Everything Luke tried to do to hint that Sawyer should leave kept backfiring. "Does that mean you're going to be a permanent Florida resident?" The saving grace of the situation was the excitement in Lauren's eyes, a pleasure Luke enjoyed front and center as her gaze flew back to his face. "I guess. We haven't hashed out the details yet. This is all news to me." Getting rid of Sawyer was going to be more difficult than Luke thought. Lauren was attached to Sawyer, hopefully only as a friend and nothing more, though it was difficult to discern. Thinking fast, Luke kept control of the situation with the old saying that keeping one's enemies close was a good idea. Luke indicated to their table. "Why don't you sit down and join us?" "Don't mind if I do," Sawyer said. Of course he didn't. Lauren took her spot and Sawyer slid in next to her, putting his arm around the back of the booth to accommodate his broad shoulders. Luke had to force a slow, calm breath through his nostrils to counteract his pounding pulse. He was going to have to up his game. Sawyer smiled smugly. "If you're going to be moving here, I'd be happy to show you around." "What have you been up to since graduation that's landed you in Florida that would make you such an expert?" Lauren rested her chin on her fist and grinned. "From what I remember, you were from somewhere in Illinois. Rumor has it you became a secret agent." "Gossiping about me?" Sawyer teased. Lauren snorted and swatted a hand at his comment. "Hardly. I heard about it the last time I was chatting with your sister Emma. I saw her last fall at one of our roommates' weddings." Sawyer raised his eyebrows. "That sounds a lot like keeping tabs on me, in my humble opinion." Lauren bumped her shoulder into him. "Whatever you want to tell yourself." Her sass evoked a bubble of laughter from Sawyer. Luke didn't want to become irrelevant in their conversation, so he pointed between the two of them, putting the pieces together as they talked. "So, you went to college together?" "Sort of." Lauren looked back at him and her eyes sparkled. He held her gaze and relished the curve of her lips as she smiled. It was a small gesture for him alone. Sawyer dropped his arm around Lauren and pulled her in closer. "My sister was one of Lauren's roommates, and when I came along, Lauren kind of took me under her wing. I'm not sure I would have survived my first year of college if Lauren hadn't kept me fed." "It wasn't that big a deal," Lauren said modestly. "Letting you share my mac and cheese was nothing." "Sometimes it was an egg sandwich." Sawyer winked again. "Real high-quality food I fed you," Lauren said. "I think it was more the company that kept me sane. Not quite old enough to be totally independent, not quite young enough to go running back to my parents." "What did you major in?" Luke asked. "Business management. I did a stint in the military, which is probably where our Lauren here got the idea that I'd become a secret agent," Sawyer said. "Made it all the way to becoming an Army Ranger, but was put out of commission by an injury. When I was honorably discharged and had to figure out what to do with my life, I decided to put all the skills I'd acquired to good use." "Peeling potatoes?" Luke muttered under his breath. Lauren nudged Luke under the table with her foot, and though it was meant as a warning, his wicked smile was enough to make a grin crack her angry expression. Sawyer laughed off Luke's slight. "I peeled my fair share during basic. No, afterward. I went into security, actually. I managed to make it big after starting my own company and landing several notable clients. From there, I've expanded." "To what?" asked Lauren. Sawyer flashed a grin at her. I'm a strong believer in diversification, especially when it comes to where a person puts their money. Aside from a booming security company, I own a couple of sports teams, several department stores, a couple hotels, a high-rise apartment building in New York City. One of my favorite recent investments has been in restaurants. Fast food? Luke asked. Lauren gave him another death glare. A smile wasn't going to get him back into her good graces if he kept insulting her friend. There was no denying she looked hot when annoyed, but he needed to get a handle on himself or she'd never forgive him for being so snide. Sawyer disarmed Luke's attack with another generous laugh. I love a good drive-through taco as much as the next guy, but no, not fast food. Anything we might have been to? Lauren asked. Actually, I own this one. Bought it last month off the previous owners, Sawyer said with a copious amount of satisfaction. I love me some good Thai food, so it only made sense. Luke made a mental note never to come back to the restaurant, knowing Sawyer owned it. You're kidding, Lauren chuckled, shaking her head and peering over at Sawyer. Who'd have thought Sawyer Boone would grow up to be so successful? Thanks for the vote of confidence, Sawyer quipped. You know what I mean. I never doubted that you were someone special. I just didn't know you were so ambitious, Luke offered unapologetically. Yes, Lauren nodded. Ambitious is the right word. I guess it's like you said. Sawyer clapped his hands and rubbed them together. I was just starting to hit my stride when we parted ways. That's great, Lauren patted his arm. I'm really proud of you. What about you? Sawyer asked. What's the job John hired you for? Another surge of annoyance made Luke hot under his collar. She's going to be working closely with me, heading up my charity. And it's Luke, not John. Luke didn't back down when Sawyer stared across the table at him, challenging him to a bit of masculine rivalry. Sawyer looked away first, and Luke counted it as a small victory. It was short-lived. Sawyer saw an opportunity and took it. You're Lauren's boss, then? Funny story, Lauren said. Luke and I used to know each other when we were younger. Actually, we dated, Luke added. Ah, I figured as much. Sawyer's grin looked entirely too much like the Cheshire Cat. Lauren brushed her hair behind her shoulder. Intuition, huh? I don't think I could have become the self-made man I am today without a bit of intuition. A healthy dose of luck came in handy, too. Lauren bumped him with her shoulder. Having a big head doesn't hurt either, does it? More laughter in which Luke didn't join in. Across the table, Sawyer locked gazes with Luke. Confidence is essential in the business world, I'll tell you that much. He jabbed his thumb in his direction. Take Luke here, for example. He might be the quiet, broody type, but underneath that armor of indifference, I guarantee he's a savvy businessman. Am I right? Luke didn't care much for Sawyer's assessment of him, but he wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of being put off. He draped his arms across the back of his booth. I'd say I have a pretty good business sense. Yeah. Then you'd know a lot of that translates over to relationships, too, Sawyer said casually. When you see a good opportunity, you go for it. Luke's legs started bouncing under the table. He didn't like where this conversation was going. I guess. What I'm gathering from this whole situation is that you're not romantically involved with Lauren, which means I can ask her out for dinner without stepping on any toes. Under any other circumstances, Lauren's laughter would have pleased Luke, but at that particular moment, it made Luke's stomach take a nasty swoop. I can't believe you, Sawyer. When you were a freshman, I think you almost passed out when you even thought about asking out a girl. He shrugged. I'm all grown up, I guess. Besides, Luke's your boss, not your boyfriend, right? Lauren stole a glance at Luke, her eyes searching. Was she looking for permission? It wasn't his to give. Or perhaps she was hoping he would be more assertive. Whatever it was, he couldn't read her, so Luke did what he did best, tightened his jaw and kept his emotions under lock and key. That's right, I'm not the boyfriend. Nibbling on her lower lip, Lauren considered Sawyer's offer. I'm only here for the rest of the weekend, then I'm flying back to Michigan." "But you'll be back for your job," Sawyer said. "I can be patient. You name the day and the time, and I'll make the rest of the arrangements." Instead of meeting Lauren's gaze, Luke stared out the window. He had no place telling her who she could and couldn't see, and he definitely wasn't going to start being one of those guys as much as he wanted to keep her to himself. If he was going to have a shot at winning her back, he was going to prove he was worthy of her affection by his own volition, not in comparison to some other cocky guy who also had a past with her. "Come on, Lauren," Sawyer pressed. "What do you say? We're talking about one meal to welcome you to Florida. It's not like I'm asking you to marry me."
Chapter 6. Lauren. What am I doing? Lauren paced her new apartment, feeling panic fizzing deep within. It threatened to overflow, bringing up her lunch with it. But she forced it back down. "First of all, take a deep breath," Kelsey coached through the phone. Of all the things to be concerned about, being caught between the attention of two guys hardly seems like a problem. If they're half as dreamy as you say they are, you wouldn't hear me complaining if I was in your shoes. Heck, I doubt you'd hear any other sane woman whining. Lauren sighed, twirling her hair around the end of her finger until it was knotted around it. "It's not the fact that they're handsome that's bothering me. So let yourself enjoy a bit of eye candy while you have the opportunity." "Kelsey!" Lauren chided her, resisting the urge to laugh with her friend, but it was futile. A giggle escaped. "You're so hopeless." "What? Are you opposed to looking at handsome men now? I might as well give up on you and cart you off to a convent." Lauren pinched the bridge of her nose. "Maybe you should." "I wasn't serious. I'm not giving up on you. You're stressed because you moved to Florida, started a new job, and are getting into the dating game again. Even for me, that would be a lot of changes." "That's true. I suppose it doesn't help that I have some history with both of them. I kind of was assuming I'd never see either of them ever again, and somehow they both showed up at the same time, in the same place." Kelsey giggled. "Now your ex is your boss and your friend's baby brother is your date. Can you be serious for a minute? Nothing's happened yet, but I can totally see this whole situation blowing up in my face." Lauren continued to prowl back and forth, eventually catching her bare toe on one of the dozens of moving boxes she still hadn't gotten around to unpacking. She had no idea why she was being so lazy about it either. One of the perks Luke had extended her when she accepted the position was a relocation package. That took a lot of the stress of moving since she didn't have to foot the bill for movers, and she didn't have to do the work herself, especially since she didn't know that many people in Florida who could help. She only knew two, in fact, and she wasn't about to ask Luke or Sawyer to help her muscle her couch or her bed into her new place. Not that they couldn't do it, but having them in her apartment felt too personal when she was still trying to figure out how to handle them both. She hobbled to the couch and slumped into the corner, examining the damage to her toe. No blood, but it hurt like the dickens. "Right," Kelsey said. "Nothing has happened yet. Are you scared that something might?" "No. Yes. I don't know." Lauren rubbed her foot, hoping it would help the throb go away. Her pulse pounded, and a flutter of excitement, or maybe dread, settled in her stomach as she overanalyzed the whole situation. She couldn't decide if it was because Sawyer was now all muscled and charming when she'd never thought about him as anything outside of the friend zone, or because with Luke, she had shared some of her happiest memories. It didn't hurt that she could still feel his incredible kisses. He'd been her first, and the memory alone made her knees wobble. "I don't think I would have ever applied for the job if I had known Luke would be my boss." "Maybe it was meant to be, then." Lauren scoffed. "I hardly believe in fate, Kelsey. You already told me that, but it seems like the only logical explanation." "I don't think logical is the right word when you're talking about destiny." "Fate," corrected Kelsey. "Whatever." Lauren tried to argue, but the idea that fate was pushing her back to face her past, both with Luke and Sawyer, seemed almost plausible. She shook off the thought. Nerves really were getting to her. "What you had with Luke is ancient history," Kelsey said. "That means you can start over with a blank slate." Lauren tipped her head back and covered her eyes with her hand. "There's no such thing as a blank slate with your ex-boyfriend." "Did you leave some things unresolved? That's really unhealthy, you know?" "Is any breakup ever anything but unresolved? I mean, my presence can't possibly be welcomed, other than the fact that he needed someone to run his horse rescue last minute. Maybe he offered the job to have the satisfaction of knowing I'm doing hard physical labor for him. You're the one who applied willingly, knowing it would be sweaty work, remember? I think I clearly questioned you several times, asking if you wanted to shovel manure for a living. Besides, I don't think that's fair to vilify your ex like that. I mean, you really think he's that sadistic?" Lauren sighed. "You're right. It's not the job. I love the job. It's Luke that's got me all hot and bothered." "We're only talking about Luke now? Sawyer's no longer competition?" Lauren stopped herself. "I think we're talking about Luke because I don't have to work with Sawyer. I'm concerned that, eventually, all these repressed feelings are going to explode and it's going to be cataclysmic." "You're such a worrier." Kelsey's chuckle was irritating, but Lauren would probably be giggling if she was on the other side of the situation, too. "I'm not. Luke did hire you without an interview, right? Maybe he's not a sociopath who enjoys having women do his dirty work for him. Maybe it's because he still has the hots for you." Kelsey made kissy noises. Lauren took her phone away from her ear and scoffed at her friend's immaturity. "Kelsey, I'm going to cut you short. If I'm sure of anything, it's that Luke's not looking to rekindle anything with me. It's been pretty clear anytime he sees me that he's keeping me at arm's length." Luke's face sped into her mind, making her groan. Why does being dark and broody have to make him more attractive? "Dark and broody?" said Kelsey thoughtfully. "I can dig that." "Then you can date him." Kelsey tisked. "The friend pact, Lauren. Well, I don't know what to do other than go crazy. I can't seem to squash the feelings I'm realizing I've always had toward him. When he left, I pretended like I'd gotten over him. Now, I feel more out of control than a hormonal teenager. But, as I said, he's clearly not interested in revisiting anything we used to have together. Throw Sawyer into the mix, and I'm all kinds of confused." Lauren gnawed on her thumbnail as she quit resisting and let herself think of Luke. His eyes were clear, sometimes twinkling with mischief when he looked her way. When he did laugh, it was contagious. Every time he ran a hand through his unruly hair, it made Lauren want to reach over and pull him close so she could do the same. Luckily, he'd finished training her, and most of the time, she was at his farm, working alone, while he was a good half an hour away in the city at his office. It wasn't like they were bumping into each other at the copy machine or the water cooler every hour. That limited contact had made it easier to contain herself. "You make him sound irresistible," said Kelsey. Lauren sighed. "Even you'd reconsider your friendship vow if you met Luke in person." "And Sawyer? He'd probably sweep you off your feet, too." Kelsey heaved dramatically. "Some women have all the luck. You're in a love triangle, and all you did was listen to your sage friend's advice and apply for a new job that would give you the change of pace you were craving." "Right. A change of pace and a little more sunshine. I wasn't looking for a new relationship." Lauren corrected. "It's not a new relationship. It's picking up with an old flame and trying again. Or maybe it's revisiting an avenue with a long-lost friend that might evolve into something more." Lauren could feel tension crawling its way through her shoulders. "Look, I'd love to continue feeding your need for romance novel-level love affairs, but I've got to go. Sawyer's going to be here soon, and I still don't know what I should wear." "Ooh, so you care what Sawyer thinks?" Lauren had walked right into that one. She tried to recover gracefully. "I doubt he'd appreciate if I showed up for a date, sweaty and smelling like horses. I bet Luke wouldn't care." "Goodbye, Kelsey." "You'd better call me later and give me all the juicy details." Lauren didn't make any promises as she hung up and tossed the phone on a nearby throw pillow, collapsing down next to it. She stared at her slowly rotating ceiling fan, mulling over everything that had happened. The last month had been one stress after another, from applying for the job to seeing Luke and Sawyer size each other up, to saying goodbye to Michigan. Even if the thought of a Michigan winter had the power to make her shiver, she'd come to think of it as home and had made some incredible friends there. She closed her eyes and draped her arm over her face again to block out all the light as the weight of exhaustion settled over her. Lauren's phone rang from the pillow, and she blindly reached to answer it. "Kelsey, if you're calling to give me more advice about Luke, I'm going to have to pass. You've already given me plenty to process. I'm not..." "Lauren, it's not Kelsey." Her blood froze in her veins. She pulled her phone to look at the screen, though she already knew who was on the other end of the line. Luke. As much as she wished she could backpedal, she knew there was nothing she could say that wouldn't make the situation worse. Instead, she sat up and cleared her throat, making herself sound as professional as possible. She'd ignore her blunder, pretend like it never happened, just like she'd ignore her feelings for Luke. "Luke, I wasn't expecting a call from you. Is something the matter?" "No. I stopped at the barn after work, and since you were already finished, I thought I'd give you a call to see how things are going." Lauren pressed her cold fingers against her hot cheeks, grateful that he hadn't teased her when she'd given him a clear shot. "Oh, right. Things are going great. I'm making progress at the barn, I think. I can tell the place is starting to look like it used to." The compliment made Lauren's heart swell to nearly bursting. She was glad she wasn't face to face with him, so he wouldn't see her grinning stupidly. "The best part has been that the horses are starting to trust me." "You haven't had any trouble with Louie, have you?" he asked. Lauren tucked her legs beneath her and let her smile stretch wider. She had forgotten how much she enjoyed talking about horses with someone else who loved them as much as her, especially when that someone was Luke. She was going to leave that little detail out of her next conversation with Kelsey. "Nope. I know he's had some trouble adjusting to being reduced to one eye after his glaucoma surgery, but once I got past the tough exterior he puts off, he's a sweetheart." "Yeah, that's what I think too." Lauren could hear the grin in Luke's voice, and she could imagine the way his lips stretched and the corners of his eyes crinkled. When they visited in person, Luke put on the same act that Louie did. On the phone, Luke relaxed and spoke to her without pretense. Maybe it was because there was safety in flirting from a distance. Lauren stretched her palms, which were still a tinge angry and red from the physical labor she hadn't been accustomed to working in an office job. "I definitely need to get a better pair of gloves, though." "Your hands are sore?" "A little. Nothing to worry about." Glancing at her free hand, she could see how much they'd already changed. She'd mostly been able to avoid blisters by building calluses. Her hands weren't exactly soft and feminine anymore, but she didn't mind. "I don't want you to think I was lying when I said I went to the gym regularly, but getting a workout from chores at the barn isn't the same as lifting weights in a gym." "That's very true. I enjoy the gym as much as the next guy, but I'm surprised how sore I am when I was doing work at the barn until I hired you." Lauren switched the phone to her other ear, tucking it into the crook of her neck to free up both hands. Wrapping her arms around her knees, she tried hard not to imagine how defined Luke's muscles were, but failed miserably. It was obvious under his soft button-up shirts that he was in great shape. "I'll admit to having a few Epsom salt bath soaks after work, but I think I'm starting to get used to it all." The grin was still in his voice as Luke spoke again. I hope that means you're up for a little extra work tomorrow then. Sure, what's up? I've scheduled some things that I've needed to do but have been putting off. Lauren smirked. I have a feeling I'm going to regret my bragging about being fit come tomorrow. I will be too. I'm coming to help. I figured since it's my first free morning in a while, I'd put myself to good use. Lauren swallowed. So much for not working in close proximity. What are we going to be doing? Unloading hay. I have a truckload coming from Kentucky tonight, and at noon tomorrow, someone is coming out to look at adopting Sage. That's wonderful. Lauren rested her chin on her knees. She's such a darling. Of all the horses you've saved, she deserves a good home. Agreed. If we can find her a new home, it'll free up some space for another horse. I know in the grand scheme of things, it's not much, but it's always felt good to help make the world a better place in some small way. Hey, Lauren said softly. Don't trivialize what you're doing. To those horses and the people who love them, especially after they've had a rough life, it's not small. You've always had a big heart for helping others. Luke didn't answer right away, and Lauren wondered if she'd said something wrong. Thanks. That means a lot. His tone was serious, and there was an emotion there she hadn't heard from him before. It's not often that people think of me as anything other than a cutthroat CEO who's only interested in profits. You don't mind being labeled a softie? Not all guys like to be thought of that way. At least, not many that I know. All of them want to be, macho. Luke chuckled, low and gentle, and it made Lauren smile. Feel free to call me anything you want. I know when you say it, you mean it. I try. My mom always said honesty didn't cost anyone anything. True, Luke murmured. Hey, I didn't get to ask you how your parents are doing when we had lunch. I think Sawyer interrupted us. Lauren didn't miss the way Sawyer's name came out with a hint of rancor, not that it surprised her. 2 top dogs in so close a space was bound to create tension. She knew he was asking about her parents out of politeness, maybe even curiosity and concern, but it wasn't a topic she enjoyed discussing with anyone. Though her parents had been divorced for years, the acrimony between them still caused her pain. Lauren had tried to cope with it, but seeing how 2 people who used to be in love could fall so far from it, to the point where they couldn't be in the room together without savagely bickering, scared Lauren. Instead of talking about it, she kept that worry tucked deep down. It was the fear that it would happen to her which had kept her from ever fully giving her heart to another. At least not since Luke. Yeah, sorry about that. Lauren played with the frayed rip in the knees of her jeans. I had no idea I'd bump into him in Florida, of all places. When I knew him, he was so timid and unsure of himself that he wouldn't have dreamed of interrupting us, even if he knew me. It was a bit of a shock to see him, almost as much as finding you at the other end of the help wanted ad. Are you seeing Sawyer again? His voice was gruff, and it didn't take much for Lauren to guess what he thought about it. He was irritated at the thought of her going out with Sawyer, and in turn, it perturbed her that he was brazen enough to say anything about it. He couldn't possibly expect her to remain single simply because he was in her life again. And if I am? She meant it as a challenge and left it hanging between them so he knew she wasn't about to back down. Work was one thing, but her personal life belonged to her. Luke might be a lot of things, but she wasn't intimidated by him. Not completely, anyway, and definitely not when she didn't have to look him in the eye. Lauren's phone beeped in her ear and she sat up. It was Sawyer on his way to pick her up, and if she didn't get in the shower soon, she was going to open her door to Sawyer in the same dirty t-shirt and jeans she'd worn all day at work. Luke was the first to speak. He's on his way right now, isn't he? Lauren nodded, even though he couldn't see her. Yes. When he did speak, his feelings had been tucked away. He was speaking as her boss again. Promise me one thing. The request made her pulse skyrocket. It could be dangerous. What's that? Don't stay out too late. We have a big job to do tomorrow morning. Chapter 7. Lauren. A knock at Lauren's front door startled her, and she jumped to her feet so fast the rush of blood to her brain made her pause. It was Sawyer. Lauren had taken a 5-minute shower, managed to dry her hair, and get dressed in a flowery blouse and Bermuda shorts before he arrived, but she still wasn't entirely sure she was ready. The unexpected phone call with Luke had left her shaken. "Coming!" she called, hoping Sawyer couldn't hear the uncertainty in her voice. Sawyer was her first date in a long time, and from her vantage point, they were already starting off on rocky ground. He'd always been her friend's younger brother. Sure, he'd been a cute kid with shaggy hair growing almost all the way to his eyes, and was never a drag to hang out with. But Lauren never dreamed the day would come when she thought of him as anything more. If life had taught her anything, especially lately, it was to expect the unexpected. Lauren hurried to check her reflection in the mirror. Applying a thin layer of dusty rose lipstick, she hoped she was dressed appropriately. Sawyer hadn't been specific about where they were going or what they were doing, other than she was supposed to come hungry. Pushing her dark hazelnut hair back into a half ponytail, she put in a clip and slipped on a pair of strappy sandals. Giving herself time for one deep breath, she plastered on a smile and opened the door. Sawyer's eyes widened, taking her all in. When he came to his senses, his initial reaction was replaced by a charming grin. "You look fantastic." Lauren steadied herself with the doorknob. Fantastic was exactly the word she'd used to describe him. As different as he might appear than when she first knew him, all muscular and clean-shaven and with eyes as sharp as a knife, Lauren knew inside. He was still the slightly shy, nerdy kid she'd known for years. She'd recognized the same phenomenon with Luke. He was only giving her glimpses of who he was now, but there were still hints of the boy she once knew, the boy she'd once loved. She ignored the thought and focused on Sawyer. "You don't look so bad yourself." Sawyer leaned over and gave her a kiss on her cheek that made her face from that spot outward erupt in a blush. Pushing her loose hair behind her ear, she had to stare at her toes until she could compose herself. She'd certainly never enjoyed that sensation with Sawyer before. He tucked his hands into the pockets of his linen shorts. "This is how I remember us, casual and comfortable. The first time I saw you at the Thai restaurant, I barely recognized you because you looked so stiff in your business attire." "That's not you." Lauren arched an eyebrow. "You think you know me, do you?" "Sure I do. You might be older and wiser." "Hey, watch it, mister," Lauren said, poking Sawyer straight in his firm abs, an attribute that didn't escape Lauren. When she started comparing what she imagined Luke's abs feeling like, she knew she'd taken things too far. "Well, but deep down, you're still the same girl who used to be my rock. I knew I could always count on you for anything." Giggling, Lauren was reminded about Kelsey threatening to send her off to a convent. "Careful. You're making me sound like I should be sainted." "Nah, I'm sure you still have the same naughty habits as when we were in college that would keep you from ascending too far above the rest of us." "What are you talking about?" Lauren protested. "I do not have any bad habits beyond maybe biting my fingernails when I'm nervous. Sure, I've been known to do the Sudoku puzzles in the doctor's office's magazines while I'm waiting, but that's what they're there for." "Do you still hog the remote, or leave a spoon in the ice cream carton so you can eat a bite or two whenever you feel like it? I'm pretty certain I've seen you walk on the carpet with dirty shoes, too. More than once, in fact." "Right." Lauren planted her fists on her hips. "That's a little ironic, coming from the king of the couch. There were several times in college when I had to curl up in the armchair to watch a show because you were snoring at our place after classes. I couldn't help it. At the end of the day, my brain was fried and your apartment was closer than mine. By like 3 blocks. Lauren laughed. "We had a lot of fun, didn't we? Some of the best times of my life." Sawyer laced his fingers through hers and gently tugged her outside, and the light-hearted fun she was having, remembering what it was like to spend time with Sawyer, vanished instantly. Holding his hand wasn't like he was yanking her into his arms for a heady, passionate kiss, but it was a gesture he'd never pulled on her before. I bet you can't say that about anyone else, including Luke. Sawyer's jealousy threw up a red flag. She could have deluded herself into thinking that Sawyer taking her to dinner was a friendly offer to catch up with her and welcome her to Florida, but the way Sawyer's jaw tightened as he spoke Luke's name made it clear he wasn't playing games. He was going to make his move to get himself out of the friend zone. Lauren frowned. That's not fair. What's not fair? Leading her out to the parking lot after she locked her door, Lauren wasn't totally surprised to find a sleek black limousine that looked like it had been polished that very day, waiting for them. If Sawyer was trying to impress her, he certainly was pulling out all the stops. Me pointing out that I'm more fun than your uptight former boyfriend, that has to be a given. You kind of caught him off guard when you saw him at lunch. You had to waltz over and steal some of his thunder. I'm sure you would have thought the same thing if your roles were reversed. So you're trying to tell me he's not usually a stick in the mud? Lauren swung her free hand at Sawyer's shoulder. I'm serious. I don't think the man would know how to have fun if it slapped him in the face. He does. What was probably throwing him off more than you stopping by was having me sitting across from him. I'm a ghost from his past that showed up without warning. I suppose he would have been content never seeing me again since we didn't exactly part on amicable terms. That would explain why Luke was watching you like you were going to rob him blind. Quit being so hard on him. All you need to know is that before I met you, I have a horde of enjoyable memories with Luke. When we were dating, he was perfectly capable of being extremely romantic. Not that that's any of your business. Then I accept the challenge. What challenge? To impress you so much that you forget you ever had feelings for Luke. Sawyer waggled his eyebrows and smiled at her, showing the deep-set dimples in his cheeks that had made her own skin grow warm again. Part of her hoped he'd be able to release her from the torment of Luke's memory imposing on her thoughts, while the rest of her seriously doubted Sawyer would ever be able to fully erase the gaping hole Luke had left. Still holding Sawyer's hand, she thought of Luke, wondering what he would think of Sawyer being so forward. Did Luke care that she was on a date with Sawyer because Luke wanted her? Or was it simply a move out of spite? Maybe the real question was why she'd care so much what Luke would think. It was time to get off the topic of her ex before she crippled under the torment of being stuck between two men. They'd reached the limo, but Sawyer didn't seem to be in a hurry to get anywhere as he leaned against the door of the car. Letting go of his hand, Lauren folded her arms. It wasn't that she wasn't enjoying herself, but touching Sawyer created a dense brain fog that made it hard to think. What are our plans tonight? Are we going restaurant hopping through all the establishments that you own so you can show off? Nope, Sawyer said decisively. We're doing something much more intimate. Lauren gulped at the word. All right then, lead the way. Sawyer opened the door for her and she slid into the back seat. A chauffeur tipped his hat from the driver's seat and she nodded back. Getting in, Sawyer sat thigh to thigh next to her. He shut the door and stretched his arms around the back of the seat. It was done in such a swift and smooth motion that Lauren had to wonder how many other women he'd practiced and perfected it on. The chauffeur turned in his seat. Where to, sir? The helipad, please. Very good, sir. The chauffeur rolled up the divider between them, giving them privacy, and pulled away from the curb. Lauren's heart dropped from her chest. You're taking me on a helicopter ride? Isn't that a little much? There were Sawyer's dimples again. He shrugged. It's not like I don't already own it and have it at my disposal. We couldn't drive? Why drive an hour through terrible traffic when we could take a helicopter ride over Orlando to Daytona and be there in less than half the time? Plus, it makes for a scenic trip. Daytona? Yeah, I thought dinner with an ocean view would be fun. Lauren's hands trembled as she knotted them in her lap. I've never been on a helicopter before. Sawyer stroked his fingers down her arm. Nothing to worry about. It's not like we're going to go skydiving to get to dinner. We'd better not, or you might as well let me out right here so I can walk myself home. Sawyer's laugh filled the cab. I thought you were a thrill seeker. Isn't that what everyone who rides horses loves about them? Galloping and jumping are about as close to thrill-seeking as I like to get out of life. Jumping out of a flying helicopter would be an entirely different story. You don't have even the smallest desire to do stuff that stretches you, asked Sawyer. To go skydiving once because it scares you. Sorry to disappoint, but my self-preservation is strong. I'm a play-it-safe kind of gal. Maybe I'll change your mind. He gave her a crooked smile. Risk can be a lot of fun. How about you feed me first? I'm not known to make rash decisions when I'm focused on getting something to eat. Sawyer's smile filled in the rest of the way. I can do that. The helipad wasn't far, tucked away behind a business district composed of organized rows of imposing brick buildings with large glass windows on every floor. When the chauffeur dropped them off, the blades of the helicopter were already whirring and the pilot motioned them over. Ducking down, Sawyer took her hand and they jogged to the open door. She knew her hair was probably ruined and the pounding noise of the blades was almost deafening, but the thrill of stepping onto the helicopter made it worth it. Sawyer handed her a headset to block the noise and sat in the seat beside her. The pilot introduced himself to Lauren and welcomed her on board. Running a quick safety check, it was only a matter of minutes before they were rising into the air. She gripped her seat, exhilarated, yet terrified as they went higher. Seeing her white knuckles, Sawyer coaxed a hand off her chair and reassuringly squeezed his grip around her. His calmness passed on to her, and with a generous smile for him, she went back to staring out the window. Orlando at twilight was beautiful. The city lights were on, but the closer they got to the ocean, Lauren could see the water reflecting the bold orange and pink sunset. She was watching the chaos of the world below from the serenity of the sky, and Lauren was sure she was in paradise. It wouldn't take much to get used to this lifestyle. A short flight later, they were landing on the top of a gleaming white granite high-rise that stood several stories higher than the buildings around it. Sawyer helped her down the steps, and they jogged away to a safe distance as the helicopter took off. The wild swirl of wind gave way to a pleasantly cool ocean breeze that blew across the rooftop. Did you enjoy yourself? Sawyer studied her face, not missing a detail with his gray eyes. That was awesome. Lauren removed her hair clip and tried to untangle the snarls with her fingers. It was fruitless. Next time, though, I should probably just wear my hair in a bun. The windswept look is a good one for you, and I, for one, hope there is a next time very soon. Lauren realized what she implied and bit her lower lip. She was setting herself up for a relationship with Sawyer, whether she was ready or not. He tilted his head to another area of the roof away from the landing pad. Come on. Dinner's ready whenever we are. Lauren followed, letting him loop her arm around his elbow, bumping hips as they strolled. She enjoyed that Sawyer never seemed to rush. He definitely took things at a slower pace, which was something she needed a little bit more of in her own life. Except when it came to winning her over, it was evident he was moving full steam ahead. Why this building? Lauren soaked in the 360-degree view. Wait, let me guess. You own it. Eyeing Sawyer, he tried to keep from smiling, but it wasn't long before his mouth was stretched wide over his teeth. Diversification is key to financial stability, remember? I stayed in this hotel several times and kind of fell in love with it. Besides, it's one way to guarantee I'll always get the presidential suite. She laughed softly and tried not to stiffen when he removed his arm and placed it on the small of her back as he guided her toward a short flight of stairs. In a patio area, white string lights had been hung in every corner, lighting it softly against the approaching dusk, and enormous vases spilled over with fresh flowers. At the center, a table had been set with enough silverware for a 5-course meal. Maybe it was the perfume of the fragrant flowers or the soft glow of the lights. but Lauren's thoughts once again turned to Luke. They'd had a date like this once. It wasn't as extravagant on his teenage budget, but the care and thoughtfulness were there. They were celebrating their 6-month anniversary as a couple, and though he apologized that it was only a picnic in his backyard, she hushed him with a kiss. They had spent hours just eating and talking. It was the first time she had let herself dare wonder if she could be together with Luke for the rest of her life. Now Sawyer had the same idea, and while Lauren should have been fully invested in the moment, her thoughts were helplessly tangled with Luke. Shaking her head, Lauren tried to get him out of her mind. It seemed no matter what she did, she kept circling around to him. It wasn't fair to Sawyer, but it was hard to ignore Luke, even as a memory. A shiver snaked up her spine. "Cold?" Sawyer asked. "A little," she lied. "I must still be soaking in the Florida heat." "You need a jacket? I'm sure I can scrounge one up for you." "How chivalrous of you." Sawyer pulled out a chair, and Lauren sat, scooting in closer to the table. "I think I'll be okay. Just say the word, and I'll make it happen." He rested his hand on her shoulder, then took his seat across from her at the table. They were treading into dangerous territory. She didn't want to lose Sawyer as a friend, and she wasn't sure she was ready to rush headlong into a relationship with anybody just yet. Trying to infuse some lightness into the situation, she quipped, "When did you become such a gentleman?" "I've always been this way, though I think it's easier to impress when I have a certain number of assets on hand." Lauren rolled her eyes. "Don't tell me you think it's easier to be a gentleman because you're rich. What about the rest of the men out there? Do they have any hope?" A rooftop door swung open and several waiters brought out trays of food, working efficiently as they set a delectable meal on the table. Lauren's mouth watered as she surveyed the food. As quickly as the waitstaff came, they left with the promise they'd return shortly to make sure Sawyer and Lauren still had everything they needed. Raising his eyebrows, Sawyer confronted her question. "Are you honestly going to tell me you don't enjoy this kind of treatment?" "Of course I do. I also don't think it's the only way a person can show someone they love another person." Sawyer took a sip of his water and helped himself to a serving of the berry and pine nut salad that had been brought out in a chilled crystal dish. "Enlighten me, then." Picking a breadstick out of the basket, Lauren picked off a piece and chewed while she thought. "As amazing as this all is, there's not a whole lot of work on your part to make it happen, is there? You make a few calls, snap your fingers, and ta-da, you have a date that would make most women swoon." "Well, don't discount me just yet. I'm only getting warmed up." Lauren's eyebrow raised in question. "You've got some tricks up your sleeve, don't you?" "Maybe. I'm still trying to figure you out. You're a lot different than I remember, way more outgoing. Old Sawyer would have never been so bold." "Old Sawyer never took you on a date, did he?" "No, but I don't know that would have changed how I thought about you." He pinned her with his eyes, and Lauren couldn't look away. "Funny. I was just thinking exactly the opposite. Now that I'm confident enough to have asked you out on a date, I'm going to show you a new side of me. A change of perspective has the power to change perception. Don't you think?"
Chapter 8. Luke. "Easy, Louie." Luke gently tugged on the horse's lead rope to slow him down. "I know you want to run, but we have to get to the pasture first. There'll be plenty of time to gallop until you wear yourself out." His pep talk did little to calm Louie. The horse held his head high, his one good eye focused on the 5-acre pasture where his group of barnmates were already out, goofing around. As a hot-blooded thoroughbred in every sense of the word, Louie had moderate success in a racing career. But when he came across the finish line in the middle of the pack one too many times, it became clear that though he had the heart for the sport, he didn't have the stride. Louie's owners dumped him, and he was passed around from one trainer to the next, each one worse than the last, until Luke's charity had eventually come across him. Deplorable was a delicate way to describe Louis's condition. For a while it was touch and go, but Louis was a fighter. Nursing him back to health, it was obvious he was a regal horse. The hollow ruts of his ribs had filled and his copper coat shone in the early sunshine. He'd make some lucky person a faithful companion when he was finally adopted. Luke had been at the barn since before the glow of the sunrise had even started lining the black horizon. The truth was, he'd barely slept. His mind had been on Lauren and her date with that snake Sawyer. He might have been a friend from the past, but Luke wasn't duped. Sawyer was positively predatory. Because of Sawyer, Luke hadn't had a chance to warm Lauren up to him before she was snatched away. And though Luke had some time with her, acclimating her to her job at the barn, Lauren hadn't given him a chance to try and open up to her again. Fine. If that's how Sawyer wanted to play, Luke would turn up the charm and make Lauren remember what they'd had together. As Luke tossed and turned in his silk sheets, he decided he might as well get to the barn to try and burn off his restlessness. His phone conversation with Lauren the night before had ended abruptly, and he realized as he stared in the darkness that they'd never agreed on a time to meet. If working beside Lauren was the only way he was going to get alone time with her, he was going to make sure he was there, waiting. By the time the stalls were all clean and the horses had all finished their breakfast, his jittery nerves had calmed. He had started walking the horses out to their pastures as the sun rose, tinting everything in gold. Relatively speaking, the weather was going to be downright tepid for a late spring day in Florida. The horses would be fine outside while he worked with Lauren to unload the truckload of hay that had been delivered to the big metal hay shed right next to the barn. It was going to be sweaty work, but Luke had never minded getting his hands dirty. Neither did Lauren. He was going to make the most of their time together. The closer they got to the gate, the more Louis snorted and fought against his halter. Luke patiently managed him with another calm reassurance and a pat on his neck. Walking the final few steps, Louis demonstrated great restraint as he waited for Luke to let him in, quivering with anticipation. Luke shooed a few of the horses away from the gate and let Louis circle around inside so Luke could slip off his halter. The second Louis was free, he squealed with delight and tore off, bucking and racing around the open field as fast as his legs would carry him. Hanging Louis's halter on the gate and putting a foot up on the bottom rung, he leaned his arms on the top as he watched the horses. He didn't know why he was programmed the way he was, but horses had always been important to him. He'd started riding when he was 6 and went to his first show that same year. His mom had taken him to a lead line class where everyone got a blue ribbon. At 12, he was already proficient in show jumping and was regularly bringing home champion ribbons in classes against amateur adults. The barn was also where he'd met Lauren, and when they broke up, horses were what got him through. "They sure are beautiful to watch, aren't they?" Luke snapped upright. He hadn't realized how lost in thought he'd become until he realized Lauren was strolling toward him, her hands tucked in her back pockets. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have been able to stop his eyes from running up and down, soaking in every bit of her. In ripped jeans and a t-shirt that had seen better days, she was radiant, and judging by her smirk, she'd caught him in the act. Reaching the gate, she leaned against it, right next to him. Her brown eyes almost glowed, and she schooled her smile as she looked at him, making his already beating heart thump with satisfaction. "Am I interrupting some early morning meditation?" she asked. I wasn't exactly quiet when I drove up. Just running some scenarios through my head." Luke wanted to admit he'd been thinking about her, but wasn't confident enough that confession wouldn't scare her off. Winning her over would be infinitely more difficult if she avoided him altogether. Worse if she felt like he was trying to weasel his way between her and Sawyer. He might use those tactics, but Luke wasn't about to stoop to that level. A silence halted their conversation, and Luke felt no rush to end it. There was something rejuvenating about not needing to speak in order to have something to do. Resting her chin on the gate, Lauren turned to look at him. "You still show?" "Not in a couple of years. I've been busy running grandfather's company." "That's too bad," said Lauren. "You were always so good at it." Luke shrugged. Sometimes life disappoints and takes a person in a different direction than they wanted. Lauren regarded him, and he hoped she didn't take his words to be harsh. Once they were out, he realized how easily they could have been misconstrued. Lauren was one of those things that had left him disappointed. If she hadn't yelled at him, swearing she never wanted to see him again when he told her his family was moving, he would have done everything in his power to keep close to her. It was by sad experience he was reminded that relationships were two-sided, and if Lauren didn't want him, it would never work. So, he'd given up. Trotting up to the gate with his tail flagging and nostrils flaring, Louis sniffed at Lauren. Beaming at the horse, she reached and let him bump his nose against her hand before he spun around and was off running again, throwing in a playful buck for good measure. Lauren's laugh was light-hearted, and he knew she wasn't holding back or putting up pretenses. She was enjoying the moment. "That horse is such a character," she said. "He's going to make someone a great horse someday. Just have to find the right people for him." Lauren squinted her eyes and bit her lip. She had a word to say to him and was trying to gauge whether or not she should. It didn't matter what was on her mind. Her expression made her look incredibly tempting. If they were still together, he would have pulled her in close, kissing her passionately right then and there to let her know. The inability to act on impulse made his blood pressure rise. Then again, maybe he should act on impulse and see what happened. "Go ahead." Luke restrained himself by clenching his hands around the tube gate rail instead of reaching for Lauren. "Say what's on your mind." "I was just thinking, it's too bad you can't keep Louis. You two seem like you'd make a good team. I've seen enough one-eyed horses to know that they're still very capable. Some still can be competitive in show jumping." Luke shook his head. "Don't have time for him. Things have been really busy at work and it'd be a shame to waste his potential." "You have time for what and who you make time for." Lauren stared him down, and instead of being companionable, the silence put him on edge. She had to know she was pushing him outside his comfort zone by questioning his life choices. People who didn't have as much responsibility as he did could never understand the immense pressure that he faced every day at work. If he didn't do his job, the entire company would flounder. He didn't need any more reasons for grandfather to cut him out of his will. Lauren unexpectedly yawned, stretching her arms above her head. It was stupid, but knowing she was still sleepy exasperated him. He had no idea how late she'd stayed up with Sawyer the night before or what they'd even done. But it was a reminder she was someone he couldn't have, and it was a challenge. "Late-night date?" He spoke tersely, and his grip tightened on the gate until he was sure the metal was going to crumple between his fingers. She gave him a sideways glance and her lips pinched together. "I don't think I slept particularly well after I did get in." "Thinking about Sawyer?" His jealousy made him sound absolutely childish, and he knew he was being reckless, but he didn't care. If he wasn't going to have a shot with Lauren, he needed to know so he could move on for good. The clock was ticking toward the end of the year, and grandfather's threat loomed over him, heavier as each day passed. Lauren wasn't intimidated by his grumpiness. "I don't see how that's any of your business. If it's going to affect your ability to do your job, then I think it is." I yawned, Luke. "It's not like I'm asleep on the couch in the tack room on your dime." Luke shoved his hand through his hair, feeling more agitated by the second. "What are you doing here?" It came out gruffer than he intended, and though she tried to hide it, the hurt in Lauren's face was immediate. So was Luke's regret. "You called me last night, remember?" The uncertainty in her voice made Luke want to kick himself. Way to charm her. He might as well write himself out of the running right now. "I came to help you unload the hay?" "No." He reined in the surge of agitation that was making him want to do all sorts of brash things and spoke softer. "I mean, why are you here in Florida? Why'd you take the job?" Defiantly, she folded her arms and tilted her chin up a notch. He was on a roll, and not in a good way. "You don't think I'm doing a good job?" "I didn't say that." It certainly felt plenty implied. "Look, I'm not meaning to harrow up the past, but the last time I saw you when we were teenagers, I was fairly certain you hated my guts. I thought when I first saw you at the interview, you were going to slap me and storm out of the place, but instead, you took the job without question, and relocated hundreds of miles away so you could do a dirty, sweaty job that not that many people enjoy. So you think I'm crazy? The humor in Lauren's expression released the constriction in his chest, and he chuckled. Aren't all horse lovers a little crazy? That's what my parents always thought. My dad never understood either. The breath Lauren released was full of past regrets. But my mother did. You were always lucky that way. Yeah, she agreed. I should have appreciated it more when I was younger. Hindsight, I guess. Picking at a sticker peeling on the gate, Lauren's gaze was fixed on it. Something was running through her mind, and he waited patiently for her to speak. It would give him another insight that he desperately wanted and needed. One more piece that would form a more complete picture of the woman she'd become in his absence. Lauren blew out a quick breath, and Luke's patience was rewarded. She was ready. Did you know the first thing to go when my parents decided to get divorced were my horses? They were so honed in on their problems that they didn't even stop to consider what my dreams and ambitions were. I mean, yeah, I get it. I was super fortunate to have them in the first place, but I worked hard for them too. I took every babysitting and dog walking job and saved all the money from my birthdays and Christmases so I could get enough to pay for my own show fees. I even bought my own tack. It was used by the time I could afford it, but it was mine. I remember. Every parent within a 5-mile radius had your phone number on speed dial. I was glad to do the work, but without my parents' help, I couldn't afford to have horses anymore. I didn't give up horses or lose interest. They were taken away from me. I'm sorry, Lauren. That had to be so difficult. I wish I could have been there to help. There were tears sparkling in Lauren's eyes, but she masterfully kept them from falling. Rubbing her nose, she sniffed and stiffened her upper lip. Yeah, well, it wasn't meant to be, I guess. You had your life to live, and I had mine. For a while, I pretended like they didn't mean as much to me as I knew they did. I sold all my stuff, and when I introduced myself to people, I didn't even bring up that I had been obsessed with horses growing up. But I wasn't happy, and I knew that's why. So when I had the chance to be around horses again, I decided to take it even if it would make my ex-boyfriend my boss. A frown weighed on his lips. Ex-boyfriend was bad enough, but boss had the connotation that he was off limits. He needed to get rid of that notion and fast. Don't think of me as your boss. Lauren snorted a laugh. I'm afraid you're the one writing my paycheck every month. It's okay, though. I knew what I was getting into when you offered the job, and I'd do it again. I mean, yeah, the work wears me out, and I'm sure I'll resent the humidity and heat of a Florida summer when it reaches its climax. But believe me when I say, this is 1,000,000 times better than being stuck in a dead-end office job that never left me satisfied. I want you to be happy here. The way Lauren smiled at him made his lips mirror hers. She was so beautiful, and seeing her happy made everything feel so right. He knew he had to pursue her. Even if it ended with her denying him, at least that way he could say he'd tried. If his grandfather was going to try to intimidate him into marrying someone, love was still his #1 priority, while he still had the luxury of time to find it. I am. Pulling a hair tie off her wrist, she flipped her hair into a ponytail. Thanks for putting the horses out for me. I guess I should probably go clean the stalls. It shouldn't take me more than 45 minutes since there's nobody inside. Already got it done. She tilted her head. You did my job? Yeah, I figured I'd give you a bit of a break. Her eyes narrowed. What time did you get here? 5. Scratching at his neck, he decided to be honest. I couldn't sleep either. Lauren's eyebrows crept up her forehead, and it was clear she found his admission highly amusing. I see. Thinking about anyone in particular? She was teasing him, and if it'd been anyone else, he would have probably given them a glare that would have shut them up, but coming from Lauren, he liked it. Still, just because she'd called him out, and may have even suspected that her date with Sawyer was the reason he hadn't slept a wink, he wasn't about to admit it to her. At least not yet. Lots of things. I figured I might as well get out here and start. I'm not one who likes wasting time. Pushing himself off the gate, he started walking to the hay barn. Besides, it's not like you're actually getting a break from sweating today. I bought a lot of hay. I saw. Looks quality, too. You really brought it all the way down here from Kentucky? Yeah. As far as I can tell, Kentucky grows the best grass around. She moved to follow him. Then let's get started. Their footsteps crunched along the path, and as they approached the hay barn, he was reminded of something. Hang on a sec. He jogged over to his car and grabbed a pair of deerskin gloves he'd picked up for Lauren. She'd stopped where he'd left her and was watching him with intense curiosity. These are for you. He handed over the gloves, and their fingers brushed only for a second. The expression on her face was priceless. She'd felt the zip of electricity when their skin touched too. You bought me gloves? You mentioned your hands were sore last night, and these are my favorite brand. They should make it easier. She turned them over, feeling the soft, supple leather between her fingers. I know it's not a big, flashy gift, but reaching out to him, she placed her hand on his forearm, and the jolt he'd felt when their fingers touched made it seem like little more than a spark. With her willingly making contact, every nerve ending was standing at attention, and the scent of her fresh floral perfume totally disarmed him. I don't think you understand. I don't need big and flashy. She gave his arm a squeeze. The gloves are perfect. Thank you, Luke.
Chapter 9. Lauren. How many more bales are down there? Lauren called down from the top of the haystack. 50, maybe 60? Luke answered. Why? I think you may have been a little ambitious when you bought that much hay. It's almost up to the rafters. Lauren crawled cautiously to the edge of the hay and peered over. Luke stood with one hand on his hip, the other one wiping the sweat off his brow. They needed a fan to get the air circulating in the shed, but then again, Lauren wasn't going to complain about how perspiration made his shirt cling tightly to his body. Probably. Call me prepared. Another drip of sweat rolled down his temple, and he used his shirt to sop it up. Why don't you jump down here and take a break? We still have an hour before those people are coming to look at Sage. I could keep going. It's stuffy up here, but you've got the harder job. Luke grinned. All right, let me rephrase that. Would you please come down and take a break with me? Because I'm wiped out and need a minute. When you put it that way, yes, I'll come down. I probably need a drink of water. My shirt has already absorbed my weight in sweat. I've got some water in a cooler. Do you need help climbing down? Thanks, but I see an easy way back to the ground. Be there in a second. Lauren navigated the hay, shimmying from one level down to the next. She was hot and might need to shower with her clothes on to get them unstuck from her skin, but she was enjoying herself. Maybe even more than she did last night with Sawyer. One final hop and she was back on the concrete. Taking off her gloves, she tucked them under her arm and brushed her hands on her jeans. Trying to blow a loose strand of hair off her sweaty forehead, it was useless. It was glued to her like everything else. Swiping her arm across her forehead as she came around the corner of the hay, she froze. Luke was standing by the passenger side of the truck, pulling his t-shirt over his head, giving Lauren a front-row view of his chiseled muscles in all their glory. She should have had the sense to turn around and give him some privacy, but that would make it obvious she'd been peeking. Besides, she liked what she saw. Staring seemed like a perfectly good idea. Catching a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, Luke stopped. A slow smirk curled his lips at finding her gawking. It brought Lauren to her senses, and she looked away, her face burning hotter than the surface of the sun. Still, that didn't quite stop her. While Luke took out a fresh t-shirt and put it on, Lauren stole one more glance for good measure. Lauren hung back, waiting for Luke to say something first. Reaching into the truck, he held up 2 waters. Room temperature or iced? I'd better take an iced one. Here. Luke handed her 2. One to drink, one to rub across your forehead." "Thanks. I'm not as hot as I look, just so you know." Luke's soft chuckle almost went below her radar. "I doubt any guy within a 50-mile radius would agree with you." It took a second for her brain to register that he was flirting, and when it did, it added another layer of heat to her skin. "I meant, I know I turn red when I work, but I promise I'm not about to pass out because of heat exhaustion." "I'm here to catch you if you do." Lauren stuttered a laugh, woefully unprepared for his boldness. She liked it, though. Not only was it flattering, it reminded her of how he used to speak to her, always a tone of teasing and desire. "Come on, let's sit before we finish. I don't know about you, but my feet are killing me." Lauren didn't argue and dropped wearily to her butt on a bale, folding her legs beneath her and leaning back against the sweet hay. Holding the cold bottle of water against her cheek, she let out a long sigh. Luke stretched out next to her. "Funny how hard work makes a person appreciate the simplest things. Sitting down and a cool drink never was so good. Definitely puts things into perspective." Snapping off the lid of the water, she took a sip and let it slide down to her belly. They sat without speaking, listening to the chattering of barn swallows swooping in and out of the hayshed. Lauren drew in a breath and held it in her lungs until it started to burn. There were some things she needed to get off her chest, and this was the first time she had Luke all to herself, without any interruptions. "Go ahead and say what you're thinking." Luke's eyes were closed and his head was leaned back against the hay. Lauren straightened up and looked at him, studying the details of his face. How the slope of his cheekbones blended into his lean, strong jaw, the set of his eyes. He looked so peaceful, almost vulnerable as he rested. "How do you always know when I have something to say?" He cracked one eye open and peered at her through his dark lashes. "You hold your breath. I do not." He laughed every time. Shaking her head more at herself for being so predictable than anything, she grabbed a handful of hay and tossed it at him. It showered down on him as she laughed at his expression. He retaliated with 2 handfuls back at her. She dodged and grabbed another wad, but before she could throw the hay, Luke grabbed her wrists and held them against her sides. "No fair!" she squealed, trying to pull herself free but knowing it was useless. His fingers wrapped all the way around her wrists and overlapped. She wasn't going to get out unless he let her go. "I believe you were the one to make the first move. I was on defense. Only because you accused me of being predictable." Was it Lauren's imagination, or was Luke drawing her closer? His eyes dropped down to her lips, and Lauren was positive he was going to kiss her. She was more than ready for it. Instead, he loosened his grip and reached to pull a piece of hay out of her ponytail. It was still a moment of great tenderness, but it left her wanting. It was probably just as well. She owed him an apology about their past. Perhaps it would heal any remaining rift between them. Maybe enough that Luke would be willing to give it another try. But after one kiss, what then? That didn't constitute the basis for a strong relationship. Luke sat back on his side and draped an arm across the top of his knee. Lauren didn't mind that he was now sitting close enough that their arms were touching. It was a small gesture of trust that Lauren gratefully accepted. "I'm not accusing you of being predictable," Luke said. "I meant that it's something about you that hasn't changed." "Oh, I see. Now I'm stagnant?" Luke closed his eyes and groaned. "You're impossible. I didn't mean that either." Giggling behind her hand, Lauren shoved her shoulder into Luke's. He didn't budge. Not that she expected him to. He was solid, and in the time she'd missed, his frame had grown to fill out his height and broad shoulders. "I'm kidding." Lauren continued to laugh. "It's too easy to tease you. I don't think there's anyone who keeps you in check nowadays. Other than Hugh, I don't have a lot of close friends, and nobody wants to joke around with their boss. Well, I'm not afraid of you." Lauren didn't meet his eyes as she brushed a few errant pieces of hay off his chest. Good. You're probably right. I need someone who will stand up to me once in a while. You might regret giving me that power later. Luke laughed. Maybe. Now, are you going to tell me what you were thinking before you declared war on me for knowing your quirks? Or am I going to have to torture you to get information? Her mouth went dry and a shock of adrenaline made her whole body buzz. She'd played this scenario through her head 100 times since coming to Florida. Now it was time to speak, and Luke was making himself irresistible. Torture? Anything he had in mind would probably be heaven. Lauren licked her lips. You wouldn't dare. I'm willing to do what it takes to get information. Lauren held his gaze, and she was sure it was going to be the death of her. Composing herself, she tamed the smile on her face and swept the hair out of her eyes. As much as she loved joking with Luke, she needed to be serious. She wanted her apology to be sincere. It would be a weight off her chest, and if he accepted it, she'd be able to breathe easier. Lauren folded her hands in her lap. She didn't want Luke to be swayed one way or the other because she could barely resist the urge to touch him. I wanted to apologize to you. For what? She hadn't been looking at him, but the incredulousness in his voice made her gaze shoot over to him. For what? For how we broke up? Or did you forget how awful I was that night? His eyebrows dipped low over his eyes. Breaking up? Lauren, that was over a decade ago. I know, but I still feel guilty about it. His shoulders moved. It's fine. We were both kids. No, listen. Lauren shifted onto her knees so she could look him directly in the eyes. I've been hoping for a long time that I'd be able to apologize for how I treated you. It wasn't right. I was taking out my frustrations and anxieties about life on you. In my mind, everyone I loved was abandoning me. My parents were splitting up, and I was basically an afterthought to them, and then you had to tell me you were moving. Right when I needed a shoulder to cry on, I put way too much of that burden on you. I get it, though, Lauren, really. That's exactly how I felt, like I was abandoning you. I didn't want to go, but to my inexperienced teenage self, you yelling at me and telling me to leave meant just that. That was rotten of me. I shouldn't have projected. Luke shifted and reached for her hand. Holding still, Lauren let him wind his fingers between hers. It was amazing how something so simple could bring such a sense of peace and comfort. Tears stung her eyes at his willingness to forgive. I should have been strong enough to take it without my pride getting in the way. I knew you well enough that I should have been able to read between the lines. I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't blame you. Not anymore. I've wanted to apologize to you for a long time, and I'm grateful I have the chance. Luke gave her hand a squeeze. Don't give it another thought. It's in the past, and I'm glad life threw us back together again. His soft-spoken words of understanding made Lauren's heart bounce happily. Sitting back against the hay, she closed her eyes and smiled. Just like that, it was over with. His understanding was more than she deserved, and she vowed never to be ungrateful for second chances wherever they led. Luke nudged her. You look like you're going to fall asleep. She kept her eyes closed and debated whether or not she should lean her head over onto his shoulder. I might curl up on the hay and take a nap right there. How was your date with Sawyer? Her eyes snapped open and over to Luke. He was staring at one of his empty water bottles, but instead of a stone wall of hidden emotion, there was a dark, haunted look on his face. He couldn't hide it anymore. Luke was definitely jealous. Lauren shrugged. It was all right. I'm sorry. He crumpled his water bottle and threw it toward the truck. I shouldn't be prying. It's okay. Even if you are my boss, I'd like to still think of us as friends. Friends can care about how each other's personal lives are going, right? Luke's gaze moved over to hers, and he nodded. Yeah, friends. Closing her eyes again, Lauren tried to navigate the situation without tripping over any landmines that might set her back at square one with Luke. She had entertained the thought of something more with him, but jealousy over another guy wasn't any sort of guarantee he wanted to risk it again with her. If he was comfortable offering friendship, she'd take that as a start. Our date? It was fun. A little awkward, but that's because I'd always thought of him as my roommate's little brother. I'm not sure where any of this is headed. I know he was trying to show off with a helicopter ride and a... Luke shifted suddenly, and the movement made her heart jump. He took you on a helicopter ride for a date. That wasn't the whole date. It was to get us to the rooftop of his hotel for dinner. Luke covered his hand over his eyes and rubbed his temples. He was obviously trying to show off for you. Obviously. Is that the kind of stuff you enjoy? You said you don't like flashy, but that's getting pretty ostentatious. Lauren picked at a loose thread on the knees of her jeans while she thought. I don't not enjoy it. I mean, it was a lot of firsts for me last night that I never dreamed I'd be able to do. But when it boils down to it, it kind of seemed like he was doing it for his own gratification, rather than for me. That guy does have a big head. Hey now, Sawyer's not a bad guy. He's definitely changed since I saw him last, but he isn't the kind of person to knowingly hurt someone. When you get past the macho persona he puts on, he just wants to make the people he cares about happy. So you did have fun. Yeah, and I'm not going to apologize for that. But the point I'm trying to make is that I don't need big and flashy to be impressed. Then you're unlike a lot of people. I don't think so. Luke huffed. A lot of my exes would disagree with you. His statement was like a kick in the gut. Exes? Plural? Of course Luke would be dating, and why wouldn't he have dozens of women in his repertoire? He was handsome, rich, and when he warmed up to someone, he had a great personality. Lauren wished she could still claim they were each other's first and only, but things had gone so differently than she imagined they would when she was 16. I never took you for a serial dater like Hugh. She'd meant it as a joke, but her words were heavily flavored with envy. I'm not. It's just been hard to find the right woman. I haven't ever had a shortage of women who want to throw themselves at me. Lauren scoffed. Is that supposed to make you sound more desirable? I mean, I could be the ugliest, cruelest lowlife to walk the face of the earth, but because so many people know that I stand to inherit a fortune, they'll put up with just about anything to get at it. That means I've also got a lot of the dregs of character to sift through. It's easy to put on a pretty face and smile, and I'll admit sometimes I've been fooled into thinking a woman is the real deal. He might have had a point. That makes sense, I guess. I don't want you thinking everyone I've dated is horrible either. The last woman who broke up with me was great, but wasn't the right fit. Lauren pressed a hand over her mouth to stifle a laugh. Someone broke up with you? The great Luke Dorrance? He chuckled at her playful jab. Believe it or not, yes, she did. It was probably for the best anyway. I can't afford to waste any time. What's the rush? You have a deadline or something? Luke clenched his teeth and retreated inward. His reaction piqued Lauren's curiosity, but she had enough sense not to pry. Not yet. He wouldn't tell her even if she begged. Not until he was ready. Holding his hand, Lauren tipped her head against his shoulder. She could feel his shoulders drop and his breathing slow as he relaxed. I'm sorry about your last breakup. It's fine. She'll find someone perfect. And you? I'm working on it. Lauren's stomach did funny things inside her. Was he implying anything about her? Or was he already actively pursuing someone else? His answer filled her with both hope and dread. No more talk about girlfriends, past or future. She couldn't face the unknown. Thanks for cleaning the stalls for me and buying me some new gloves. They definitely held up to the work. Removing his hand from hers, Luke uncurled her fingers and studied her hands. I see what you mean about building calluses. Your hands look so sore. The only callus I had while working in Michigan was on my pointer finger from running the copy machine. Luke didn't move, and despite herself, Lauren held her breath. She had no idea what he was thinking, and she was afraid if she asked, it would scare him off. Without a word, he brought her palm to his lips and kissed it delicately. "I hope your hands feel better soon." Her heart furiously beat in her chest. It calmed her worry with one simple, heartfelt gesture. A small smile, full of hope, played on her lips. "They're feeling better already."
Chapter 10. Luke. How can you be so cold-hearted? Luke had to keep the growl out of his question, or he risked angering his grandfather, who was speaking in an even indifferent tone, for now. "That's the furthest thing from what I intend," grandfather said in a gravelly voice. "I'm doing this because I care." "Hang on." Luke cut his hand through the air. He was on the phone, pacing the aisle of the barn. He wouldn't have been so aggressive if he was standing in his grandfather's presence, but since he was alone, there wasn't any pretense to keep up. Maybe he shouldn't have answered when his grandfather called, but he knew better than to ignore him. The man still had an iron grip on Luke's future. "You're telling me that giving away my charity is a sign that you care for me?" "I didn't say that," answered his grandfather. "Then what are you saying?" "I was calling to see how you're doing on my ultimatum. Sometimes people tend to put off things they don't want to do until it's too late. Then it's nothing but stress and panic and lost opportunities." Luke wanted to tear his hair out. He swore to himself he was going to get in touch with his lawyers and ask if he could get power of attorney over grandfather, because he'd clearly lost his mind. "I'm doing my best." Each word Luke spoke was intentional and terse. "The problem with requiring me to be married by the end of the year in order to keep my job and inherit anything from you is that it means I have to find a woman who will say yes." "It's already summer, Luke. That should have given you plenty of time to find, court, propose, and still have time to plan and execute a wedding. It isn't like you were short on resources. Whatever happened to Gemma, anyway? She was lovely and came from a good family." "I did propose to her, but she didn't see a future with me, remember? I told you this already." Grandfather sniffed. "There's no need to bristle, and no, you didn't mention it. I would have remembered if you did. My body may be aging, but my mind is still as sharp as a tack." Luke's shoulders slouched. Grandfather had a better memory than him, and he was more than twice his age. "I thought I had. I know time is getting away from me, but I promise I'm trying. By your age, Luke, I'd been married, had a child, started my own company, and was well on my way to making it a Fortune 500 company. Even your father was married by 21 and had you only a year later." Walking past Louis's stall, Luke gripped one of the bars and squeezed until his knuckles ached. It would have been satisfying to rip the iron right off. Louis came over and sniffed curiously at him with his soft muzzle, playing with Luke's hand with his big rubbery lips. It made Luke smile and relax his hold, if only slightly. The horse was a character. "You all were lucky to find someone who loved you for who you were when you did," Luke said. "But I have the added difficulty of finding a woman who will love me for who I am, and not the money I stand to inherit." "I'm assuming you want me to marry for love, don't you?" "I want you to marry your equal." That's what Lauren was in every way. Probably better than him if he was being honest. She was hardworking and compassionate, had a wicked sense of humor, and took his breath away every time he saw her. Of all the women he'd dated, she was the only one he could imagine as being his bride. Part of his frustration was that it had been almost 3 weeks since he'd last seen her. He had been slow and methodic with her, making sure he did things right, but his responsibilities kept getting in the way. The last thing Luke wanted was for Lauren to feel like he rushed her into anything simply because his grandfather had him on a short leash. Everything Luke felt for Lauren was genuine, and he wasn't going to cheat her out of any of the experience of being properly courted by a man who loved her. The problem was the timing. He had loved stacking hay with her, and when he'd sat next to her and kissed her hand, he could tell it had the effect on her that he was hoping for. Then work had taken him away. He had a series of 3 conferences back-to-back and several late nights at the office that kept him there until he could hardly keep his eyes open. It wasn't always so stressful, but knowing he wasn't making as much progress with Lauren as he'd hoped only added to his agitation. That's what I want too. I just don't understand why you want me to give up everything else to find my equal and soulmate. Luke could visualize his grandfather wrinkling his nose. You know, I don't put stock in anything as preposterous as a soulmate. You don't think grandmother was yours? Grandfather took his time answering, and Luke could hear his throat thicken with emotion. She was certainly my best friend, and I miss her every day, but I couldn't say if she was the only one for me. There are so many people in this world. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time to be fortunate enough to meet her. That's how most people would describe their soulmate. Luke was pushing his luck being a smart aleck, but he didn't care. He wasn't going to let his grandfather intimidate him into doing something rash and might make him more miserable in the future than he was right then. When he made his move with Lauren and told her he wanted more, it was going to be perfect. No hasty dates or desperate proposals over the phone as a means to an end. I see. Grandfather cleared his throat. I know you inherited my stubbornness, but I wanted to call and remind you of what you stand to lose if you continue to put off my request. It won't only be you who's affected. That ragtag collection of horses at that barn of yours will also pay the price. Grandfather hung up without any pleasantries, not that Luke would have returned them. He wanted to chuck his phone down the concrete aisle as a sign that he wasn't going to be controlled by his grandfather. It would be enjoyable to see it smashed into smithereens. Instead, he dropped down onto a step stool that had been left by Louis's stall and propped up his head with his hands. What a miserable, mean old man. You better not be talking to Louis. He can hear you, you know. Luke shot to his feet to find Lauren strolling toward him. He hadn't expected to see her there on a Saturday afternoon since Luke had managed to hire weekend help, but as far as Luke was concerned, she might as well have been an angel from heaven. She was in a flowy blouse, and her cut-off jean shorts highlighted her fantastic legs. It was her smile, however, that nearly knocked him on his backside. Lauren, what are you doing here? I work here, remember? Not today. I figured you'd be sleeping in or something. Laughter bubbled out of her. It's 2 p.m. I said, or something. He liked the way her happiness sounded. It took the edge off his mood. It's important you take time off, you know. As much as anyone loves their job, you should take breaks when they come. Ha! Coming from a workaholic like you, that's rich. Especially someone like me would know. Lauren folded her arms. Speaking of breaks, you look, I don't know, not tired, stressed? Are you stressed? I'm fine. No, you're definitely stressed. You have that half-crazed, animalistic look in your eyes, and your shoulders are so tight you look like you're about to snap. You're not going to be able to relax without someone massaging the knots out. Luke wouldn't mind Lauren sitting behind him, her hands kneading out the stiffness in his shoulders. He'd gladly do the same for her. Luke scrubbed his hand across his unshaven face and rolled his shoulders with minimal relief. I'm fine. Stop lying and tell me what's on your mind. He wanted to. Confessing everything so he could talk it through with Lauren was tempting, but he couldn't. It was his burden alone to bear, though he feared he might buckle under the weight. Sitting back down, he hung his head again. He had another vicious headache coming on, the kind that pounded behind his eyelids and put his head in a vice. It wouldn't go away without a full dose of aspirin and a serious nap. Hey. Lauren squatted down next to him and squeezed his hand. I might not be able to solve your problems, but I can be a listening ear. She adjusted her hand with his and with her other, ran the tips of her fingers up and down his arm. Goosebumps rose over his skin despite the sticky afternoon heat, and he placed his hand over hers. The temptation to pull her onto his lap and kiss her vigorously was almost too much. I was speaking with my grandfather when you came in, Luke said. Still don't get along with him? The problem is we're entirely too similar. The stagnant, humid air was pressing in on him, irritating him that he couldn't get relief from anything. He's been a little more demanding than usual. Do you want to elaborate? Luke grumbled. I wish I could. Okay. Lauren pressed her lips together, smoothing out her lip gloss. Why don't you tell me what you can and leave out the details? Luke nodded. Lauren was a good friend, and he was grateful for that. He decided to tell her what he could. Sighing, Luke sat up straight and peered into her rich brown eyes. Big Palm Horse Rescue is in trouble. Beneath Lauren's golden tan, her skin went a shade paler. The news was a kick in the gut to her, too, and immediately he wanted to take it back. The thought that he'd caused her pain was worse than carrying his worries on his own. I'm sorry, Luke said hastily. I shouldn't have said anything. No, you should. This definitely concerns me, too. She stood up, letting go of his hand, and started pacing in front of him. Can you elaborate why it's in trouble? My grandfather, he isn't supportive of me keeping it. What does he have to do with it? It's your charity, right? Yeah, but he has a lot to do with my financial situation. He's put some, stipulations on me inheriting anything from him. And basically, our phone call was a thinly veiled threat. If I don't meet his demands, he's going to fire me and cut me off. I can't afford to run Big Palm without my income as a CEO. It's not like rescuing horses, pouring a bunch of money into their rehabilitation, then adopting them out for a minimal fee is exactly lucrative. It's costing you to run it, isn't it? Luke reached out and grabbed her wrist so she'd stand still. I didn't start the charity as a way to make more money. This is something I truly care about. I don't only want to make a difference in the world because it earns me a paycheck. But my paycheck is also coming out of your pocket. Her face was void of expression, but Luke knew she wasn't unfeeling. She was processing, and if she didn't get relief, she'd break down into tears later. He wasn't about to let her leave without her knowing it would be all right. You don't have to worry about that. Why wouldn't I? Her lower lip caught between her teeth briefly. As well-meaning as you are, if you can't pay me, then I'm not going to be able to stay. I guess I'd have to go live with my mother until I found a new job. The thought of losing Lauren made Luke's stomach churn uncomfortably. He'd sell everything he owned and live in a one-bedroom apartment if that meant he could keep her near him. He stood up and gently pulled her into a hug. She didn't resist and wrapped her arms around him, leaning her head onto his chest. It'll be okay. I hope so. I've been enjoying working here so much, and I don't want to give it up. Not so soon. Stroking his fingers over her silky, strawberry-scented hair, she shivered and hugged herself closer to him. Lauren could probably hear his heart hammering in his chest. He didn't care. He wanted her to know what she did to him. We'll figure something out. I'm not going to give up just because my grouchy grandfather is trying to force my hand. Lauren nodded, letting out a shuddering sigh. Great. He'd made her cry. Moving his hand from her hair down to her back, he was reminded how therapeutic it was to be in Lauren's arms. They fit together perfectly. It wasn't any wonder why they'd had such a bond together. It had almost killed him when she'd broken up with him. Trying to discreetly dry her face, she drew back so she could look up at him. I think it's important to honor parents and grandparents, but I also don't think you have to subject yourself to manipulative behavior. We'll keep this rescue up and running somehow. Luke grinned. That's what I was hoping you'd say. Your fighting spirit could have kept the Titanic from sinking. Lauren giggled. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. Definitely meant it as a good thing. The unsinkable Lauren Mitchell. She had given him a renewed sense of hope. So, if it's funding we have to come up with, we'll have to figure out how to make it happen. A raffle or requesting donations. Maybe getting some media exposure. We have to draw attention to this place. And I know people will fall in love with it like I have. We'll have to sit down and make a plan of attack. If we get started now, I bet we'll be able to get it done before the end of the year." For the first time in far too long, Luke let a ray of excitement brighten him from within. She was onto something. "How about now? I'm done here. We could go back to my place, order some takeout, and do some research on how we could make this work." Lauren's smile vanished like smoke in a windstorm, and she stepped back out of the reach of his arms. "I can't. Can't. Why? Is it because of our past? I thought we were over that. We're friends now." The word was bitter on his tongue. Friends. He wanted to be so much more than that. "It's not that. I already have plans." The tension in his shoulders eased. "That's fine. How about tomorrow?" Lauren stared at her fingers as she twisted them together. "I'm going out of town. Right now, actually. I came back to the barn because I forgot my purse in the tack room." "Are you going to see your mom? She's still up in Kentucky, isn't she?" "Yeah, but it's not her I'm visiting." Lauren pushed her hair behind her ear. "I'm going to see my old roommate, Emma. Remember me telling you about her?" Luke did not like where the turn in conversation was taking them. "Sawyer's sister?" "Yeah, that's the one. It's her birthday tomorrow and—" "Lauren, are you in here?" The mere sound of Sawyer's voice made Luke's hands curl into fists. She was going out of town. With Sawyer. "I'm down here," Lauren answered. "Coming." Luke didn't have any words. It was so unfair. Every inch he made with Lauren was swallowed up with Sawyer and his larger-than-life efforts to win her over. Sawyer came around the corner and strolled toward them. A proud smirk crossed his face, and Luke knew Sawyer was counting the situation as a win. Why wouldn't he? "Ah, Luke. I wondered whose car was parked outside." Luke didn't bother shaking his hand and stared at him coldly. "I do own this facility." "It's nice. You're pretty close to the beach." Luke nodded and looked away, avoiding Lauren's eyes. "I shouldn't keep you two." Sawyer stepped close to Lauren and draped his arm across her shoulders. It took all of Luke's willpower not to punch him right in the nose. He didn't care that Sawyer had worked in security. Luke would gladly accept the cost of pain if it meant he'd be able to let Sawyer know exactly what Luke thought about him. "Lauren and I are flying down to Cancun for a birthday party I'm throwing for my sister," Sawyer said. He was casually bragging, and they both knew it. Lauren mentioned it. Against his better judgment, he looked at her. She was biting her lip, waiting for his reaction. As much as he wanted to hurt Sawyer, he couldn't do it without hurting Lauren, too. "I'd better not keep you, then." "Right. Ready, Lauren?" Sawyer walked backward and hitched his thumb over his shoulder to where he'd parked. "Be right there." Sawyer nodded and had the good sense to leave. When the door shut behind him, Lauren looked back at Luke, her expression cautiously hopeful. "I'll be back late Sunday. Maybe sometime next week we can talk." Luke was only able to grunt in response. Waiting a few seconds, he knew Lauren was wanting something more. It was in vain. It wasn't like he could bring himself to wish her an enjoyable trip. "All right, then." Lauren jutted out her chin. She'd understood his indifference perfectly. "We'll talk another time." Spinning on her strappy sandals, she marched down the barn aisle without so much as looking back at him. Luke's brain was screaming at him to go after her, but his feet were stubbornly rooted in place. He watched her disappear, taking his fractured heart with her.
Chapter 11. Lauren. It was Friday night, and Lauren could have been doing anything else, but she'd returned to the barn. She'd already done her chores, fed the horses, and had gone home to shower. There was no reason she should be back, standing at the front door. Except for one. Luke. It had been a week since they'd last spoken, and she knew exactly why. They were practically having a moment together when she ruined it by leaving to fly hundreds of miles away. With Sawyer. Yeah. Lauren had established she was friends again with Luke, but it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what he thought of her hanging out with Sawyer. It didn't help that the more she thought about it, the more she realized she didn't want a simple friendship with Luke. It couldn't stagnate in that sphere while their attraction was smoldering beneath the surface, threatening to catch fire at any moment. If Luke cared as much about her as she hoped he did, it must have been agonizing watching her go. She knew it would have killed her if their places had been reversed. It was a gamble, driving back out, not knowing if Luke would be there, but she was sure it was the only way she was going to find him and make him listen if he was. Her attempts to call had been met with voicemail, and any texts she sent were answered with one-worded responses. If she had to camp outside the barn until Luke showed up, which eventually she knew he would, then she would have committed. Luckily, as she drove up, the tightness in her throat eased. Luke's car was parked outside. He was there. The biggest hurdle had been cleared. Parking and stepping out of her car, Lauren ran her sweaty palms down the front of her shorts. She made it to the entrance, then stalled, trying to find the courage to walk the rest of the way in so she could speak to him. The sound of hooves scraping against the concrete floor echoed through the barn, and as she silently closed the door behind her, hoping to catch a glimpse of Luke before he saw her, several of the horses saw her and nickered softly. They were probably hoping for another scoop of grain since everyone had already licked their feed trays clean. "Hello?" Hearing Luke's voice made her heart take off, and she seriously considered turning around and sprinting to her car. Maybe she wasn't ready to talk to him yet. She didn't want to hurt him anymore. She didn't want to hurt anymore. The smart click of boots on clean concrete approached, and as she wafted between staying and going, her window of opportunity diminished. Luke peered around the corner, his eyes widening slightly, betraying his surprise. He quickly got himself under control and threw up his walls. Lauren hated that he was so good at that. Dusting off a pair of grooming brushes, Luke focused on them, probably so he didn't have to look at her. "Oh, Lauren, I wasn't expecting you." "I wasn't planning to come out here again either, but I was hoping to catch you." "What for?" It would have been so much easier if she'd be able to melt into his arms and apologize while he held her. That was how they used to say they were sorry when they messed up. It was infinitely more difficult to convey her remorse without being able to communicate how much she cared for him through touch. It wasn't that she was sad she'd gone. It had been so good to see Emma again, and Sawyer was a perfect gentleman the entire time. But Luke didn't know that. Maybe that's all she wanted him to know. As much fun as she'd had with Sawyer, when she'd sorted through her feelings, sure, there was some excitement, but there was no real spark on her end, especially when compared to how she felt with Luke. Being around him, it was like being struck straight through the heart with a lightning bolt. "I wanted to talk to you." Lauren shifted on her feet as Luke looked back down the aisle. "Is now a good time?" Her eyes flicked down to his outfit, and it registered that he was getting ready to ride. "I can wait until you're done, or come back another time. I'm free all weekend." It felt like an eternity before Luke shook his head. "Nah, you're already here." He motioned with his head for her to follow, and she did. Down the aisle in the crossties, Louis was watching them, looking rather excited about the prospect of being saddled up and going out as he stomped his hooves and waggled his head. Luke ducked under the crossties and went back to brushing Louis. "What's on your mind?" "I wanted to apologize." Lauren chewed the inside of her cheeks while trying her best to appear confident, and maybe a touch indifferent to his reactions. If he knew how much power he had over her, it could be her ruin. Luke tossed the brushes in the tack box and reached for a hoof pick. What for? He was going to be difficult, and it made her blood simmer. Crossing her arms, she turned up the sass. "For last Saturday, how I left to go with Sawyer to visit his sister. I should have mentioned something to you sooner. Or maybe I misread the situation and you didn't care." "I'm not in charge of your life, Lauren. You're free to do what you want." He was trying to maintain his typical cool demeanor, but a touch of despondency tainted his answer. Why couldn't he be honest with her? "I know you're not, But I'm talking as a friend, not your employee. I would think you'd care what I'm up to. Or rather, I hope you would. Luke didn't answer right away. Whatever he was thinking, he kept himself busy by cleaning Louis's hooves. When he finished, he turned around to face Lauren. His expression was tormented, and Lauren braced herself for his answer. As horrible as she felt when she'd broken up with Luke the first time, it was terrifying being on the other end of Luke's disapproval, and they weren't even dating. What do you want me to say? That I wish you hadn't gone with Sawyer? If you want me to be brutally honest, yeah, I'd rather you would have stayed. I hate the guy and don't trust him with you for a second. Sawyer's a friend, that's all. Isn't that all we are? Luke's question hit her square in the chest and hurt worse than if a horse had kicked her. Technically, yes, we're friends, but I don't think you should be so harsh in your judgment of him. He's been very welcoming of me since I moved. Lauren. Luke rested his hand on Louis's neck. He's been so thoughtful and indulgent because he's interested in you, not because he's on Florida's welcoming committee. You honestly can't see it? I think you're overestimating my ability to charm. Luke's eyes studied her face. You're not seriously that naive, are you? Lauren laughed. Maybe it's you who's jaded. There's nothing going on between us. I mean, it's been fun catching up with him and rekindling that friendship, but I'm not looking for anything more with him. Does he know that? She stuttered. We're just friends. You don't know what kind of effect you have on men, do you? Lauren touched her cheeks as they warmed. I don't know what you're talking about. Never mind. Luke muttered, pulling out a brush to work a snarl out of Louis's tail. Maybe you're right. Now isn't a good time to talk. I'm taking Louis out for a gallop on the beach, and I want to get out there before the sun goes down. Yeah, of course. I'm sorry I took up your time. Lauren's eyes stung. Whenever she was around Luke, her emotions were always floating at the surface, ready to pour out of her. Call me when you get a free minute, would you? Without waiting for his response, Lauren spun on her heels and marched back to the parking lot, her steps occasionally breaking into a jog. Lauren, wait. Luke's longer legs ate up her stride and he grabbed her arm. I'm sorry. You don't need to go. It's fine. I have some errands I need to run anyway. Luke glanced over his shoulder where Louis was pawing the ground. He wanted to get outside and stretch his legs. Tipping his head toward him, Luke said, Why don't you go on a ride with me? If there was ever a perfect date in Lauren's mind, a gallop on the beach had to be it. She wanted to jump at the opportunity, but being pitied was a turnoff. I don't want to intrude. You're not intruding. I invited you. Fine. Theoretically speaking, if I went, who would I ride? Luke looked down the line of horses. Northrop. The trainer said he's ready to be adopted out, so getting him a few extra miles under saddle will only help. I don't have boots or riding breeches. Luke snapped his fingers. Hang on a second. Jogging to the tack room, Lauren could hear him rummaging around a tack box. With Louis growing more impatient by the moment, Lauren went back to him to keep him quiet by stroking her hand down his nose. When Luke came back, he had a pair of houndstooth breeches draped over his arm and shiny black field boots that looked like they'd never been worn. He handed them to Lauren. Here. I think these should fit. Lauren furrowed her brow. You have a riding apparel store in there? They're my ex's. I tried to get her interested in riding, but turns out she's terrified of horses. That probably should have been a warning that we weren't destined to be together. You sure? Accepting his offering with a delighted laugh, she checked the sizes. You don't mind me going? Lauren. Luke picked up Louis's saddle and pad, nestling it on his back. Go change. The sun's already starting to go down. Right. Excitement pumped through her, and she went to change in the tack room. Everything fit like a glove, and if he hadn't mentioned they were originally for his ex, she might have thought he'd bought them for her. When Lauren came out, Northrop was in the second set of cross ties, and Luke was already brushing him until his palomino coat was glossy, with his back to the tack room. Lauren didn't say anything, and instead enjoyed watching Luke work. Under his white polo, his muscles moved in a way that was hard not to appreciate. He stopped suddenly and looked behind him. When he caught sight of Lauren, he did a double take. Luke's throat bobbed up and down, and he looked away. Their mutual attraction, though unspoken at the moment, seemed to be alive and well. "They fit?" he asked as he dropped the brushes into the tack box and picked up a bottle of fly spray. "I think you already answered that." Luke didn't respond to her playful tease, but he couldn't stop the rims of his ears from burning red. They finished getting ready without speaking, and Lauren was relieved for the most part that she remembered how to tack up a horse. She didn't mind at all when she was struggling to get Northrop's bridle on that Luke came over to help. Standing behind her, he guided the bridle into the horse's mouth, coaxing him to open up with the promise of a sugar cube. As Luke pulled it over Northrop's ears, there was no avoiding touching Lauren's hands. Being close to him, inhaling his intoxicating cologne, Lauren could have sunk back into his arms and let him hold her. But first, she wanted to ride. In less than half an hour, they'd finished getting ready, mounted out in the yard, and were on the way to the beach. "How did I not know your property had beach access?" Lauren asked as the trail through a tunnel of trees widened enough for her to ride Northrop up next to Louis on his good side. "I already owned the stretch of beach, and when the horse property where the barn is came up for sale, I knew it'd be perfect to run the rescue out of it. Then, it was just a matter of convincing a couple of landowners between the barn and the beach to sell me a slice so I could get there on horseback." Lauren smirked at him. "Are you trying to show off, bragging about your property?" His lips twitched, maybe a little. "That's sort of ironic, you know? Harping on Sawyer for trying to show off because you think that's what impresses me. I figured if it works for him, maybe I'd give it a try." Luke shot her a crooked, boyish smile. Lauren's insides did a little happy dance. Luke's smile wasn't a mere stretching his lips to be polite. It was genuine and made her so glad he'd invited her to come. The day might end up much differently than she imagined, and was quickly starting to feel like she was living in a dream. "Come on. The clearing is only about 2 minutes off if we trot the horses. I can hear the waves." Lauren inhaled a breath. "I love the smell of the ocean." "Me too." Luke asked Louis to pick up a brisk trot, and Northrop needed a little prodding to follow. He was the kind of steady and sure-footed horse who was permanently in low gear. "I've missed riding. I can't believe I let myself go so long without getting back into horses." "It's not your fault that you couldn't stick with it. I know, but I could have paid for riding lessons or volunteered somewhere. I wasted so much time." "I don't know why I didn't invite you to earlier, but feel free to ride whenever you want. I figured you were probably sick of being at the barn after working there all day." "You do remember what I was like as a teenager, right? I might have grown up, but I'm still as horse crazy as I've always been." "I figured." Another smile from Luke, and Lauren was sure her heart was going to need a jump start from all the palpitations he was giving her. The horses navigated a sandy hill, and at the crest, the trail broke into a wide swath of beach. Lauren's chest squeezed, making it difficult to breathe. She would trade in 1,000 helicopter rides for 15 minutes at the beach on horseback. It was the first time she'd been lucky enough to experience it, but something about it was familiar, sort of like Luke. How being with him was exciting and breathtaking and felt like home, all in one. Lauren downgraded Northrop to a walk, and she pointed him straight for the ocean waves lapping the beach. "Beautiful." I was thinking the exact same thing. The way his gaze locked on hers, the color of his eyes matching the soaked sand after the waves retreated, gave her goosebumps. He was definitely trying to woo her. It was working. Louis was growing impatient with the slower pace and arched his neck as he pranced. Turning him in a circle, Luke got a devilish grin on his face. "What?" Lauren asked, unsure if she actually wanted to know the answer to her own question. "I had an idea, but wasn't sure you'd be up for it." With that smile on your face, "I'm not sure I should agree. You appear to be scheming." "Not scheming. wondering if you'd be up for a little friendly competition." A wave spit out a small crab on the beach, and Louis snorted at it until it scuttled away, back to the safety of the ocean. Lauren giggled at his skittishness. "I'm listening." "See that wooden fence over there?" Squinting and shielding her eyes from the setting sun, Lauren could barely see the fence in the distance, concealed in a tall mound of sand covered with dune grass. "I see it." "Want a race?" "On the horses?" Luke turned Louis in another circle. "If you want to run on foot, that's fine. I'm staying on Louis, and I guarantee I'm going to win." "I don't doubt it." "What do you say?" Lauren considered her chances. Louis was a retired racehorse, and though he wasn't actively training, he did live for a gallop. Northrop, on the other hand, was a mutt of a horse, and there was no telling how fast he could go, especially since he seemed perfectly content to plod along at a walk. Lauren urged Northrop to walk with more purpose by squeezing her calves around him. He sluggishly responded, "How about we make it more interesting?" "I'm listening." "Winner gets to choose their prize." Louis lunged forward at the mention of a winner, but Luke masterfully kept him under control. "You're serious?" "Yep." "Even if I asked you to do something crazy?" "Like what?" He shrugged. "I don't know, like go bungee jumping or something." "Don't push your luck. What is it with people trying to get me to confront my fear of heights lately?" Luke laughed. "Okay, I promise not bungee jumping, but I do have to have your word before we start that you'll agree to the conditions, whatever they are." "You sound awfully cocky. You're sure you're going to win? Northrop has the kind of rump that promises a burst of speed." "I don't like losing, so yeah. I'm sure." "All right, but if Northrop and I win, I don't want you licking your wounds because your track record was ruined." Raising his hand, Luke feigned he was solemn in his promise. "I won't even pout about it." "Okay." Lauren shortened her grip on the reins and got ready to gallop Northrop. "On my mark."
Chapter 12. Luke. "That wasn't even close," Lauren said, still slightly breathless from racing the horses. "Not even when Louis almost threw you off because that big wave caught him off guard." Luke laughed, and happiness he hadn't felt in a long time grew from within. He loved being around Lauren. His ride on the beach would have been fun by himself, but with Lauren, it was infinitely more enjoyable. He loved watching the way her face lit up as she spoke, and her squeal of delight as Northrop had taken off at a gallop. The evening had gone so well, and there was no reluctance between them. It was like they hadn't missed any time together at all. Luke brushed sweat off his face. "I haven't fallen off a horse in I don't know how long now, but the way he balked while leaping, I was sure I was going to end up face first in the sand." "Lucky you didn't. I would have totally whooped you if you had." "You wouldn't have stopped to help me up?" Lauren grinned impishly. "Maybe after I crossed the finish line, I might have come back for you." Luke smiled so wide his cheeks hurt, and he patted Louis's arching neck. The horse had finally gotten all of his desire to run out of his system and was steadily plodding along next to Northrop at a snail's pace. "Do you know what happened to your horses after your parents sold them?" Luke had meant the question to be purely conversational, a way to discuss their mutual love of horses and the sport. But when Lauren didn't answer right away, he glanced over at her. Her chin wobbled, and with that small twitch, a pit formed in his stomach and threatened to collapse in on itself. "Lauren, shoot, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by asking. That was insensitive of me." She waved her hand at his apology, but still couldn't answer. She wiped at a tear that slipped down her cheek and stared out at the ocean. Blowing out a quick breath, she put herself back together, like his question hadn't completely caught her unaware. "Sorry," she cleared her throat. "I don't know why I'm so emotional about it. I mean, it's not like I'm the only girl who's ever had to sell her horse. Maybe, but it obviously still hurts. I shouldn't have brought it up. I don't want you not to ask me questions because I might get emotional. Sometimes I think I've been stuffing too many things inside and without a place to go, They're just rotting there. I'm not learning from the experience when I do that. Tightening his jaw, Luke's teeth ground together. Making her cry when they were having such a good time together? What an idiot. He doubted Sawyer ever made her cry on any of their dates, unless it was with laughter. That's true. Luke tried to keep the conversation going on a more positive note. My mom always said, if you don't confront what's bothering you, you'll never be totally healed. Lauren smiled at him, even though there were tears still pooling in her eyes. Your mom was a smart lady. Yeah, she was. Lauren went quiet again, playing with Northrup's cream-colored mane, and Luke scrambled to think of what else to say. He needed to change the subject to something that would bring her out of the shell she was retreating into. Something to make her laugh, maybe. She spoke first, and Luke almost couldn't hear her over the sound of the waves. To answer your question, I tried to keep track of where my horses ended up, but neither people who bought them from my parents kept them more than a couple of years. Last I heard, Willow was somewhere in New Mexico, I think, working as a lesson horse. I don't know where President landed. He was only 4 when they sold him, so he might still be actively showing. At least I hope he's being put to good use. I hope so, too. Luke watched Lauren from the corner of his eye, and it was hard to look away from the perfect trifecta. Lauren, horses, and the ocean. I bet Willow gave plenty of kids a run for their money. Lauren's chuckle eased Luke's worry. No doubt, she was always feisty. She often wasn't my favorite horse to ride because I always had to be vigilant, but I learned so much on her. Funny how the hardest things can teach us the most. Yeah. Lauren managed to produce a smile that lit up her countenance while she shook her head. All right, enough solving my problems with cliches. You have a real problem on your hands that we need to tackle. We, huh? I thought we already went over this. You're paying my salary, so problems with your charity become my problems. Besides, friends, remember? We can bounce ideas off each other to figure out how to keep you afloat. He could jump off Louie, get down on one knee and ask her to marry him. Her acceptance would solve his problem easily. More than that, it would allow him to totally open his heart to her. As much as he hated what his grandfather had threatened, if he was honest with himself, Luke knew he was lonely. He wanted the stability of a relationship that would allow him to know he had someone to go home to. The fact that he wanted what grandfather was trying to force was so ironic. All right, I'm open to ideas because every time I think about the possibility of having to sell this place, my guts twist up, and I think I'm going to be sick. I bet. Lauren rested her hands on Northrup's neck and gave him a long, loose rein. Not that it made any difference. The horse would have walked in a steady, straight line until he ran into a brick wall. Well, I guess the most logical option would be to sell this stretch of beach. I bet developers would be licking their chops to get a slice of this. Luke's heart seized in his chest. She wasn't wrong, but saying it out loud made it a viable possibility. It was something he'd considered, but never really entertained. Looking over his shoulder at the beach that they'd wandered and watching the sun slowly setting, making the sky ablaze with fiery hues, he prayed it wouldn't come to that. Turning around in his saddle, he faced Lauren. I know I'm going to sound like an uber-spoiled rich kid, but I really don't want it to come to that. If anything, I'd rather move out of my penthouse and live on the beach. Lauren's lips lifted. I figured as much. You turned green when I mentioned it. For what it's worth, this might as well be paradise. I don't think I could give it up either. It was uncanny how many ways Lauren enjoyed the same things as Luke. He loved that she was her own person, headstrong and independent, but that there was more than enough room for them to share common interests. He'd never met anyone quite like her, no matter how hard he'd tried to replace her. Any other ideas? Luke slowed Louie, who was starting to walk faster the closer they got to the trail back to the barn. Because otherwise, I'm still stuck at square one. A raffle? Maybe you could get people or businesses in the community to donate, or maybe a massive game of bingo. Luke tried to keep a straight face, but it was so difficult that he couldn't keep from grinning. I bet we get every grandma in the state of Florida to show up. Oh, quiet, you. We're bouncing ideas off each other, and so far I'm the only one who's had any. I'm teasing. Luke held his hands up in mock surrender. They're not bad ideas. I'm trying to think on a bigger scale, though. It costs a lot to keep this facility afloat, especially at the high standard I like to keep things. Lauren stared at her hands and the level of her voice dropped. If I need to take a pay cut, I can. You're already paying me too much. Reaching over to Northrup's reins, Luke gently tugged each horse into a halt. Don't for a second feel bad about how much I'm paying you. You're more than worth your weight in gold for the peace of mind you give me. I know the horses are being watched over with the greatest care, and that you're more than capable of doing your job. Your pay isn't going to suffer, period. She eyed him, dismembering every piece of him with her intense gaze. Fine, I won't bring it up again. Good, we're on the same page. Right. Sliding off of Louis, Luke clapped his hand on his neck. Lauren's eyes narrowed at him. What are you doing? He was in zero hurry to get Lauren back to the barn where her car was parked. It would be too easy for her to leave. I don't know about you, but it's scorching out here. I'm going to cool off in the ocean. I've always thought it's a crime to be so close to the water and not dip your toes in, don't you think? Judging by her face, she knew exactly what he was trying to pull, and she was going to play hard to get. You want me to hold the horses for you? Nope, I'm prepared. He walked Louis to a makeshift hitching post he'd put in once he'd bought the barn. Looping Louis's reins securely around it, he loosened his girth and took off his saddle. Luke was kicking off his boots and pulling off his socks when he asked, Coming? With a playful laugh and shake of her head, Lauren slipped off Northrop and followed Luke's lead. Both horses looked like they were already snoozing on their feet, and Luke waited for Lauren. When she was ready, wriggling her toes in the hot sand, he held out his hand. She took it and laced her fingers through his. Luke never felt so complete as when he had her hand in his. She looked at him warily. Promise no splashing. The thought never entered my mind. He loved the way she sassed him. I know what kind of teenage boy you were. You lived for practical jokes. No man ever truly outgrows those tendencies. I promised to restrain myself then. They walked to the ocean and let the waves roll over their exposed feet. The water was a sharp contrast to the heat of the sand, and he smiled as she shrieked again. For a while they walked hand in hand, each step out into the waves, soaking them up to the knees. Letting go of Luke's hand, Lauren bent over to tug her breeches a little higher, though it was useless. They were already form-fitting and had little wiggle room, especially when wet. She gave up, and looking up at Luke, he wondered what she was up to. He figured it out when she timed a wave just right and splashed him in the face. Hey, he wiped his hand down his face. You said no splashing. Lauren took off running as fast as she could through the undulating water. I made you promise you wouldn't splash me. I never said anything about me splashing you. The chase was on. Lauren kicked the salty seawater at him to slow him down, but her petite legs were no match for his. She giggled uncontrollably as he grabbed her by the waist and threatened to dunk her in the water until she cried mercy. She wrapped her arms and legs around him, laughing so hard she was gasping for air as she tried to keep dry. Rearranging her in his arms, Luke carried her toward the shore. At the edge of the water, where the sand drank up the waves, Luke stopped. Her lips were so close to his that it would have taken little more than to bend down his head to press his mouth over hers. It was so tempting. The way her lips parted and she stared at his was more than enough invitation that he needed. Oh, Lauren exclaimed, jumping out of his arms like she'd been pricked by a pin. I have an idea. Holding on to her with one arm, he ran his free hand through his hair. He wasn't sure how much longer he was going to be able to keep himself from kissing her. He'd missed too many opportunities, and it was making him insane, and as far as he was concerned, the issues with the charity could wait. An idea, Luke said, brushing her hair back behind her shoulder. letting his fingers touch the soft skin of her neck. She shivered. It was exactly the kind of response he was hoping he'd coax out of her. For a fundraiser, I think you need to throw a party. A party? Luke wrinkled his nose. I'm not sure what kind of party you're thinking about, but the parties I throw cost me a lot of money. I'm pretty certain Hugh is the only one who'd be able to make money off of other people having fun. No, that's not what I mean. She pushed away from him and started striding along the beach. Moving her legs seemed to loosen up her mind. Unsure of what to do with his arms without them being occupied holding Lauren, he put them on his waist, then crossed them, then tucked his thumbs in the belt loops of his pants. You're going to have to do a better job explaining yourself because you're not making any sense. I'm not talking about a regular party just for fun. I'm talking about a huge charitable bash that everyone who's anyone in the Orlando area would die to be seen at. We could find a venue for a couple hundred people, sell tickets, provide a fancy meal and dancing, and get donations to include in a silent auction. So like a gala? Yes. Lauren clapped her hands. Her eyes danced with enthusiasm, and it was so contagious that Luke's heart pounded harder in his chest. I went to one right when I moved to Michigan for a children's hospital, and it was so much fun. People are happy to help raise money for a good cause when they're enjoying themselves. How would we plan it? I know Hugh is the party king of the eastern United States, but not sure I'd trust him to put together such an extravagant event that wouldn't end up draining my savings. Lauren tapped her fingers on her chin. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if we picked his brain, but no. I don't suppose he'd want to be strapped with planning anything. I mean, my friend Kelsey is a party planner, and a darn good one at that. I bet she'd volunteer some of her time if she got a free trip down to Florida. Done. She's hired. Lauren stopped in her tracks. You're serious? You haven't even met her. I trust you. If you say she's good, that's all the reference I need. Lauren's smile was reward enough. All right, I'll call her and see what she says. And I'll talk to Hugh. He might not be reliable, but he is the kind of guy who knows how to get people to have fun. And like you said, people who are enjoying themselves tend to loosen their pocketbooks. So, you really think this is a good idea? You're not just humoring me? If she asked for the world, Luke would have worked the rest of his life to give it to her. Her happiness meant everything to him, and it was hugely satisfying to be working alongside her, planning for the future. Maybe, if he played it right, it would mean a future for the two of them. I knew there was a reason I hired you. Lauren tossed back her head and laughed toward the sky. She was so beautiful and carefree. The thought of him not having her made his heart ache. If he made his move and she rejected him, he wasn't sure he'd be able to endure another breakup. She was all he wanted. Without warning, she closed the gap between them and pressed a firm kiss to his lips. It hit him with all the force of a hurricane, and he had to hold tightly to Lauren to keep from collapsing. The kiss ended entirely too fast, and he was left shell-shocked and staring at a wide-eyed Lauren who looked like she might run away at any sudden movement. I'm sorry, she whispered. For what? For kissing you. You're my boss. He put his hands on her shoulders and gave her a gentle shake. If I have to fire you to get another kiss like that, you'd better believe I will. Then what would I do? I'd take care of you. There was more meaning to his promise than she probably realized, but he meant it. If Lauren would give him the honor, he would make sure she never had another care in the world. Lauren shyly regarded him through downturned lashes, and he knew if he didn't step up, the moment was going to pass. He wasn't going to risk it. It was time to let her know how he felt. He cupped her cheek with his hand, and she closed her eyes, leaning into him. Tilting her chin up slightly, she gave him easy access to her velvety, soft, full lips. Her eyes were focused on him, and a desire burned within. Lauren's answer to his promise was to hold him tighter, using one hand to tug at the collar of his shirt. Her intent was clear. She was ready for another kiss, but this time, he wasn't going to let it end until he'd shown her without a doubt how he felt about her. Closing the distance between them, he pressed their lips together. Her mouth was hot and sweet and opened against his. The longer they kissed, the deeper their connection, until Luke was sure he knew exactly what she meant to him. "Luke?" Lauren drew away, resting her forehead against his. "Yes? Can I say something?" Luke kissed his way along her jawline and down her neck, where he nestled his head in the crook near her shoulder, breathing in her scintillating perfume. "Say anything. I'm all yours." "I was thinking I should say thank you." "For what?" His lips found the delicate skin behind her ear, and she let out a cry of delight and pushed him away, giggling about the way his scruff tickled. Cradling his face in her hands, she looked him straight in the eye with a sincerity that no one would have been able to refute. "For today, this isn't the way I thought it would go." "And how exactly did you imagine it would go?" He brushed his lips across hers. "I'm hoping I haven't disappointed you." Grinning at him, Lauren wrapped her arms around the back of his neck. "Hardly. I was envisioning a fiery disaster. Instead, this day turned out better than I could have ever hoped." Pulling her closer, she stood on her tiptoes, ready for another kiss. "And you think we're done? That was only a warm-up."
Chapter 13. Lauren. "This place is gorgeous." Kelsey grabbed Lauren's arm as they finished their tour of the Black Oak Barn, a historic building that had been restored and turned into a charming event venue. "It's perfect, don't you think?" They were in the upstairs loft, which had been turned into a spacious party room. Lauren admired every inch of wood that had been painstakingly cleaned and refinished, from the floorboards up to the massive support beams. Closing her eyes, Lauren inhaled. "I can almost smell alfalfa and clover hay up here." Kelsey scrunched her nose. "I'm going to assume that's the aesthetic you're going for, seeing as it's a charity gala for a horse rescue." Lauren chuckled at her friend's less than impressed grimace. "I happen to like the smell of hay. Maybe I would too if I didn't get hay fever every time I so much as look at a grassy field." "Fair enough." Lauren walked to a large parquet dance floor that had been laid in the center of the room. "I think anyone who cares enough to come to the gala will appreciate holding it in a renovated barn." "Sweetie, I promise this party is going to be so epic that people will be mobbing each other to get tickets, and they wouldn't care if it was held in an open parking lot. Luke's charity will be set for years to come if I have anything to say about it. Has Luke's friend gotten in touch with you?" "Hugh?" "Yeah. We talked on the phone last week, and we started brainstorming activities for raising money that wouldn't seem too pushy. Oh, and invite lists. That man knows everyone worth knowing on the East Coast. He was talking about quarterbacks and governors and the kind of socialites I've only read about in magazines. It probably has something to do with his incredible people skills. He could get a leopard to buy leopard print pants." "People skills? Is that code for when a guy's a tease?" Lauren pinched her lips to keep from braying out a laugh. "I guess there's no reason to beat around the bush, is there?" "Not really. Not that I minded his forwardness. It was fun to flirt with a stranger over the safety of the phone. Just wait until you meet him in person. You'll have to point him out when we're at the party," Kelsey said. "If he's as cute in person as I imagine he is, then I am going to have to insist." "So you're going to come, for sure?" Kelsey patted Lauren's hand as she clenched Kelsey's arm. "I have never missed an event I've planned. I especially wouldn't ditch my best friend on one that's so important." "Good, I'll make a note to call to make a reservation for the building." Clapping her hands together, Lauren rubbed them vigorously. "I can't wait to tell Luke we found a place." "I can't wait to get started decorating. That's still a ways off. It won't be until autumn to give us enough time to spread the word and make arrangements for food. Plus, between then and now, the schedule coordinator for Black Oak Barn said they have several weddings, a high school dance, and a family reunion, so you're going to have to restrain yourself." "I know," Kelsey whined. "It's just when I have the chance to start a new project, I want to dive right in." "You don't have to tell me that. I'm well aware of your obsessive personality. Lauren linked arms with Kelsey and walked toward the stairs. I'm so glad you were able to free up your schedule and come look at venues with me. Happy to help. I'm not so stupid as to turn down a free trip to Florida, you know. But now that we're done with our little tour, it's time to have some girl talk. Lauren didn't even bother trying to contain an eye roll. I thought we were working. Kelsey gave a one-shouldered shrug. That's the beauty of being an event planner. So much of it's shopping and decorating and networking that there's plenty of time to gossip while working. I see why you're so good at your job then. Come on. Kelsey let Lauren off the hook momentarily. I forgot we need to check out the kitchen downstairs. Having too little kitchen space is a disaster waiting to happen. I think the chef and kitchen staff Sawyer is lending for the evening could whip up a masterpiece if all they had was a microwave and a hot plate plugged in a closet. I hope they're as good as you say they are. Kelsey's warning tone sounded matronly. Nothing kills a party like gross food. I've died and gone to heaven twice now when Sawyer invited me over for dinner. The head chef made us a full spread and I ate my weight in food. She's that good. Kelsey opened the door to the kitchen and flipped on the lights. Inside was a pristine space with stainless steel countertops and appliances. Plenty of space. Looks like it. Kelsey nodded approvingly and turned off the lights. So, I guess that's an answer to one of my questions. Lauren tilted her head. What question? How things are going between you and Sawyer. Lauren sifted her fingers through her hair and smiled, though a pit of dread she hadn't fully acknowledged ate at her. Sure, she'd been on a handful of dates with Sawyer, and they were always a blast, but with one passionate kiss from Luke, she'd all but forgotten about Sawyer. A month had sped by since they'd found themselves tangled together on the beach, and she hadn't made an effort to explain anything to Sawyer. She knew she needed to come clean with him. It wasn't fair to keep him hanging, turning down his invitations to come over without explanation. That's a little bit complicated. We're friends, good friends. Kelsey smirked and held a hand under her chin, running her fingers across her rosy lips. I have a feeling I know why. I'm sure you think you've got it all figured out. The reason it's complicated is because Luke is an unknown variable in this situation. When do I get to meet him anyway? I'm dying to know who your dreamy ex-turned-boss is. It would have been the perfect moment to correct Kelsey. Lauren had moved past boss and friend and gone straight to boyfriend with Luke. But kissing and telling Kelsey? Lauren might as well have published it for the world at large to know for themselves. Billionaire Luke Dorrance was hers. It wasn't that she cared that people knew, but she wanted to be sure they were on the same page before labeling their relationship. And frankly, when they were together, they didn't always spend a lot of time talking. She had years of kisses she'd missed with Luke to make up for. I don't know. I'm assuming he's at work. This gala is a side project for him. Well, I'm at least guaranteed to see him at the gala, right? I've got so much to ask him. Lauren didn't even try to fight Kelsey. I promise I'll introduce you to every last guy I've ever dated if they show up at the party. Now are you ready to go? I want to get dinner before we start making calls for auction donations. Hugh said he's going to donate a weekend at a log cabin in Vail to the cause. I'm going to save up and put all my money on that one. Did Hugh charm you into bidding on it? Nope. I haven't been skiing in years, and I am in dire need of some time on the mountain slopes. I bet you could bat your eyes at Luke and he'd give you a trip for free. Tempting, but I make sure never to use my powers to flirt for evil. They walked to the exit closest to where Lauren's car was parked. Kelsey flipped off the last of the lights while Lauren locked up and returned the key to the lockbox outside. Elbowing her hard in the ribs, Lauren winced. What was that for? Kelsey pointed at a car creeping up the driveway. Expecting someone? Lauren recognized the Jaguar and her heart lurched in her chest. Luke had come. Kelsey reached inside her purse. Because if you aren't, I've got a can of pepper spray, and I am renowned for my fantastic aim." Lauren pushed Kelsey's pepper spray back into her purse, stopping her before she pulled off the cap. "It's all right. It's Luke." A smile instantaneously converted Kelsey's expression, and she bounced on her toes, clapping happily. "My lucky day! I do get to meet him." Lauren waved at Luke, though the windows were tinted so dark that she was barely sure he was even the one driving. He pulled to a stop next to Lauren's car and killed the purring engine. Stepping out, he looked debonair in his dark suit cut specifically for his broad shoulders, accented by a crisp white shirt and maroon tie. When he pulled off his aviator sunglasses and looked at Lauren with a smile, her legs felt about as useful as wet noodles. If that's how he dressed at his office job, she was going to have to visit him on his lunch breaks. He tucked his sunglasses into his breast pocket. "I was hoping I'd catch you here." "How'd you know where we'd be?" Lauren played with the ends of her hair, feeling utterly like a schoolgirl with a crush on the school quarterback. "You sent me a list of possible venues for the gala, and since this one said it was a renovated barn, I thought I should come see it myself. Kind of seems serendipitous that a place like this would be available, don't you think?" Kelsey sighed dreamily, and Lauren had to hold back a snorting laugh. Kelsey's expression left little to the imagination as she stared at Luke. "I love a good dose of serendipity." Unlocking his gaze from Lauren's, he looked over at Kelsey with a smile. "I'm sorry. You must be Kelsey. Lauren's told me so much about you. I appreciate you coming all the way out here to help us out with this gala. I'm Luke Dorrance." Kelsey stopped mid-handshake. "Luke Dorrance? As in the Luke Dorrance?" "Last time I checked, yeah." Eyes cutting over to Lauren, Kelsey whispered behind the back of her hand, "You never told me your boyfriend is Luke Dorrance." A blush bloomed on Lauren's cheeks, and she chewed her lip. She wasn't ashamed of who Luke was, but calling Luke her boyfriend? She hadn't even used the word herself yet. Lauren met Luke's eyes, which twinkled with amusement. "I guess his last name never came up." Kelsey gripped Lauren's shoulders, digging in her fingertips and walking Lauren a few steps away. Still whispering, she said, "How did that little detail escape your attention? He's a billionaire, for crying out loud." "Yes," Lauren said, peeling Kelsey's hands off of her shoulders. "I was shocked when I found out too, but that's irrelevant. To me, he's the same down-to-earth guy I used to know." "I can't believe this. I mean, I've read about him before, how he stepped in as CEO of his grandfather's pharmaceutical company when his parents passed, and that aside from horses, he loves water skiing, hiking, and—" Lauren held up her hand to shush her friend. "I guarantee if you lead out the conversation with all the trivia you know about him, it's going to come off as stalkerish." "That's probably a good point." Spinning back around, Kelsey tried to play it cool, though it was in vain. "Sorry for that aside, Luke. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'd say Lauren's told me all about you too, but that'd be a lie. She's kept you all to herself. I suppose I can hardly blame her." Before Kelsey started full-on fangirling Luke, Lauren gestured to Black Oak Barn. "I didn't know you were on your way out here, or we would have waited for you to tour the place with us." "It's beautiful," Kelsey gave a thumbs up. "One of a kind. Perfect for your type of fundraising event." "I'm glad to hear." Luke leaned against the hood of his car. He was achingly good-looking, and he wasn't even trying. "Did you want to go look around?" Lauren asked. "They have a lockbox with a key so we can let ourselves in." No, that's all right. I trust your judgment. I was hoping to catch you out here." Luke drummed his fingers on the top of his car. Was he nervous? "About what?" "I was thinking about our first ride on the beach, remember?" How could she forget? To date, it was one of the highlights of her life. She could tell her face was blooming red as she recalled their fantastic kiss and wondered if Luke was trapped by the same memory. "Of course I remember. Why?" "I realized I never got to cash in on my winning bet." Kelsey jumped to attention. "Winning bet? Do tell. It's silly. Lauren waved his hand. We had a friendly race on a couple of the horses, and Luke won. Kelsey's eyes sparkled. Won what? That's just it. I don't know. Lauren studied Luke's cool expression. He wasn't giving anything away with his confident smirk. We agreed the winner got to set the terms, but Luke didn't tell me what his were. That's risky business. Kelsey pressed the tips of her fingers together. I love it, so romantic. Oh my goodness, Kelsey. Lauren buried her face in her hands to hide another wave of embarrassment. Way to assume. For all we know, Luke could have asked me to wash his car for him. Tempting, but I had something more mutually enjoyable in mind, Luke said. Kelsey looked between the two of them. Should I plug my ears for this? Kelsey! Lauren cried. Luke dropped his gaze to the gravel parking lot and rubbed the back of his neck. No, it's nothing that would compromise Lauren's good name. When he looked back up at her, a shiver rattled down the length of her spine. Having his total attention never failed to thrill her. Good, Kelsey nodded curtly. Because even though you're Luke Dorrance, I won't hesitate to mace you square in the face if you pull anything that would make her uncomfortable. Kelsey. Lauren tittered a nervous giggle. You're letting your imagination run away with you. I appreciate that you're a good friend, Kelsey. The way Luke looked at her, Lauren knew he was going to tease her relentlessly about Kelsey's assumptions. Actually, I was wondering if you'd like to take a trip with me. A trip? With you? Lauren's mind swam with questions. Where? Don't go thinking I'm trying to put you on the spot or make you uncomfortable, but I wondered if you wanted to go visit my grandfather with me. His eyes were hopeful in a way that made Lauren want to say yes without question. Visit your grandfather? Lauren repeated, as in the one who owns the company you run? The very one. I know it's kind of last minute, but he asked me to come for a visit, and since he's the only close family I have left, I wanted to introduce you to him. Plus, I thought you could use a break. You've been working nonstop. They hadn't even had a serious conversation about where their relationship was headed, but he wanted her to meet his grandfather. The thought was intimidating enough to make her second-guess any possible answer. Behind the hope, Lauren could see the anxiety her delay was causing. Would he be okay with me coming? Luke's serious expression broke, and he grinned. I bet he'll love you infinitely more than he tolerates me. Raising her eyebrows, Lauren crossed her arms over her stomach. It was hard not to laugh when he squirmed under her gaze. A powerful man like him didn't intimidate easily. You're not using me as a shield, are you? What? No, that's not why I wanted you to go. Belting out a laugh, Lauren slipped her hand into his. I'm kidding, Luke. Yes, I'd love to go. That was cold, girl, Kelsey said with a grin. Then why are you smiling about it? Luke blew a breath through his lips, and he looked like she'd freed him from a particularly torturous form of bondage. I was hoping you'd say yes. When were you thinking? Lauren flipped her hair back, trying to appear calm, though her thoughts were racing as fast as her heart. The mischievous glint in his eyes gave it away. How about now? Luke, Lauren cried. We're in the middle of planning a massive fundraiser, and in case you've forgotten, I have to get up in the morning to feed the horses. I can't up and leave without some planning. Luke undid his tie and unbuttoned the top of his shirt just enough so Lauren could see where his collarbone met below his throat. The sight made her heart trip. Already took care of all the arrangements. When? Yesterday, when Grandfather called to ask me to come for a 3-day weekend. The guy who cleans stalls on the weekend is going to pick up Friday. As for the fundraiser, it's not for a couple of months, right? 2.5 to be exact, Kelsey chimed in. Assuming you get this place booked, send out the invites early next week, finalize arrangements for waitstaff and the chef and what they'll be serving, and secure enough items for the silent auction to make it worth your while. Lauren pointed at Kelsey. See, so much needs to be done. Luke wasn't convinced. Most of that can be done from anywhere. We can make phone calls and stuff envelopes while there if it'd make you feel better. You make it sound so tempting. Lauren tangled a strand of hair around her finger. I don't have anything packed. It's not like I keep a spare suitcase in my trunk. We'll swing by your apartment on the way. That's one of the beauties of having your own jet. The pilot waits for you. You're showing off again. Luke shrugged, scrunching his lips slightly off-center. Just a little. What about Kelsey? Lauren glanced at her friend apologetically. She came all the way down here to meet with me. Oh, no you don't. Kelsey shook her head. Don't use me as an excuse not to go. I don't think I should ditch you. And I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Tonight I'll be pestering Hugh to help me, Kelsey said. I'd have been busy anyway. Slipping his hands into his pockets, Luke nodded approvingly. I'm glad he's been helpful, but don't hesitate to tell me if he doesn't behave himself. I have zero problem with reminding him to have good manners. Kelsey stuck out her chin. Thanks, but I can handle myself. Lauren's eyes darted to her sedan. What about my car? Give me the keys. I'll drive it back to your place and use a rideshare to get to the airport tomorrow, Kelsey countered. So? Luke held up his hands. You're running out of reasons not to go. If I might remind you, you did agree to the winner's terms. You and Northrop lost by a painfully large margin. Next time I'm riding Louis. I didn't even have a chance on old Northrop. Fine, but for now, what do you say? I've got the business jet lined up at the airport waiting for us. We can be in upstate New York in time for a late dinner. A slight smile escaped Lauren, and she knew she'd already lost. You'd better not make me regret this, or else. I take your threats very seriously. Luke pushed off his car and walked around to open the passenger door, looking entirely unintimidated. I promise you'll love every minute of your weekend, or I'll willingly accept the consequences.
Chapter 14. Luke. Luke's business jet hit a patch of turbulence, and he reflexively grabbed the armrests of his seat. He didn't want to have a panic attack in front of Lauren, but he felt one coming on regardless. Ever since his parents' car crash, traveling in any form where he wasn't the one in control and at the steering wheel made him anxious. Pinching his eyes shut, he turned his face toward the window, hoping Lauren wouldn't see him like this. After a silent prayer, he focused on taking deep breaths and sending his mind somewhere else, where he knew he'd be calm and happy, racing on the beach with Lauren, listening to her talk about ideas for the gala, tugging her in close for a kiss. His eyes popped open and he realized Lauren had reached from her recliner seat to take his hand in both of hers. It gave him a strength he wouldn't have been able to find on his own. Luke preferred to keep his vulnerability hidden, but Lauren made him not feel weak for having a weakness. It's all right, it feels like we're landing. Lauren ran her thumb across Luke's knuckles, and that helped bring him fully into the present. I'm guessing that means we're close. Luke's blood pressure returned to normal, and he leaned his head back against his seat. Yeah, it shouldn't be much longer. Thankfully. Winding his fingers between Lauren's, he wasn't going to let go. The corner of Lauren's lips twitched, and she tightened her grip. She wasn't going anywhere either. Are you sure your grandfather's going to be okay with me showing up on his doorstep with you? I hate awkward introductions more than the average person. Luke laughed like she'd told a good joke. You have no idea how pleased he's going to be that I brought someone along. Someone, a shadow flicked across Lauren's face. I hope you weren't scrambling to find any old someone to bring. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Not someone. He'll be so pleased that I brought you along. Good. Lauren gave him a sideways glance before looking out the window. Because if I find out I'm a weekend fling like the way Hugh dates, you might as well turn this plane around right now. No need. Luke showed off his most appealing smile. Don't worry about any of that. I only have eyes for you. She beamed sweetly at him, and it made him want to confess how deeply his feelings ran for her. Soon, when they were alone and the timing was perfect, he would speak in no uncertain terms about his love for her. He hoped it would bring him one step closer to making her his wife. If she only knew that's all he wanted, would his offering be acceptable? The plane dropped sharply as it descended onto the runway, and Luke closed his eyes again. But with the reassurance of Lauren's support, his worry was a mere afterthought. When the plane tires bounced against the runway and then slowed, the tension in his shoulders eased. The plane turned, exiting the runway, and Luke spotted the Jeep his grandfather always left for Luke to drive to his house, parked nearby. They thanked the pilots and crew on the tarmac, where Luke grabbed both their bags and toted them to the Jeep. Tossing them in the back seat, he climbed into the driver's side and started the engine. Once Lauren was buckled, she rested her hand on the center console, conveniently available for him to hold. He wasn't about to miss that chance when it presented itself. Taking hers in his, he brought her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. He could hardly believe his luck that the woman of his dreams was sitting right next to him, close enough to hold. It's so beautiful out here. They'd exited the small airport onto the highway, and Luke pushed the engine up to speed as the road snaked through a tunnel of towering pines. I do love summer in New York, though I'm not sure you would be saying the same thing if there were 3 feet of snow on the ground. I can appreciate the beauty of snow. You just can't handle living in it. Lauren feigned insult. I think you should remember I lived in Michigan for nearly 7 years. I think I'm due a break from the snow, that's all. The drive to the house was leisurely. There was no rush to get there when he was enjoying Lauren's company. Her inviting scent, her excited eyes, her laugh. Coming up over the last hill before they'd see grandfather's estate, Luke eased his foot off the gas when it came into view. He pointed to the large gray stone mansion on a sprawling, manicured lawn that had been cut out of the forest. That's where we're going. It's gorgeous. It must be a real treat to come visit him here. Treat was probably the very last word he would use to describe a visit with his grandfather, but he knew anything with Lauren accompanying him would be infinitely more enjoyable. I'm glad you could come. Shyly, she curled her hair behind her ear. Me too. Come on. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for dinner. The driveway was lined with sculpted evergreens, very much in grandfather's style. Clean kept, not a twig out of place. His demand for order translated well to landscaping, but had been difficult to deal with in other aspects, like Luke's relationship with him. It's why he expected Luke to pluck an acceptable woman out and marry her with no difficulty. Luke wondered if perhaps grandfather had never truly been in love. Why he wouldn't have been was beyond Luke. In his mind, it was obvious that Grandma had always been grandfather's superior. Pulling around the circular drive, Luke parked right by the front door and went around to help Lauren out. Over Lauren's head, he stared at the house and its enormous white columns, the large windows and solid stone stacked one on top of another. It took him back for a moment to when times were simpler and his family had been complete. He used to enjoy coming to visit his grandparents. Maybe he'd learn to enjoy it again with Lauren's help. Luke didn't wait for the door to be opened, and Lauren followed him in, looking a pinch intimidated. He set their bags down by the door and wrapped his arm around her, resting his hand on her waist. "Grandfather?" A quiet echo chased Luke's voice. "I guess it would take a while to get to the front door in this house." Luke smirked at her remark and led her further into the house toward the kitchen. He'd made plans for dinner, and if grandfather wasn't going to have the courtesy to greet him when he arrived, then Luke certainly wasn't going to wait on him. In the kitchen, a small woman with dark hair laced with silver was bent over the island, her back to the doorway. Putting his finger to his lips and grinning deviously at Lauren, Luke tiptoed to grandfather's housekeeper. As he wrapped his hands around her middle and picked her up, she let out a startled shriek. Putting her down on her feet, Martha rambled off Spanish while she smacked Luke with a dish towel. Understanding enough Spanish to know Martha was giving him a scathing reprimand, it only made the whole thing more amusing. Dodging her waving arm, he laughed and retreated back to Lauren's side. "Why do you have to torment me?" Martha lamented, glaring at him. "One of these days you're going to watch me keel over with a heart attack, then we'll see who is laughing." "I called for someone when we came in. It's not like I was particularly quiet." Luke raised his brow and stretched his smile until Martha couldn't resist any longer. Her disdain melted away and she held out her hands. "Come here, give me a hug. That's the proper way to greet me in case you've forgotten." Luke stepped into her open arms. As far as he was concerned, Martha was as good as family. She patted his back, then for good measure, she smacked him upside his head. "Ow, what was that for?" Luke rubbed the spot she'd gotten him. Martha planted her hands on her hips. "What do you think?" Lauren tried to hide a laugh behind her hand, but it pushed its way out. "Sorry, but I'm siding with her." Looking past Luke, Martha grinned at Lauren. "And who is this beautiful Rose?" Drawing her forward by placing his hand on her back, he introduced her. "This is Lauren, my girlfriend." Lauren's spine stiffened at the word and her reaction worried him. Sure, they hadn't sat down and had a conversation about the binding status of their relationship, but from what it seemed, they needed to. "Hello." Lauren shook Martha's hand. "I hope you don't mind that I've come with Luke." "Mind?" Martha tipped back and let out a boisterous laugh. "If you can put up with him, you must be a saint." Luke glanced at Lauren and her smiling eyes. She was loving watching Luke be put in his place. "No, hardly a saint. We knew each other a long time ago and have recently been able to reconnect." Pointing a finger, Martha shook it at Lauren. "You're the one who likes horses?" Lauren tucked her chin close to her chest. "Yeah, I know you. Luke has spoken of you many times." Martha went to the sink and plunged her hands into the sudsy water and scoured a pan. "You must have made an impression on him. I remember him sulking the whole summer when he came to stay. When he finally opened up and told me why he looked like a rain cloud was dumping on him, he told me all about you." Luke smiled, trying not to look sheepish as Lauren glanced at him. What Martha was saying wasn't untrue. Martha rinsed off the pot. "You are much more beautiful in person than even Luke could describe, and I believe he used the words, 'a fresh petal on a newly blossomed rose.'" Lauren's face turned a shade of pink that made her so cute, Luke wanted to plant a kiss square on her mouth right then and there. "Thank you, Martha, that's very sweet of you." "Are you too hungry?" Martha walked to the fridge and swung open the doors. "I will make you some dinner if you like. What food do you enjoy?" Luke waved her off. "I already made plans for dinner, but thank you. I was wondering if Grandfather was around. I was going to introduce Lauren to him before we disappeared." Martha shut the fridge and went back to the sink. "No. He decided to have dinner with some of his golfing associates at the club. Between you and me, I'm glad he didn't bring them over. They are some of the most boring men on the planet." Lauren stuttered out a giggle, and it made Luke smile in her direction, but that was the most he could produce. He was battling another round of frustration at his grandfather. Requesting Luke came for a visit, then disappearing when he arrived was so typical. Why Grandfather made him come at all was sometimes beyond Luke. It was like he wanted to remind Luke he had him in iron shackles, and any jerk was meant to make Luke feel the tug. "No arguments from me," Luke muttered. "I'm going to go show Lauren around. If you see Grandfather, let him know we made it safely, and we'll see him when we see him. He's not gonna like you disappearing on him." There was a warning tone in Martha's voice. Luke grabbed Lauren's hand and shrugged. "Then tell him I'm just a chip off the old block." Taking her back out of the kitchen, Lauren had to hurry to keep up with him. He should have prepared himself better for the exasperation he knew he was going to inevitably feel during his visit. But instead of dwelling on it, he was going to take advantage of his time there, with Lauren. Through the spacious living room, lined with glass windows that highlighted a beautiful view of the Hudson, Luke navigated through the furniture and to the hallway that led to the garage. Inside, there were half a dozen gleaming automobiles, from luxury vehicles to sports cars, parked in neat rows. It looked like Grandfather had taken his Rolls-Royce to dinner. In the far corner, a 4-person utility vehicle was parked, and lucky for him, the key was in the ignition. He guided Lauren over and opened the garage door. "Going to do a little off-roading?" Luke couldn't resist any longer. He wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her without an ounce of restraint. "Are you up for a little more travel?" The kiss dazed her, and she held tight to Luke's forearms to keep from tipping over. It was exactly the reaction he was aiming for. How could I possibly say no to that? "Good." Luke kissed her one more time. "Then let's go." Through the open garage door, Luke backed out and drove to the end of the driveway where a delivery car was waiting. Perfect timing. He generously tipped the driver, who handed over bags of groceries and put the food in the back seat. With a quick stop at a shed where all the outdoor games and garden supplies were kept, Luke grabbed an armful of things they'd need. Lauren twisted in her seat and watched him with curiosity. "Are we going camping?" "Nope." "You're not going to tell me what you're up to, are you?" "Nope." Putting the vehicle in 4-wheel drive, Luke headed for a trail that had been carved out of the forest. It was only 10 minutes until they made it to an opening near the river. He'd had lots of picnics and bonfires before, but had never brought a girl to visit it with him. As stressful as visiting his grandfather could be, he'd looked for places where he could find peace. Sitting by the river and watching it flow steadily always had the ability to calm him. "A picnic?" Lauren guessed as she helped him unload everything he'd brought. "Yep, I hope you don't mind. I should have asked if you'd rather order takeout or go to town to eat." Luke. He changed out of his suit on the plane into jeans and a t-shirt, and Lauren latched onto his belt loop. When he stepped closer, she ran her fingers up his chest, along the curve of his muscles. Her touch was electric. "Do you know me at all? I would choose a picnic over a stuffy restaurant any day." Her kiss sealed her sincerity, and when he was finally able to pull himself away, he could see the desire burning in her eyes. He wished he had an engagement ring in his pocket right then and there. Lauren grabbed the large quilt from the back and spread it onto the ground while Luke spread out the food. Together they gathered a bundle of firewood out of the forest, and Luke had a fire crackling within minutes. "I'm impressed." Lauren watched the fire from where she sat on the blanket, plucking grapes off the stem and popping them in her mouth. "I don't know that I've ever been able to successfully start a fire." Luke brushed off his hands and went to sit next to her. Stretching himself out on the blanket, he reached for a piece of fried chicken. "I spent a few summers backpacking with some buddies. That's actually where I met Hugh." "No way. He's capable of going a day without cell phone reception?" "He's an absolute caveman in the wilderness." "Huh. Color me surprised. I had no idea there was more than meets the eye when it comes to him." "That's probably true of everyone. I bet you'd be a savage on a camping trip." "Not true. I'm the picture of decorum no matter what I'm doing." Lauren threw a grape at him, and they laughed until their sides hurt. Time was irrelevant as they talked and ate. Luke watched the curve of her lips while she spoke and how animated she became with her hands. It made him fall a little more, even though he was sure his soul was already saturated with admiration and love for her. By the time the moon was rising, a chill gripped the air. Rubbing her hands up and down her arms, Luke could tell Lauren was trying to ward off the cold without complaint. "You really don't do well in anything below 75 degrees, do you?" Luke teased. In the pale moonlight, her face highlighted by the fire, she made a face at him that coaxed another laugh from him. "That's probably why I even considered applying for the job in Florida at all. I'd only visited once before as a kid, but it was like I couldn't get enough of the sunshine." Luke stood up and bagged the food, jogging it back over to the utility vehicle. Lauren stood up and brushed her hands across her backside. "Are we headed back then? I don't even know what time it is." "Not quite yet." Luke shook off the blanket and moved a step closer to where the fire's warmth reached. Wrapping the blanket around his shoulders, he sat down and beckoned for Lauren. Come here. She sat next to him, and he wrapped the blanket around her as she leaned her head against his shoulder. Between the twinkling fireflies that had come out en masse, the slow murmur of water on the river, and having Lauren in his arms, Luke couldn't think of anywhere else he'd rather be. Lauren? She shifted and looped her arms around his middle. When we were in the kitchen, and I told Martha that you were my girlfriend, why did you tense up? Lauren didn't speak right away, and when she did, he could tell the cogs in her brain were turning, ensuring she spoke carefully. I think it's because I'm afraid. Afraid? Of what? I guess of turning out like my parents. I know we aren't them, but I have that ability to be so cruel in me. I've pushed you away from me once before. You can't keep putting everything all on you. You're right that you aren't your parents. They made their mistakes and their own choices, and I certainly could have done better. If I'd been smarter, I wouldn't have given up so easily. I knew what I had, and I walked away. Lauren tilted her face up to his. Her eyes were glazed with unshed tears. What if we end up like that again? He kissed her temple and let himself relish the fragrance of her shampoo. The truth was she had become so integral to his life that there was no way he was ever going to let her go. He wasn't sure he would be strong enough to survive it. My parents were high school sweethearts, and were in love just as much as they'd always been, all the way up until they passed. Sounds like a fairy tale. But it happened in real life. I choose to think we're headed for a happily ever after. Things could change. Call me an optimist, then. Yes, change happens, but I refuse to think it's always for the worst. I don't want to be afraid, but I'm not sure I could ever forgive myself if I broke your heart again. He silenced her fears with a kiss. I promise. There's nothing in the world that could tear me away. My heart beats with yours, and I give it to you entirely and willingly. If there's one thing I'm sure of in this world, it's that I love you, Lauren.
Chapter 15. Lauren. Lauren's room was sheltered from sunlight by blinds and thick drapes, but Lauren knew she was up early. She'd been alerted to the imminent rise of the sun by the symphony of cheerful songbirds outside her window. She lay silent and still for the longest time until a small slice of sun pierced through a tiny gap in the curtains, creating all sorts of interesting shadows in the room. She and Luke hadn't gotten back to his grandfather's house until well after 1 a.m, and though she should be tired, her mind was racing at rabbit speed, and she had enough pent-up energy that she was sure she'd be able to run a marathon in record time if she tried. Luke had told her he loved her, and without an ounce of hesitation, Lauren had reciprocated that love right back to him. His words were cemented inside her, and she was positive there was nothing that could wash it from her soul. Judging by the tossing and turning she heard through the walls where Luke had gone to sleep after seeing her to her room, he hadn't gotten much rest either. Luke was gasoline in her veins, and though a single spark might burn her up, it didn't worry her. She lived for the thrill of him, and, with his tender and sincere confession, her worries had withered. After last night, their future together extended even further than she previously would have dared to wish. As she watched the beam of sunlight move lazily across the coffered ceiling, Lauren heard Luke get out of bed and quietly pad his way down the steps toward the kitchen. She didn't want to waste a minute not enjoying his company. When they went back to Florida, they'd do it officially as a couple, but work and other responsibilities would be competing with their time together. Springing out of bed, she went to her suitcase and rummaged through it to find an outfit so she could shower. Choosing a sundress the color of freshly blooming pink tulips, she draped it over the back of the armchair by the bathroom. She appreciated the hot water as she stepped into the shower, letting it wash over her. Halfway through rinsing her hair, she heard her phone trilling on the countertop. At first, she ignored it and let it go to voicemail, but when they called right back, she rolled her eyes. Whoever it was wasn't going to leave her alone. Jumping out of the shower and towel drying, she slipped on her sundress as her phone rang for the 3rd time. Hello? Lauren, geez, you're hard to get a hold of. Sawyer? She let out a sigh and closed her eyes, willing her hammering heart to slow down. You scared me. I thought something was the matter. I was thinking the same thing. Usually you don't ignore me. I wasn't ignoring you. I was showering. You've heard of it before, right? You turn on some warm water, get undressed, and... Lauren, you should probably stop there or you're going to give a guy the wrong idea. She stopped herself short and sank into the armchair. That hadn't been her intention at all. A twinge of guilt hit her as she thought about her time with Sawyer. She needed to make things clear with him, so he wouldn't flirt with her like he still had intentions of trying to snag her for himself. They could be friends, but that was all. She had made her choice. It feels like I haven't talked to you in ages. Lauren scrunched her hair in the towel to dry it off. She hadn't brought her straightener with her, so casual, beachy waves it was going to be. How are you doing? Again, I was thinking the same thing about you. You seem to have fallen off the face of the earth lately. Yeah, I've been busy. I know it's not work. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, I know you've been spending more time with Luke. A flash of anger grated on Lauren's nerves. What is it with the two of you? Neither of you have control over me, you know. I'm a grown woman who can make her own choices about what she does with her time. I'm not trying to control you. Then what exactly is the purpose of your phone call? There was silence on the other line. I miss you. The strong emotions Sawyer evoked with a single phone call were going to give her whiplash. Surely I'm not the only person in the whole of Florida to keep you company. No, but you're definitely my favorite. Pinching the bridge of her nose, Lauren knew she had to rip off the bandage. It would hurt, but it would be for the best. That's sweet of you, but I need to tell you something. Am I going to like this news? Lauren didn't answer right away. Luke and I, we're together. Together, as in, we're seeing each other. There was a muffled bang, and Sawyer muttered something Lauren couldn't understand beyond knowing he wasn't thrilled by her confession. I knew it. That prideful jerk finally convinced you to give him a second chance. Lauren's anger resurged. That's not fair. In case you don't remember, I'm the one who broke up with him, so if anything, he's giving me the second chance. Am I supposed to give him a round of applause for his benevolence? The guy rubs me the wrong way, and even if you're going to pretend that we're just friends, I have a responsibility to tell you that he's not the one for you. How would you know what's good for me? For the record, I don't trust him. He's too calculating and sneaky. He's keeping secrets from you. Do you know something I don't know? The hesitation was all she needed to answer her question, which was half-hearted in the first place. No, I just know. You want to know what I think? I think you're looking for reasons to hate him. Look, I worked long enough in security to know when someone was being deceitful. So much of guarding and protecting is being able to read people's body language. Luke might as well have it scribbled across his forehead that he's dishonest. Pushing herself out of the chair, Lauren paced the room. I would gladly accept your advice if you were offering it as a friend, but it's obvious you have ulterior motives. Yes, Lauren, I've been in love with you for a long, long time, so forgive me if I'm hard on Luke. His confession was a punch to the gut. She'd suspected as much, but had ignored that uncomfortable thought by rationalizing that it was all in her head. Sawyer, I'm sorry if I gave you the impression that I thought we were anything more than what we were. I'm happy with Luke, and I don't think anything you could say would change my mind. The silence was deafening. She'd hurt another man she cared for, and though she had been decisive and clear, it hadn't made talking with Sawyer any easier. Covering her eyes with her hand, she kneaded her temples, trying to make the pounding headache go away. I'm sorry if it hurts you. Don't. Sawyer's words were clipped and meant to sting. I am not interested in any of your apologies. You're making a mistake, and when you finally figure it out, I might not be there to comfort you. He hung up without another word, leaving Lauren with a racing heart and a throb pressing on her skull. What he'd said had been painful to hear, but when she set aside her emotions, she knew she'd probably react the same way if she had watched Luke find happiness with another. Love, if done right, was anything but calm and rational. Doing her best to put her heated talk with Sawyer at the back of her mind, she managed not to cry as she finished getting ready. When he'd had a chance to calm down, maybe they could talk about it like adults. For now, she was going to enjoy her day with Luke. Smoothing her hands down the front of her dress, she opened her bedroom door and followed the smell of bacon. Standing beside the stove, Luke was whisking a bowl of eggs. A frying pan was sizzling with bacon, and he had already cut up a pile of fresh fruit on the countertop. Lauren leaned against the doorframe and folded her arms. "You're going to spoil me, you know." When Luke looked over at her, she could see the love emanating from his gorgeous eyes, and it was all for her. Confident she'd made the right decision in choosing him, she beamed right back. He wiped his hands off and got out another pan. "Has no one made you breakfast before? Other than my parents? I honestly can't think of anyone. Taking me out for breakfast, yes, but made it with their own two hands? Nope. Then you haven't been treated like the queen you are." Lauren pushed herself away from the doorframe, strolling over to him with her eyes locked on his. He welcomed her over by brushing her hair back and cupping both hands around her face. As many times as they'd kissed since their first kiss on the beach, she was sure she would never get tired of it. He was the one for her, and absolutely no one could convince her otherwise. Someone behind them cleared their throat sharply, and Lauren leapt back, hand over her racing heart. In the doorway, an older man with a proud expression and stiff posture stared at them. "Grandfather." Luke turned his attention back to the stovetop. "I wasn't sure if you were still here." "Of course I'm still here. This is my house, in case you've forgotten." Any emotion Luke had been feeling for Lauren was brick and mortared behind a wall of coldness at his grandfather's intrusion. "I told Martha to take the morning off, so I'm making breakfast." "I can see that." The muscles in Luke's jaw twitched, and he picked up the spatula to sift the scrambled eggs as he dumped them into a hot frying pan. "Would you care to join us?" After introductions. With a brief nod, Luke turned off the burner and moved the eggs to keep them from scorching. Rinsing his hands in the sink, he grabbed a dish towel to dry off and guided Lauren to his grandfather. She tried to remain calm, but Luke's grandfather was the sort of person whose mere presence was intimidating. It was amplified by the fact that he knew it. Luke gestured between the two of them, making the whole thing seem like a formality that only the rich and royal took part in. "Grandfather, this is Lauren Mitchell. Lauren, this is my grandfather, George Dorrance." "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Dorrance." Lauren did her best to hold his gaze, though, like Luke, his eyes dissected her with a single glance. Intense and focused was apparently a family trait. "Please." Luke's grandfather patted the back of her hand as he shook it with his other. "Call me George. Shall we sit and chat while Luke finishes breakfast?" There was no telling George no, though she would have been infinitely more comfortable sticking close to Luke, hiding behind him as she kept quiet and helped him with the food. "I would love to." George took a seat at the head of the table, steepling his fingers together as Lauren sat down to his right. "Tell me about yourself, Lauren. How do you know Luke?" She opened her mouth to answer, but saying Luke was her boss might raise some eyebrows. Besides, it wasn't the only truth to their history. "Actually, I knew Luke when we were younger, before he moved away from Kentucky." George's eyebrows went up anyway. "Oh, so you're rekindling a relationship, friendship, or otherwise?" Luke was trying to be subtle watching them as he plated the food, but Lauren could feel his eyes boring into her. This would have been so much easier if Luke was doing the answering. "We're dating. I hadn't seen him in years until I moved down to Florida. After becoming reacquainted, we hit it off." George's eyes moved from Lauren over to Luke. How fortunate for my grandson. Believe it or not, he's had difficulty finding the right woman. Luke set down plates for George and Lauren and went back to get his. Lauren picked up her fork, trying to keep the tremble out of her hand. I like to think I'm lucky, too. Dating is a little like a battlefield. George chuckled, snapping open his napkin and draping it across his lap. I suppose that's a fair observation. Luke sat down next to Lauren, and under the table, he set his hand on her knee. A thrilling zip shot through her and resurrected her dwindling confidence. Lauren grinned and speared the eggs. Maybe that's why I consider myself so lucky. I found Luke after losing him. I'm sure you, of all people, know how wonderful your grandson is. Yes, well, I wish he wouldn't waste away his life. George took a bite of cantaloupe. I'm not getting any younger, and I would hope to see Luke settle down and start a family of his own before I'm gone. Luke's grip tightened on Lauren's leg. Putting her hand beneath the table, she rested it on top of his, running her fingers over his knuckles until he relaxed. Grandfather, we talked about this. Since when has it been faux pas for a grandfather to be concerned about his only family member's happiness? Your parents are already gone. So many of my hopes live on in you. Lauren was keenly aware she was caught in the middle of a potentially volatile family feud. I don't want to speak for Luke, but I don't think Luke minds that you want his happiness. Then why does he resist my counsel so adamantly? George asked. Luke laughed bitterly. I'm not trying to be stubborn, but like I've already told you, sometimes things like marriage don't always happen the way a person would like, because if it's going to work, it requires two people to make the commitment. Money or insistence isn't going to make it a reality. The room had filled with such an uncomfortable strain that Lauren was sure they were going to start a shouting match soon, if she didn't intervene. Turning Luke's hand over in her lap, she laced her fingers together with his. It worked, if slightly. Luke's glare was removed from his grandfather and focused on his breakfast plate. Lauren took a drink of her water. Why don't you tell us how you met your wife? I bet it's a charming story. George's mind wandered away from where he sat as he sifted through memories. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. We were at a dance while I was on leave from the military. When she walked into the room, it's like the whole world fell away. And you say you don't believe in soulmates, Luke muttered. George was brought back to the present by his grandson's snark. I don't believe I do, no. There's so much more to finding a good mate than simply a pretty face. Your grandmother was more than that. She must have been a special lady. Lauren's throat grew tight as she thought of a time when her parents had been in love. They used to be the best of companions. Then other interests started taking away their time together. Their relationship eroded. Angry words were thrown without consideration, and eventually, they had totally imploded. George sniffed and dropped his gaze. Lauren had struck a nerve. She was one of those rare diamonds who made the world better simply by being in it. You're so contradictory, Luke said. You talk about how beautiful Grandma was and what a wonderful person she was, but you honestly think it was sheer dumb luck that you ended up together and made it work. Out of all the women you could have ended up with, she was your match. A glint of annoyance flicked in George's eyes, and Lauren did her best to steer the conversation towards safety. Well, I think everyone should be attracted to the person they're committed to. Being each other's equals is infinitely more important. It's what can carry a couple through rough waters. Lauren put on a smile. Don't you think? Luke and George exchanged a look that Lauren didn't quite understand. She poked at her eggs with her fork, wondering if she'd totally missed the mark. That's what I want. Luke spoke quietly. All I've ever wanted was to find someone who was my equal. Someone who I could share dreams with and cling to when things were hard. In a word, I want my soulmate.
Chapter 16. Luke. I'm going to Miss Northrop. Lauren undid the horse's girth and pulled off his saddle. A dark stain of sweat marked where the saddle had been. Luke was at the other set of cross ties, untacking Louie after their ride on the beach. They'd made it a weekly date for a month, and Luke eagerly looked forward to it. You want me to tell the people coming to adopt him that he's not available? No. Lauren set down the saddle and wiped her hand across her forehead. I met the people when they came for an initial visit, and their daughter's already in love with him. He's a great horse and will have a happy life with them. Luke unhooked Louie and walked him across the aisle to the wash stall. Spraying Louie down with cool water to wash away the salty sweat, the horse let out a sigh of relief so substantial it made his nostrils flop. Lauren didn't say anything else, but Luke knew she had something on her mind. What are you not saying? I guess part of me is afraid we'll miss out on riding on the beach together once Northrop is gone. This has been amazing. I mean, what girl gets to ride on a private beach with her smoking hot boyfriend every week? I told you that you were going to spoil me. And here I was thinking you were indulging me. You know how long I've been looking for someone to go riding with? Most of the women I've dated are more interested in their nails or going clubbing than horses. That's what you get for having Hugh set you up on dates. That is true. Luke laughed from deep within his belly. Besides, I don't want you to worry about Northrop. We'll find another horse for you to ride on. Not likely. You've had so many new horses coming in that need to be nursed back to health before you even think about putting a saddle on them. I guess you'll have to ride double with me on Louie. I call the front then. One side of Luke's mouth hitched up in a grin. You know how I feel about being in control of my rides. Lauren teased him with a raise of her eyebrow. Don't you trust me? I wouldn't put it past you to gallop off and leave me in the sand. Guess you'd better hold on tight then. Her ability to make his heart sprint knew no bounds. He was about to drop everything he was doing and close the gap between them. Crashing his lips down on hers when her phone rang. Taking it out, she answered it. Hello? Oh, hi. It's so good to hear from you. Yep, he is. I'll remind him. We were just out for a ride on the beach. Lauren laughed, and Luke's curiosity was brimful. Of course I'll remind him. Have a good evening. I'll talk to you later, George. She hung up and put her phone back next to Northrop's tack box like the call had been no big deal. Luke was sure his jaw had fallen all the way to the ground. You were talking with my grandfather? Yeah, so? Willingly. She snickered at his incredulity. It may surprise you to know that I happen to like your grandfather. Should I be concerned? He's not exactly an amiable person. That amplified Lauren's laughter. You're awful. George is actually a very kind and decent human being. He's just lonely. Is that why he calls you when he needs someone to talk to? If you must know, we've had a couple nice chats since we got back. Luke shook his head, trying to rattle the disbelief that had settled. You and I must know two very different people. He loves you, Luke, even if he has a hard time expressing it in a way that you understand. Scratching his cheek, he chuckled. If you say so. If you knew him like I did. You know what? Never mind. I'm glad my grandfather has taken a liking to you. He can be a very particular person. Who wouldn't like me? Lauren tossed him a look that was equal parts jovial and haughty. No one I care to associate with. Gathering up the grooming supplies back into the tote, he picked up the broom and swept up. You ready to get out of here? My stomach's rumbling. I think I forgot to eat lunch. Almost. I'm not in any hurry since we're going to miss next week. It was Friday night and they had the rest of the weekend together, but he had to leave on another week-long trip for a conference on Monday. It was one he would have skipped or sent someone in his place, except he'd promised months ago to give a keynote speech to a bunch of stuffy investors. He used to not mind traveling, but since Lauren had come back in his life, he hated the thought of being apart from her. When they were married, he'd take her with him everywhere. Marriage would come sooner rather than later, he hoped. He was still biding his time until the perfect moment, and before that could happen, he had to perform another miracle first. Finishing with Louis, he scraped off the excess water and moved the horse back to the cross ties where he could put a fan on him. "I'm going to go change so we can go get a bite to eat." "Sounds good. I'll get Northrop rinsed off. It shouldn't take me more than a couple minutes." Taking Louis' saddle and bridle with him, Luke nudged open the tack room door with his foot. Putting everything back where it belonged, he grabbed his duffel bag with his change of clothes and headed for the bathroom when his phone rang. Unzipping the bag, he checked the caller ID and excitement blasted in his chest. It was the call he'd been waiting for. He dropped his duffel bag on the countertop and checked over his shoulder that Lauren wasn't within earshot. She was still washing Northrop, who was shaking his head with great satisfaction. Nudging the door shut, he answered and put the phone to his ear. "Hello, this is Luke." "Mr. Dorrance, it's Roger." "Hi, Roger. I've been expecting your call." "Yeah, I know. I've been meaning to get in touch. I was planning on being there tomorrow morning like we agreed, but I'm running a little late." "Late?" Aggravation overrode his excitement. "What exactly is making you late?" "A buddy of mine was going to take this job hauling a pair of horses down to Florida for some training, but his truck broke down. The idiot forgot to check the engine oil, if you can believe it." Luke gripped the edge of the sink. He didn't like the turn of conversation. "What does this have to do with the job I hired you for?" "I figured I'd haul them for him, as a favor, since I'm already bringing your horse down there. It'll take me a day to drive to Pennsylvania to pick them up, which means I'll make it to your place Monday. I'm already on my way, and since it's not a big deal." "Roger, you don't get to tell me what is and isn't a big deal. I'm the one paying you. Generously, I might add. So I get to decide what constitutes a big deal." "The horse will get there, just a little late. There was a reason I had set this up the way I did. I had plans to have the horse brought here so I could see the look on my girlfriend's face, but because of your poor decision-making, I'm going to be gone when the horse arrives." Roger's voice was barely audible. "I was helping a friend." "I appreciate that, but your friend's irresponsibility with his business vehicle is irrelevant to the agreement we had. I'm only asking for 2 days." "I'll be gone in 2 days." Anger blinded Luke to the rest of the conversation. He knew he was being harsh, but he'd spared no expense to have Roger do the job the way he asked him. Luke had planned the surprise for Lauren for over a month since he'd first hatched the idea, and now he wasn't even going to be there to see the elation on her face. He was being robbed. He hung up, biting back a string of curse words that came to mind at Roger's carelessness. Changing into a pair of shorts and a loose button-up shirt, he put a ball cap on his head. They were going for casual dining, and he found a hat usually gave him enough anonymity that no one bothered him on the rare occasion someone did recognize him. Sticking his phone in his pocket, his fingertips brushed a velvet jewelry box he'd been carrying around since they'd gotten back from his grandfather's house. The engagement ring was more extravagant than the jewelry she normally wore, and he'd gladly exchange it if it was too much. He didn't care what she chose to put on her finger, as long as she said yes. Carrying around the ring, he would be ready at a moment's notice to propose. Coming out of the tack room, Lauren was rinsing conditioner out of Northrop's tail, her eyes watching him with a wariness that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He froze. "What is it?" That only made her look away. "Nothing." "Lauren, don't lie to me. I'd rather we be up front with each other." She pursed her lips into a tight line, trying to hold back whatever she had to say, and it made Luke's pulse pound. "Come on, be honest." "I heard you talking on the phone in there." "Okay." Luke licked his lips. His surprise was about to be blown. "What did you hear?" "I'm wondering who she is." "She?" "Yeah. You kept talking about something that's been ruined, and how you're on a strict deadline." "I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I heard you when I went to grab the conditioner to get Northrop's tail untangled. You were practically yelling at whoever was on the other end of the phone." Luke dug his nails into his palms. He should have kept his temper under control. Does it bother you that I have a secret? Lauren's shoulders went up and down heavily. Someone accused you once of being secretive, and I defended you, but withholding information is kind of the definition of being secretive. Not all secrets are bad. She stopped wiping down Northrop and looked at Luke over the horse's back. So is this a good secret or a bad secret? Luke tried to hold back a smirk, but that would have been like trying to hold back the ocean tide. I think you'll find this a very good surprise. He walked over to Lauren and coaxed her into his arms. She stared at his shirt, putting her hands on his chest, keeping silent. I don't know who told you I'm the kind of guy who can't be trusted, but I promise you everything I do is with your happiness in mind. So, you're not keeping me out of the loop on anything important? I kind of am, but it's intentional. Surprises are ruined if the person who it's for knows about it. Lauren chewed her lip. I'm still not positive about this. Not when it's the kind of thing that makes you shout at the person you're on the phone with. I wasn't yelling. Yeah, I think we already established you were. Luke held up his hands, grinning at her. All right. Fine. I let myself lose control a little, but this was important, and the guy messed it up. She ran her fingers up his shoulders and locked them behind his neck. I don't want you stressing about anything. You can go ahead and tell me now. I promise to pretend I'm surprised when it does happen. Luke knew he couldn't resist Lauren, not even if he tried. He sighed and shared everything. Remember your horse? President? How could I forget? He was my buddy. I found him. Lauren blinked. What do you mean? I mean, I've been trying to track down your horses for you for a while, and I finally found them. I'm sorry to tell you that Willow passed away a couple years ago from a bad case of colic, but President has been living in someone's backyard. He's a feisty teenager now. Tears sprung in her eyes, and she did nothing to stop them from rolling down her cheeks. I'm so glad to hear. I've wondered about both of them for so long, it's been really hard not knowing where they ended up. It gets better. Better? How? He's coming to live here. President's coming here? Yeah. He was supposed to arrive tomorrow morning, but now he won't be here until Monday after I'm already gone. That's why I got a touch angry on the phone. Lauren covered her mouth with her hand, laughing as more tears streamed down her face. I can't believe it. That's incredible. I was hoping to see your face when he got off the trailer, but since now I won't, I guess this will have to do. Wiping at her cheeks, she took off his hat, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him with a passion that never failed to amaze him. She never did anything half-heartedly, and he absolutely loved her for it. I don't know how I could ever repay you for something like this, Luke. It's too much. It's not. What makes you happy is what makes me happy. Her smile lit up her face, and she pulled herself tighter to him. You're too good to me. It's the least I can do. You deserve nothing less than the world. She put his hat on her head, and it was another reminder that she looked good in anything. Grubby barn clothes, sundresses, ripped jeans, and a t-shirt. You look good in my hat. You think so? She let go and took a step back. Maybe I'll keep it. It's mine, though. Oh, is it? A devilish smile transformed her natural sweetness. I guess you're going to have to come over here and get it if you want it back. Is that a challenge? Tipping the brim of the hat up with her pointer finger, Lauren arched an eyebrow. You bet it is. Luke tensed to spring, and when he did, Lauren squealed and grabbed the hose, squirting him straight in the face. It knocked him back for a moment, giving her a chance to slip past him. She sprinted down the aisle, trying to dodge him, but was no match for him. She darted outside and around the barn, but with two powerful bounds. He had his arms wrapped around her middle. He picked her up and she wriggled, taking the hat off and holding it as far away as she could. Luke reached for it and tripped over his own feet, and they gracelessly crashed to the grass, still laughing and panting. Luke had wrestled back his hat and lay sprawled on the grass, while Lauren gazed down at him. There was a wild, dangerous sparkle in her eyes, and he couldn't bring himself to look away. "Lauren?" Luke spoke softly as he ran a hand across her collarbone and up her neck. Nothing else needed to be said. Finding her lips with his, Lauren reignited a passion in Luke that had been smoldering within since she first walked in for the interview. "I love you." Her hair had fallen out of the ponytail and he brushed it away from her face. "You know that, don't you?" She leaned down to give him another peck on the lips that trailed across his cheek and down his jawline, then back to his mouth. He sighed happily. "After a day like today, I'm sure I'll never doubt it again."
Chapter 17. Lauren. I can't believe you waited until 2 days before the gala to buy yourself a dress. Kelsey sifted through racks of sequined dresses with a desperate fervor. Relax, Kelsey. Lauren was looking too, but with much less urgency. If I have to go in something I already own, I don't think it'll be the end of the world. Kelsey stopped and narrowed her eyes at her friend. I don't think you understand. This is a pretty big deal. You're not a regular guest at this thing. You're the owner's +1, and people are going to be looking at you. What are you talking about? All the other single ladies there are going to be sizing you up to see if they can knock you out of the way to take your place. Not all of them? Lauren gave her a sideways glance and a smirk. You won't be. That's different. I'm serious, though. Women who come to these things without a date are out for blood. If someone is able to steal away Luke from me because they wore something nicer than me, then maybe our relationship isn't as solid as I think it is. All right, fine. It's not even just the single women you have to be concerned about. All the donors are going to be looking at you two as a couple to decide how much to give. Lauren laughed as she took an asymmetric black dress off the rack and twirled it around. I think you're reading into all this a little too much. I'm not sure that's how charity galas go. Who's the party planner here? Me. I've been to probably 100 of these things, and that's given me ample time to observe people. And let me tell you, it's true. People are fickle and easily influenced by what their eyes tell them. If they perceive the people throwing the charity event are worthy of their money, they're much more generous. Way to make me nervous about going. Here I was, thinking I'd get to go and enjoy a fun party with my boyfriend. Don't be so dramatic. Kelsey hung another dress over her arm and started prodding Lauren toward the dressing room. It's time to try some of these on so we can see if any of them are winners. Lauren held back a groan. There were 100 things she'd rather be doing instead of trying on dresses, including cleaning out the floor drain at the barn. Fine, but I'd like to be done by 11. Speaking of Luke, I have a lunch date that I don't want to miss. Then hurry up. Kelsey pushed the mound of dresses at Lauren. Dress after dress, Lauren zipped up and modeled for Kelsey, who sat in a small waiting alcove lined with cushy armchairs. The very last in the pile was the little black dress that Lauren had grabbed. She hadn't thought much of it at first, but when she slipped it on, she knew it was the one. She walked out to where Kelsey was scrolling through her to-do list on her phone, muttering under her breath all the things that still needed to be finished. When she looked up, Kelsey beamed. You already know what I'm going to say, don't you? Yep, I think we're done. You look so pretty. It hugs your curves, and with the right pair of heels, your legs are going to look amazing. Because that's what I'm worried about. Luke will thank me for it later. Lauren's cheeks went flush. Okay, I'll give you that. I do want to look nice for him, but he wouldn't care if I showed up in cowgirl boots and ripped jeans. Honestly, he's not a snob. Never said he was, but I am going to keep you from embarrassing yourself in front of people who are shallow enough to care. Come on, let's check out. I think we can squeeze in a quick stop to get the votive candles I ordered before I have to drop you off at your hot date. Gathering up her purse and heading for the cash register, Kelsey caught Lauren by her elbow and pointed to a man standing by the ties. Cutie at 5 o'clock. Even from behind, Lauren recognized the sturdy build of the man. Sawyer? He looked over his shoulder, and though she had a smile for him, it quickly disappeared. His eyes hardened to steel at seeing her, and it made her blood turn cold. You two know each other? Kelsey asked, oblivious to the tense situation she'd put Lauren in. Kelsey, this is my friend, Sawyer. Sawyer, this is one of my best friends, Kelsey. Sawyer was polite to Kelsey and gave her his attention while they shook hands and exchanged brief pleasantries, but when he was finished, he retreated back behind the safety of the fortress he'd thrown up. Lauren's mouth parched. She knew the next time she spoke to Sawyer would be uncomfortable, but this was worse than she anticipated. What are you doing here? Can a man pick out a tie without being questioned? In any other tone, it would have been a joke, but Sawyer was still angry. Not that Lauren was surprised. She hadn't spoken to him the rest of summer and halfway into fall. She knew she was being stubborn, but so was he. When Lauren didn't say anything, Kelsey spoke up. So, what are you choosing a tie for? Lauren here is helping throw a gala for her boss. I bought a ticket to be supportive. What a small world. Kelsey clapped her hands together. I'm helping Lauren plan it. She's lucky to have a good friend like you. Sawyer's eyes never moved from Lauren's face. If it's not too forward, can I suggest a tie for you? Kelsey was definitely flirting, though she was trying so hard not to. Please. Sawyer gestured to the display of ties. I've been standing here for 10 minutes and haven't made any headway. What color is your suit? Kelsey twirled a strand of hair. Lauren's eyes flicked to Sawyer, trying to assess if Kelsey was having any effect on him, but it was impossible to read anything in his face other than his frustration, aimed solely at Lauren. It's dark navy, almost black. Straight leg, 3-piece. And I bet you look fantastic in it. Kelsey turned her attention to the ties and, drumming her fingers along her jawline, picked out a couple and held them up next to Sawyer. When she was satisfied, she handed him a muted violet-colored silk, fully expecting him to accept her offering as she presented it. Here, this one looks incredible with your eyes. If you're man enough to wear purple. Kelsey found a chink in Sawyer's armor when he smirked at Kelsey's confidence, and as a secondary witness to the decision she'd made in choosing Luke, Lauren didn't feel a twinge of any sort of jealousy for them. Any residual sparks she'd felt for Sawyer had been doused months ago when she made her commitment to Luke. Now all she wanted was Sawyer's happiness, and if he found it in her friend, all the better. I'm not afraid of a little purple, Sawyer said. Good. Well, Sawyer, it was an absolute pleasure to meet you. I bet we'll cross paths again at the party. I promise it's going to be a night to remember. It was a relief when Sawyer's gray eyes finally moved to Kelsey instead of Lauren. I look forward to it. We'll catch up there? Lauren started slowly retreating backward, following Kelsey. I haven't heard from you in a while. Sawyer looked away, showing off his fantastic profile as he held something back. The way he set his jaw made Lauren curious enough that she wanted to ask, but being afraid of what he might say gave her pause. Turning toward the register, Lauren tried to escape, but Sawyer hooked her arm before she could make it far. Her heart jumped, and she looked down at his hand on her arm. She tugged, but he tightened his grip. Can we talk? Sawyer looked desperate, and it melted her resolve. Looking over Lauren's head, he asked, Kelsey, do you mind if I steal Lauren for a second? There's something I've been meaning to say to her, and I don't think it can wait. Kelsey had an inquisitive glint in her eye, but nodded. Lauren, give me your purse, and I'll go pay for you. Lauren handed over her purse, feeling bare without it. Folding her arms, she faced Sawyer. What is it you have to say? I have a date over lunch. Her words made him flinch. Good. You need to talk to Luke. About what? Sawyer let go of her and pushed a hand through his hair. I was golfing last Thursday and Luke happened to be there. I don't think he saw me because it looked like he was busy with some business associates, but back at the country club, I could overhear him talking on the phone. So you were eavesdropping? Lauren frowned. I know your mom taught you better than that. I wasn't doing it on purpose. I heard him saying your name and it caught my attention. I didn't mean to be snooping. I'm sure he'll forgive you. Sawyer swatted his hands at Lauren's comment. That's not the point. It's what he was talking about that's bothering me. What would he possibly be saying that would worry you of all people? You. Sawyer swallowed. He was talking about you. You need to know. Lauren wanted to tear her hair out. If he was going to keep dancing around the answer, she wasn't sure she'd have the patience to wait. Sawyer, I don't have time for this. Okay, all right. I don't want to see you hurt. Sawyer's defensiveness died down, and he was completely docile. Luke, he's planning on proposing to you. A flood of anger crashed against an overwhelming excitement. It was a fantasy Lauren had let herself entertain, but this wasn't at all the way she intended on finding out. You're ruining his plans to propose to me? That's what you wanted to say? Lauren, he's only proposing to you because he has to. Lauren froze, sure she hadn't heard right. Because he has to? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know the details, but from what I heard, his grandfather's making him do it, or he's cutting him off from his inheritance, or firing him, or something ridiculous like that. Can you believe it? Luke's only proposing to you because he's being coerced to? Taking a step back, Lauren shook her head, her entire body feeling completely numb. No, you're making this up to confuse me, to trick me into leaving Luke. If I'm anything to you, I'd hoped we'd still be the kind of friends who can be honest with each other. Would a friend do this to you out of spite? I tried calling you up and telling you since I heard him talking, but the thought of hurting you stopped me from dialing your number. When I saw you here, I knew I had to say something. I don't believe you. Sawyer's shoulders slumped at Lauren's rejection. Promise me one thing. When you see him next, you'll at least ask him. That's all I want. If he's as honest and good as you hope he is, he'll tell you the truth. Lauren couldn't even bring herself to nod. Walking quickly for the exit, Kelsey had to catch up, snatching the receipt from the cashier and jogging after Lauren. Hey, hold up, what's wrong? Folding the dress over her arm and stuffing the receipt into Lauren's wallet, she scrambled to keep up. You look like you're on the verge of tears. I need to go talk to Luke. Now. Kelsey didn't need any additional prodding, and for that, Lauren was grateful, though she couldn't verbalize it. She was too busy choking back the tears. Tears for what felt like Sawyer's betrayal of trust. Couldn't he see she was happy with Luke? But if Sawyer was telling the truth? She nudged back the worry and tried to convince herself that there was nothing to be concerned about. Luke would have an explanation for everything, even if it was simply that Sawyer was crazy. Kelsey pulled into the drive for Luke's building and put her rental in park. You're sure you don't need me to come? For moral support? No, you go and run your errands. I'll catch up with you a little later. Still unconvinced, Kelsey tightened her lips into a thin, white line. Good luck, I guess, for whatever this is about. Thanking Kelsey, Lauren kept her head down as she navigated through the high-rise to the elevators. The ride up to Luke's was mercifully solo, giving her time to second-guess everything. Maybe it was all a ploy and Sawyer was trying to sow the seeds of discontent. Making accusations based on what Sawyer said would surely cause a fight. Maybe it would be easier to pretend Sawyer hadn't said anything at all. At Luke's door, she could hear soft music playing inside, and Luke moving around the kitchen. Whatever he was making permeated the hallway and made the whole area smell divine. Pressing the buzzer, she adjusted the strap of her purse on her elbow, listening to the sound of his footsteps drawing closer. The door swung open, and Luke already had a huge grin on his face. He'd taken off his suit coat, rolled up his sleeves, and had on an apron to keep clean. It was sweet of him to invite her over for lunch, especially since he'd taken an extra hour off and was doing the cooking. That little fact definitely swayed Lauren's opinion of the situation. How could a man who would do all that for her be scheming? Then again, maybe a forced proposal was exactly the reason he'd been working so hard to impress Lauren. "Hey, you're early." He bent over and kissed her cheek. "This day keeps getting better and better." He herded her inside and kicked the door shut behind her. Luke jogged back to the kitchen to turn off the stove where he had been pan-frying some sweet peppers and bent over to check garlic bread in the oven. Lauren followed, but stopped short. Her feet were rooting her in place, and it was entirely too much effort to fight the resistance. Luke grabbed 2 plates and a pair of crystal glasses out of the cabinet. "I hope you like a little spice. I may have overdone it with the chili powder." He moved to the table to put the dishes down and went back to grab the food, but when he read the expression on Lauren's face, he knew something was off. "Lauren, is something bothering you?" She closed her eyes and shook her head to try and loosen the thoughts that were sticking in her brain. "I saw Sawyer at the store." Luke crossed the room to her in an instant and held her arms in his hands. "Did something happen? Did he hurt you? If he did, I'm going to find him and make him pay." He said. Lauren stared up into Luke's eyes, still unsure if she should repeat Sawyer's bit of gossip. It was so ridiculous, but something about it unsettled her enough that she had to hear from Luke's own mouth that it wasn't true. "He said that you were planning on proposing to me." Taking a step back, Luke slipped his hands into his pockets. "How'd he find out?" "It's true." Luke produced a velvet box out of his pocket and held it up for her to see. "I was hoping it'd be a surprise." The corner of his mouth quirked up in a half smile. "I guess that moment's already passed." Her heart pounded like a jackhammer, but it couldn't totally drown out the rest of what she was wondering. "He said something else." "What?" "He found out because he overheard you talking to your grandfather at the country club." His face said it all. Fear glazed his eyes and his mouth dropped open, and where his skin had been golden with a summer tan, he went ashen. Sawyer had been telling the truth. Luke licked his lips. "What did he tell you?" "I can't believe this." Lauren's hand was shaky as she raked it through her hair. "You're proposing to me because your grandfather made you?" "Lauren..." He took a step forward and reached for her hands, but she shied away. Luke swore under his breath and retreated, leaning against the counter to give her the space she needed. In his crazed eyes, Lauren could tell he was trying to figure out how to smooth over the situation, which aggravated Lauren to the point she had to let out a few breaths of her own to keep from exploding with anger. Luke pulled out a chair by the island and gripped the back, making his knuckles turn white. "Why don't you sit down so we can talk?" Lauren folded her arms across her stomach, clenching her teeth and widening her stance. "I'd rather stand." Luke nodded and sat in the chair, putting up one foot on the rung and nervously jiggling his leg. "Look, Lauren, I'm not sure what all you heard. I heard that you had to marry me to keep your inheritance." Luke looked down at the tile beneath his feet, then back up at Lauren's face. The desperation in his eyes was almost enough to snap her fortitude in two, but Lauren braced herself, refusing to give in until she had some answers. "It's not like that. Please, explain to me how this isn't as horrifying as I'm imagining it is. Either you're being pressured into marrying me or you're not. There doesn't seem to be a lot of middle ground here." "It's a delicate situation, so before I tell you anything, can you promise to keep it a secret?" "Like the masterful way you're able to keep things from me? Maybe you could teach me how, since you're apparently so good at it." Lauren knew it was unfair to be prejudiced, but there was no way she could listen to him without hurt tainting her words. Luke closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. This is all a mess. If Sawyer would have kept his mouth shut, I would have been able to explain it all in a way that made sense. I was going to tell you. I was. Funny, you're not making any sense now that you're trying to dig yourself out of a pit. Spit it out. Luke forced his shaking leg to be still, and he sat back, his eyes trained on Lauren's face. When my parents died, I was all my grandfather had left. I've always done my best to work hard and make him proud, but Grandfather never did give anything away for free, especially my job running his company. I don't see a problem with that. What's so outrageous about making sure you were deserving of it? I've always tried to prove that to him, but he told me at the start of the year that I had to be married by the end of it to keep my job, not to mention anything about an inheritance from him. She was stunned. It was true. All of it. What? I know how this all must look, but I promise you it's not like you're thinking. Lauren's simmering anger boiled over, scorching everything in its path. Not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you've admitted that you're using me as a means to an end, that I'm the only thing standing between you and unlocking the vault to your wealth. Is that why you wanted to give us a second chance? Luke held out his hands, trying to calm Lauren. It's not like that. I couldn't believe my luck when you came walking back into my life. You've always been the one who got away, and I swore to myself a long time ago that if I ever got a second shot, I wasn't going to mess up. No, Lauren said, the world going blurry with tears she resolved to keep in place. I refuse to be your trophy, your prize so you can get what you want. A wounded expression marred his handsome features. It's not all about what I want. Yes, initially I was worried about how my future would look like if I got fired, but I've also been concerned about things like my charity. If I lost the barn, I'm not sure what I'd do. Wait a minute. Did you bring back President to try and butter me up so I'd marry you? No, that wasn't my intent. It's much more complicated than that. Lauren stormed toward the door, wiping at the hot tears that fell, despite her attempts to keep them in place. You don't get it. It's not complicated. You either did or you didn't. Grabbing her shoulders, Luke spun her around to face him. I did it because I genuinely care for and love you. But it's true, I knew it would also convince you to marry me when I did ask. I couldn't separate my own personal motives from my grandfather's because I was fully invested in our relationship too. She felt sick. He'd been using her all this time, and she'd been so stupidly desperate that she was all too eager to jump at the chance for another relationship. Maybe she was to blame. She wasn't blind to the fact that he was wealthy, and like so many people, when it boiled down to it, money was king. Why do I have a hard time believing that? Shaking herself free, she reached for the doorknob and flung the door open. Luke hurried around her and braced his arms against the door jamb. Where are you going? Home, Lauren said through a sniffle. I'll finish up work on the gala, but then you're going to have to find someone else to run your charity for you because I'm out. Ducking under his arm, she slipped past him and jogged to the elevators, praying there was one close to the top as she repeatedly pressed the button. If one didn't come fast enough, she'd take every last stair down if it meant she could escape Luke. He trailed behind her, still begging forgiveness. She ignored him. Wait. Please, I know how this whole situation looks, but believe me when I say that everything I've done for you has been for love. Love doesn't have a price tag, Luke. It can't be bought for an inheritance. All that aside, there was never a question in my mind about how I felt about you. The elevator door opened, and Lauren evaded him again. She jammed her finger into the button for the lobby, and as the doors slid shut, she snapped, Well, how unfortunate for you, because all I seem to be able to do now is question that very thing.
Chapter 18. Luke. It had been 36 hours since Lauren had come to his apartment, and every second was excruciating. Every time he recalled their heated exchange, it made him cringe. The worst part was Lauren hadn't been wrong. There were 1,000 ways he could have broached the subject with her in a way that wouldn't have led to a firestorm. He had been planning on letting her know, but it was a delicate situation, and he'd handled it all wrong. He'd let her down, and that was what upset him the most. How could she ever learn to trust him again? The drive to Black Oak Barn was nerve-wracking. It was the night of the gala, and though Lauren had been ignoring him like the plague, he knew she was going to be there. She undoubtedly hated him. But because she'd already made a commitment to be there, her word was good. It might be the last chance he had to speak to her before she disappeared out of his life forever. He wasn't going to miss his chance even if it ended up costing him everything. Luke's phone rang and he pulled it from his breast pocket. He wished it was Lauren on the other end, but she'd probably already blocked his number. She had left no question about her feelings towards him. Answering the phone, Luke grunted, "What do you want, Hugh?" "And hello to you, too." "I'm really not in the mood." "I can tell," said Hugh. "Did you call for a reason other than to give me a headache?" Hugh laughed at Luke's crabbiness. "No, I want your opinion on what suit I should wear for tonight. My cousin's here and she keeps trying to talk me out of wearing an olive-colored suit. I feel it sets off the red in my hair, but Gemma keeps insisting the color is out of style." Luke could hear Gemma snap something at Hugh. Then he groaned in pain. "Gemma says hello." "Hi, Gemma," Luke said as he massaged his temples. "Too late. She already left. Said something about needing ice cream to get rid of the headache that I caused." "I can't blame her. You can be a pain and you know it." "Love you too, man. Hey, I hope you don't mind, but I invited her to come with me to the gala. Believe it or not, I couldn't scrounge up another date." "Losing your touch?" "Hardly. It's been a fluke week, that's all." Luke grinned darkly. Teasing Hugh was taking the edge off his anxiousness. "Whatever you have to tell yourself." "Har har." Hugh's laugh was flat. "Seriously, though, it's not going to bother you, is it? Having your ex there?" "Nah, it's fine. Gemma and I parted on friendly enough terms. I don't think there are any hard feelings between us, although I apparently haven't been the best judge of women's emotions lately." "You promise? I could bring my grandma instead if that would make you more comfortable." "Look, Hugh," Luke's breath hissed out between his teeth. "I'm kind of busy." "With what? Is Lauren there?" Hearing her name was a knife straight to the heart. "No." "Huh. Trouble in paradise?" "None of your business." Luke's bristly response was an open invitation for Hugh to prod. "Let me guess. I'd have to say something probably went wrong with Lauren and you're busy figuring out how you're going to fix it. That's why you're so grumpy." Luke switched his phone to his other ear, but didn't answer. "I take it from your silence that I'm right. Come on, bro, talk it out with me." Drawing in a breath of air until there was no more space in his lungs, he held it, waiting for it to ache in his chest. When he couldn't stand it any longer, he let it out in a whoosh and cautiously started recounting that fateful afternoon. "I was going to propose to her, but it went all wrong." "That sucks, man." "You don't have to tell me that." "So, I know you don't need me to point this out, but this is the second proposal this year. Dare I ask if everything's all right?" Taking an introspective look at himself, he wondered how to answer truthfully. "I mean, I'll admit that the proposal to Gemma was hasty. I was feeling a little desperate at the time, and I'm actually glad she turned me down. I was forcing something that wasn't there. With Lauren, we rekindled love and passion that never really died. It was my second chance with her, and I blew it. The problem is, now I've had a taste of what I could have with her. I want it more than anything." "More than anything?" That's a pretty hefty confession. The dull throb behind Luke's eyes intensified. He didn't say anything about his devotion to Lauren lightly, and he knew it. With everything that was on the line, he was reminded that none of it mattered except Lauren. The money, the status, even the charity, he'd find a way to keep it afloat. But if he couldn't have Lauren? I mean, every word of it. I feel incomplete without her. Dude, you're starting to sound like a Hallmark movie. Luke scoffed. Call it what you want. Whatever it takes to prove to her that I love her and that I want to marry her regardless of the timing, I'm going to do it. The problem is, I'm positive I'm the last person on the planet that she wants to see right now. It's going to be difficult to convince her how much I love her if she won't even talk to me. Good thing I've never known you to back down from a fight. Luke ran his hand down his face and he was whisked away to a vision of Lauren's soulful eyes. He could dive in deep and never come up for air. I've never had so much at stake before. I say you go for it. What more could you lose? All you need to do is figure out your strategy. That's the very thing that's been stumping me. Is there anything you need me to do? I'm here to help. He put on his turn signal and turned into the Black Oak Barn driveway and up over the hill. The building came into view. White string lights made the building even more inviting, and a banner with the big Palm Horse Rescue logo hung above the entrance. He parked, scanning the cars to see if Lauren was there. She wasn't as far as he could tell. That didn't mean he was going to give up. Not yet. I'll let you know, but right now you'd better get dressed. Gemma's right, just so you know. About what? Olive isn't your color. Oh, low blow. I can't believe you sided with her over me. We're practically kin. Luke laughed, pleasantly surprised at the hope talking to Hugh had germinated within him. With his friend's encouragement, Luke was more resolved than ever. He wasn't going to back down because Lauren was worth fighting for. Turning off his car, he jogged to the building and flung open the door. Skipping the stairs two at a time, he was sure he heard Lauren's voice coming from the main gathering area, where within an hour the first of the guests were going to be arriving. He called her name, but his voice echoed off the walls as he reached the top, with no one there to hear it. Hope was driving him to delusion. The lights were dimmed, but everything had been set up, just waiting for the party. Lauren had been there. He could see her touch in everything from the decor to the table settings. The question was when she'd been there and where she was now. Descending the steps to the main floor, there was a splash of light coming from the kitchen. Jogging over to it, he opened it and poked his head inside. Sawyer had his hands on his hips, overseeing an army of cooks who were hurrying around the kitchen with calculated efficiency. At Luke's intrusion, Sawyer's eyes flew to him. He glared at Luke, and Luke returned it with a sneer of his own. "What are you doing here?" Sawyer said gruffly. The man wielded eye contact like a weapon. Luke matched his tone and shot back. "I was wondering the same thing about you." "I'm here at Lauren's request. I lent some of my kitchen staff for your gala in case you've forgotten." "Right." Luke glared at Sawyer under pinched eyebrows. "She mentioned that to me. I suppose you're here looking for Lauren." Luke had to bite his tongue and stuff his fists in his pockets before he did something he regretted. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to be calm. Sawyer could be an asset if he could convince him to help, even if he was the one who'd put him in this sticky situation in the first place. "I am. Have you seen her?" Sawyer stared at him for a moment, then looked back over the kitchen. "Yeah, she was here. She and Kelsey had to run to the store for some last-minute supplies. Something about the centerpieces needing more sparkle. They said they'd be back in about half an hour." Luke perked up. She was coming back. "Good, all right." "Yeah." Sawyer twisted his gold chain bracelet around his wrist. "But if there's one thing I know, it's that she doesn't want to see you." Luke hid the waves of panic rising within by rubbing his hand across his cheeks. He wasn't going to give Sawyer an inch. As far as Luke was concerned, it was a matter of life or death. He had to play the game carefully, and if he lost, it would cripple him. Luke spoke coolly, even as he shrugged against the collar of his suit constricting around his neck. "I'm sure she mentioned that we had a fight." Spreading his stance, Sawyer folded his arms, looking very much like a trained bodyguard. "She didn't go into detail, but I know enough to know you were trying to trick her into something I'm not even sure she wants." "I heard you at the country club. What kind of man would put her in that situation? She's not a commodity to be traded. especially for something as paltry as an inheritance. Luke gripped his fist tighter. Defending himself to Sawyer was the last thing on earth he thought he'd ever do, but he was Lauren's friend. Luke could at least afford him the assurance that Lauren would always come first. I never intended for her to get hurt, but the situation is more complex than I ever cared to drag her into. The day we had our argument, I was going to come clean about it all, so she could make her choice based on all the information I was ready and willing to give. Sure you were. All you need to know is that I love her more than anything and will respect her right to choose, even if it means not choosing me. At least you're affording her that decency. Reaching back into his pockets, Luke's fingers brushed against the engagement ring box he was still carrying with him. It gave him a glimmer of hope that maybe it wasn't all for a lost cause. Look, I'm sorry that things didn't work out with you and Lauren. She thinks the world of you, but for whatever reason, it wasn't meant to be. Sawyer's mouth sank into a frown. It would have if it wasn't for you. Maybe, but I'm not going to apologize for going after her and trying to make it right. If you hurt her again, I don't care if this is your own charity fundraiser, I swear I'll drag you outside and knock some sense into you. If I deserved it, then I'd willingly go with you. I know you care deeply for Lauren. She has a lot of respect for you and thinks highly of you as a friend. If you're that meaningful to her, then you must not be a total loser. Easy. Sawyer's growling voice made several of the kitchen staff exchange nervous glances. There wasn't enough room for two guys to duke it out in the kitchen without causing a disaster. Luke backtracked. What I mean is that I need you to understand that I care for Lauren too. She's my everything. I can't imagine a life without her, and all I'm asking for is a chance to talk straight with her so she can decide without being afraid that I'm tricking her into a commitment that she thinks I won't be able to keep. What are you saying? I'm saying I love her. She's my soulmate. And of all the things I've ever been sure of, I don't have a single doubt about wanting her. Sawyer smirked, looking down his nose at Luke. And what makes you sure she would listen, much less say yes? I'm not. That's why I'm asking you, man to man, to do me a solid. If she decides she can't stand the sight of me, I'll step aside and let you have a shot with her if that makes her happy. That's all I've ever wanted for her. To see her live her life with the kind of happiness that she deserves. Sawyer turned away, watching the flurry of activity in the kitchen as he thought. When he looked back to Luke, the anger that had been there had receded. He must have understood where Luke was coming from. Fine. I want Lauren's happiness, too. And if it's with you, so be it. I appreciate it. Don't get all sentimental on me. I'm doing this for her because you're right. She should at least have the courtesy of knowing the truth, and if after all that, she still picks you, so be it. All I need to know is what I can do to help.
Chapter 19. Lauren. Lauren tugged at her diamond earring as she surveyed the upper room of the black oak barn. It was filled to capacity with guests, all of whom were laughing and chatting and having a fantastic time, but in the middle of the chaotic celebration of Luke's charity, she was lost in her thoughts. One evening, they'd been talking about the gala over dinner at his apartment, and he'd grinned, asking her to wait a minute while he ran back to his bedroom. When he came back with a velvet jewelry box, her heart had taken off at a sprint. She blinked, sure he was going to drop to his knee and propose, but when he opened the box, revealing a pair of beautiful diamond earrings, her stomach dropped ever so slightly. They were lovely, but it wasn't what she was expecting, and it disappointed her. Then when he pulled another jewelry box out of his pocket and admitted it was his intention to propose, everything had gone all wrong. Sawyer's insider information had changed the entire outcome of what could have been a life-changing moment. Letting go, she hugged her arms around her to keep from running the earrings between her fingers again. She definitely should have chosen different jewelry, something that didn't make her think of Luke every time her hand brushed across it. She resisted, but her mind inevitably returned to the memory of leaving Luke's apartment. She hadn't even made it out of his building before racking sobs were painfully extracted from somewhere deep inside. She was broken at the realization that she was being used. Sure, Luke enjoyed her company enough to choose to propose to her, but that didn't necessarily translate into love. It simply made her convenient. Talking it over with Kelsey had only confused her more. It annoyed Lauren that Kelsey could be objective and ask the kind of questions that made Lauren wonder if she'd been fair storming out before Luke had a chance to explain. Instead of pushing against Kelsey, Lauren shut down, drew everything back inside, and did her best to appear as though Luke hadn't had such a profound effect on her. It was everything Lauren feared would happen to them. She'd experienced the bliss of love with Luke, only to see it come crashing down. The worst were the early morning hours when sleep evaded her and her thoughts were unclouded. As much as he'd hurt her, she knew she still loved Luke. It was hard to sever a relationship with him when she'd so willingly let him become so integral to her existence. All the burning questions she had for Luke settled over her like an itch she wasn't sure she could leave unscratched, but for now she could elbow them back and force a smile. She wanted the gala to be a success, if only for the sake of the horses. Not far away, Lauren spotted Sawyer, and he took it as an invitation to come over for a chat. Trying to remain poised, Lauren wasn't sure Sawyer was the person she wanted to speak to. They'd had a brief exchange when he'd called to confirm when to send his kitchen staff over, but where they used to speak freely, their conversation had been halting. Though his accusations about Luke had been right, it meant Sawyer knew exactly the pain he'd brought upon her. She didn't blame him, but it was difficult to speak openly about what had happened. Great party. Sawyer took a sip of his drink. I'll have to have you help me plan a shindig I have coming up next year. For what? I promised my employees that if we could pull their profits out of the gutter, I'd throw them a big bash to celebrate. Turns out partying is a big motivator for them, because they had a record-breaking profitable year. Sounds like they had a great boss to lead the way. Lauren reached back up to her ear, touching her earring again. She couldn't help it. If you want a party planner, though, you're going to want to talk to Kelsey. She's the genius behind all this. She was the pretty blonde with you when you were picking out your dress? Lauren bumped him with her hip. Pretty is an understatement, don't you think? Sawyer tried to hide the telling grin on his face by finishing up his drink. She seems like an all-around nice person. Nice is an understatement. Kelsey is amazing. How'd you like the dinner? Sawyer changed the subject, and Lauren didn't stop him. It was probably too early to try and set him up with anyone when they were both still licking their wounds. Sounds like everyone enjoyed the dinner. How'd you think it turned out? It was delicious, and everyone I talked to has been raving about the food. I can't thank you enough for loaning me some of your kitchen staff. That was very generous. Anything for you. Better than a catering company, that's for sure. You think so? Lauren tried to hide her smile, though it was difficult. I was reviewing some highly rated catering companies before you offered to supply the cooks. They'd beat out a regular old catering company any day. They're the best. The best, huh? That's a pretty lofty assertion. Of course they are. You know I only surround myself with the best. Sawyer winked, making Lauren laugh and swat at his arm. You sound like a snob. Probably, but that's what everyone assumes rich people are, right? Snobs? You'd better not turn out to be a real one, or your mom is going to be thoroughly disappointed. True, I'd never hear the end of it. Setting down his empty drink glass on a passing waiter's tray, he held out a hand and tossed his head toward the dance floor. Want to go for a spin? Promise not to step on my feet? They're already pretty sore from these heels Kelsey convinced me to wear. Deal. My feet appreciate it. Sawyer spun her around him and placed a hand low on her back, drawing her in close as they began dancing. He smelled wonderful, and there was a twinkle in his eye. Lauren wondered what he was up to. Over Sawyer's shoulder, Lauren caught a glimpse of Luke. It was the first time she'd seen him since they'd fought. His hair was styled and his face clean-shaven, but there was a desperation in the way his eyes were riveted on her that sent a shudder rattling through Lauren. His gaze was distraught and full of longing and concentrated entirely on Lauren. She wasn't sure if she wanted to slap him hard enough to make her palm sting or pull him in for one of his breathtaking kisses she'd become so accustomed to enjoying. Maybe both. Dragging her eyes away from him, she forced herself to focus on Sawyer. She wanted to distract herself with conversation, but she couldn't come up with anything. Luke was filling her thoughts, keeping everything else away. Sawyer spun Lauren under his arm, and she caught another glimpse of Luke. He'd moved closer. A trio of gorgeous women stood around him, bouncing excitedly and flipping their hair behind their shoulders. They were all giggling and talking to him, but his eyes were still very much honed in on Lauren. Lauren chuckled softly to herself. Maybe there had been wisdom in Kelsey's advice about wearing heels. From his vantage point, Lauren was sure Luke appreciated how great her legs looked. Good. He was seeing exactly what he'd missed out on. "What is it?" Sawyer said, following her gaze. "Sorry, nothing. It's not nothing." Lauren sighed. "It's Luke. I'm not sure what to make of him." Sawyer took in a breath and smiled, closed-lipped at her. Whatever he wanted to say wasn't coming out without some prompting. "Now, who's the one clamming up?" "Lauren," he said, moving her out of the way of another couple who rocked back and forth, oblivious to the rest of the world as they were pressed cheek to cheek. "There's something I need to say about Luke." Lauren caught her lip with her teeth. "Fine, go ahead." "I think you should hear him out." Lauren froze. "All right, I take it back. I've heard enough." She let go of Sawyer, but he wouldn't release her so easily. "You asked what I was thinking." "Yeah, but I didn't honestly think you were going to encourage me to listen to Luke. Did I not make it abundantly clear how ticked I am at him? I'm going to feel the same way about you soon if you don't let me go. I will in a minute, but first, I want you to hear why I think you should listen." Sawyer had stopped them in the middle of the dance floor, waiting for Lauren to make up her mind. He'd let go, and her hands immediately went to her waist, while her cheeks felt like they were turning a shade of crimson. Why was everything so confusing? Should she cry or be angry at feeling betrayed? Whatever it was, under the dim lighting and shattered sparkles of the disco ball, she felt like she was on display. "Fine, but make it quick. I need to find Kelsey to see if she needs help with the silent auction items. She's supposed to announce the winners soon." "This'll be quick." Sawyer eased Lauren back into their dance. She didn't meet his eyes, though she was painfully aware he was watching her. "So why on earth do you think Luke is worth my time?" "You know I don't like the guy." "You're not doing a very good job selling your argument for Luke, you know?" Sawyer adjusted his grip on her hand. "That's why what I'm about to say is so important." "That doesn't make any sense." "Sounds about right. Love never seems to make sense, does it?" Lauren retorted. "Who said anything about love?" "I am. When it all boils down to it, the reason I think you should listen to Luke is because it's obvious you're still in love with him." Lauren's eyebrows rose. "Excuse me?" "I'm sorry. When I said obvious, I meant painfully obvious." Sawyer grinned deviously at her. "Oh, really? How do you figure?" "For one, you don't ever stop talking about him. Every date, you always manage to find a way to bring up Luke. Luke did this, Luke did that. Luke loves horses, and so do I." "I did not." "You did so." Lauren angrily knotted her eyebrows together and twisted her mouth. "In case you didn't notice, I haven't been bringing him up." "Yes, you did. Just now. You saw him and had to mention it." Huffing a terse sigh, she looked away. "Other than that one instance, I meant..." "I don't know what conversation went on between the two of you after I told you what I'd heard at the country club, but it doesn't sound like the details mattered. I can see the way you look at him even now. You might be angry enough at him that you'd burn him at the stake, but you still love him." Lauren's pulse pounded in her ears, and she was at a loss for words. She knew Sawyer wasn't wrong, but she was too scared to admit he was right. "And so, what if you're right?" She leveled her chin parallel to the floor. "It doesn't forgive Luke for what he's done. Whatever it is that he did to hurt you, I can tell he's genuinely sorry. He never intended on you getting caught in the crossfire of the battle with his grandfather." "You spoke to him?" Sawyer chortled at her disbelief. "Astonished? I'll have you know that I'm capable of speaking to another guy in a civilized manner, even if it's obvious he's never going to be my best friend. Besides, I think we needed to have a little man-to-man so we could come to an understanding." "Oh, my word. Did you two get into a fist fight?" Barking out a laugh, Sawyer's whole face lit up. "I don't think you'd have to ask if we did. Yeah, I felt like punching him a couple of times, but I didn't suppose you'd appreciate him showing up at his own charity gala with a black eye and split lip." A tiny smile tugged at Lauren's lips. "I don't suppose?" As the song ended, the crowd clapped and Kelsey jumped on stage, taking the microphone. She was wearing a white shift dress that sparkled like freshly fallen snow, and her whole countenance was alight. Encouraging everyone to put in their final bids for the silent auction items, she reminded the partygoers that the chance to win would close after the next song. Guests flooded from the dance floor, and Lauren hoped they were being generous. "Lauren?" "Yeah?" For all of Sawyer's confidence, he looked like the shy, quiet teenager she'd first met way back in college. He stuck his hands in his pockets and studied the toes of his cordovan dress shoes. "I don't want you to worry about me either. I know I've driven a bit of a wedge between you and Luke because I thought there might be something between us, but it's so obvious that you and Luke are right together that I don't want to stand in the way anymore." Lauren blinked back tears. Why did her choice, whatever it was, have to hurt someone else she cared about? "I don't want you thinking I don't care for you." "I don't. I know we'll always have some fun memories together, but I'm ready to move on." "Dumping me already, huh?" Sawyer's lips tugged upward. "Yep. And when Luke does get a chance to talk to you tonight, at the very least, hear him out. Then you can make whatever decision is best for you. That's what we both want for you." "I'm not sure what's going to happen tonight." Lauren's eyes betrayed her and trailed over to Luke, where the mob of women surrounding him had grown exponentially. Jealousy bloomed in her gut, though she wasn't really surprised by it. "All I'm saying is, listen to what he has to say." "You think that's what I should do, even if it isn't what you want?" Sawyer held out his hands teasingly. "I always did land on my feet. Besides, as much fun as I've had with you these past few months, I've been reminded that you're more like a sister than girlfriend material." Lauren laughed and backhanded his arm. "I didn't want to say anything, but I had the same thought about you a few times too. You're the little brother I never had." Chuckling, Sawyer wiped his hand down his face. It relieved Lauren to know he wasn't sad that they'd come to a mutual understanding. "I'd love to hog you for the rest of the evening, but I'd better let you go. I think Luke's going to have an aneurysm if he can't talk to you soon." "Thanks, Sawyer, for everything." "Good luck," Sawyer said. He sent Lauren off and slipped back into the crowd, heading for the refreshments. Taking a few unsure steps, Lauren casually looked through the crowd again for Luke, but he'd vanished. Just her luck. Kelsey's voice rang out loud and clear through the sound system. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is now officially closed. If you'll make your way upstairs, we'll announce the winners shortly." The air was electric with excitement as people wandered back to their seats to hear if they were going to be the lucky ones. At the stage, Kelsey waved her over, and Lauren threaded her way through the crowd, excusing herself when she bumped into a white-haired man with a rigid posture. She gently touched his shoulder. "Oh, sorry, I should have..." The man turned around and she stopped dead in her tracks. "George, what are you doing here?" George's icy blue eyes floated around the room and a pleasant smile wreathed his face with wrinkles. I heard my grandson was throwing a gala to raise funds for his charity, so I thought I'd come down to see what all the fuss was about. He certainly seems to know how to throw a party." Lauren's mouth was dry, and she tried counteracting the discomfort by licking her lips. "He's doing all of this because he's passionate about rehabilitating horses." "Yes, of course. I've never understood his fascination with horses and riding, but I suppose it is important that he has a means of giving back. Mostly, though, I flew down because I wanted to talk to you." Lauren wasn't sure what to make of George. Luke had been the one who'd tried to propose to her based on his grandfather's ridiculous terms, but it was George who'd come up with them in the first place. Crossing her arms, she stiffened toward him. "I can't imagine what you think you need to talk to me about." Seeing that Lauren had been stopped, Kelsey came over to meet her halfway. "Hi, sorry to interrupt. I'm Kelsey." He took Kelsey's hand and shook. "George Dorrance." "Oh, George, I know who you are. Lauren told me she had a wonderful time at your place in New York." Lauren glanced at George, who smiled at Kelsey's bubbly personality. "I hope it was a favorable review of my character." "Of course it was. Said you were the sweetest man she'd ever met." Kelsey was paraphrasing, but in essence, that is how Lauren described him. Tough exterior, but inside, he had a big heart. At least that's what she'd originally thought of George. Her opinion of him was in danger of shifting, and not for the better. "That's very kind of her," George said. Kelsey wrapped Lauren in a hug and rested her head on top of Lauren's. "That's Lauren for you, an expert people reader who always seems to have something nice to say." Raising an eyebrow, Lauren wondered what Kelsey was up to. "Aren't you supposed to be announcing the winners of the silent auction?" "That's what I came over to ask. Did you want to go up on stage with me?" "Thanks, but pass. I'm not one for the spotlight like you are." "Suit yourself." Kelsey shook George's hand again. "I hope you're enjoying yourself, George." "I've been pleasantly impressed so far," he answered as his eyes traveled around the room once more. "Good. That's what I like to hear. If you ever need an event planner, I'm your girl." She produced a business card from a small beaded clutch and handed it to him. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go share some good news." Kelsey floated back to the stage, leaving Lauren on the outskirts of the room with George. She wasn't sure what to say to him, if there even was anything for her to say, so she waited for him to be the one to speak first. Slipping Kelsey's business card into his coat pocket, George rolled the delicate stem of his glass between his fingers. "I'm sure you're wondering what I'm doing here." "I'd be a liar if I said I wasn't." George nodded. "I thought about calling you, but this situation seemed like the kind of thing that needed to be handled in person." "I'm guessing he told you what happened." "He did," agreed George. "I can't say I'm surprised by your reaction." Their conversation was interrupted when Kelsey announced the winner of a cheese tasting experience, and the crowd politely clapped as the winner stood from his seat and pumped his fists. Touching her collarbone, Lauren spoke, letting the questions she'd kept stuffed inside come out. "How did you imagine I would have reacted? I was being proposed to because there was a deadline attached to it." "I admit my methods were a bit unconventional." "George, you're the kind of man I'm sure appreciates when people call things like they are. It was manipulative." Lauren wasn't sure where she'd managed to find such a streak of brazenness, but it was something he needed to hear from someone he didn't have the power to hurt. George chuckled softly. "Yes, I suppose initially that's what it was. I meant to put the pressure on him. I saw too much of myself in him. The drive to succeed in a way that put other, more important matters second, like starting a family." "Exactly. He'd been casually dating for too long. I wanted to remind him that there was more to life than work. But think of the position it put me in. Or any woman he might have chosen to propose to, even if he kept that secret to himself. He'd always be wondering if he married to meet your demands, rather than out of love. And if I found out 10 years down the road, it wouldn't be good. I'd probably think he did it to keep a fortune. George bowed his head and clasped his hands behind his back. When he brought you with him over the summer, I could tell that there was something different about him. For the first time in a long time, he was genuinely happy. What was better, he wanted your happiness more than his own. The room grew blurry. At that moment, she craved the comfort of Luke's arms around her, reassuring her everything would be all right. She would have given anything to know for sure that Luke had loved her, despite what his grandfather had asked of him. But how could she? It would forever haunt her. When she found her voice, she said, "I'm not sure where Luke and I stand right now. What's done has been done. Lauren, I hope for the sake of my grandsons and your happiness that you will forgive this old man for his foolishness. I was short-sighted. I pushed my agenda and will onto him, onto both of you. It was wrong of me to assume anything like love could fit into the parameters I set. For that, I am truly sorry." As much as Lauren wanted to be angry, she could see the sincerity in his softened eyes. "I forgive you." George looked away, and Lauren suspected he was hiding some tears of his own. One of the most divine gifts a person can give another is their forgiveness. I truly appreciate yours. The overwhelming burden that Lauren had been dragging with her fell away. It was a relief, but there was still a very keen sadness that pierced through her heart. His apology now couldn't change the past. "I know there isn't much I can do to remedy what has transpired, but there is a gift that I wish to give to you and Luke." "That's very kind of you, but don't feel like you have to give me anything to make it right." He placed his hand on her shoulder. "If you would allow me to extend this condition, it would help clear my conscience." "Okay, I can do that. I want you to know that I release Luke from any prior conditions of marriage in order to keep his job or inherit anything from me." "You mean, if it takes him a lifetime for you two to fall in love again, I won't withhold anything from him. Now, my only hope is that Luke will be smart enough to know what he'll be missing if he lets you slip through his fingers."
Chapter 20. Luke. Luke barely heard Kelsey as she led the audience in round after round of applause. The gala had been a smashing success, and from what he could tell, his horse rescue was going to be just fine. As amazing as the evening had been going, he only had one objective: find Lauren, get her alone, and apologize. If he had to grovel on his hands and knees until they were raw and bleeding, he'd do it. She was all that mattered to him. He'd lost track of her after she'd finished dancing with Sawyer, and he was slowly moving around the space to find her in the dim lighting. There was no way of knowing what Sawyer had said to her, but he hoped whatever it was favorable. He could use all the help he could get. While biding his time before he could get to Lauren, he'd done his best to be a gracious host, listening to women titter and flip their hair, touching his arm flirtatiously while all he could think was how he wished he was holding Lauren in his arms and swaying on the dance floor. She looked amazing in her black fitted dress, and it hadn't escaped his notice that she was wearing the earrings he'd given her. He dared to take that as a good sign. The winner of the gorgeous crystal horse bust. Kelsey opened the envelope, handed her, and when she scanned the name, her eyes lit up. George Dorrance. Kelsey clapped vigorously while ice seeped through Luke's veins. He had no idea his grandfather had shown up. Luke couldn't think of one possibly good explanation for him coming, and it made him nervous. If he managed to catch Lauren and speak to her first. Luke did his best to shake off the dread settling in. There was more raucous clapping for the success of the auction before Kelsey turned the stage back over to the band. Couples flooded the floor, and when Kelsey glided down the stairs, she pointed a winning smile right at Luke. "I hope you're happy with the results of all this. I don't pretend to know the first thing about taking care of horses, but I think your place has brought in a pretty penny." Luke nodded and messed with the buttons of his coat. I really am impressed with how well this was all pulled together. I can see it becoming an annual event. Good. Promise me, though, that I'll get first dibs on being the event planner for it. I wouldn't have anyone else? That made Kelsey's smile widen. Twiddling her fingers to someone over Luke's shoulder, he turned to see who. Across the room, Luke could see Lauren leaning against the wall, watching him the way a hawk watched its prey. It was all the invitation he needed. Intending to go right to her, Luke followed Kelsey, who seemed to have the same mission in mind. Winding his way through the crowd, he graciously accepted compliments from the guests about the incredible evening, and it took all his control not to push them aside and run. Luke couldn't get to Lauren soon enough. "Luke!" a familiar voice called to him. Looking behind him, he saw Gemma trotting over. "Gemma, how nice to see you." Luke meant it. "I hope you've been enjoying yourself, even if you had to come with Hugh as your date." Luke hadn't been unhappy while they were dating, but the time apart had given them both perspective, and it was obvious that they were never quite on the same frequency. Luke could admit he was glad she'd turned him down. Hugh's been all right. Mostly, he's been busy dancing. Gemma leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, then introduced herself to Kelsey. "I just wanted to tell you this was a lovely evening. I was hesitant about coming when Hugh finally told me it was a fundraiser for your charity." Luke chuckled. Sounds like him. Conveniently forgetting important information when it serves his purpose. Yeah, very typical. Gemma rolled her eyes in agreement. "I heard from him your new girlfriend is here. I haven't met her yet." "Actually, I was on my way over to her." Elevating himself on the balls of his feet, he spotted Lauren slowly edging her way toward the door. She was going to escape if he didn't hurry. "If I can snag her, I'll be sure to introduce her to you." "I'd like that. Anyone who's worth your attention is a lucky woman," Gemma said. "I think I'm the lucky one," Luke answered. Kelsey squealed and bunched her hands up by her cheeks. "Isn't that so sweet?" Glancing over to Lauren again, her eyes were still fixated in on him. He couldn't take it any longer. He had to talk to her, or he was going to lose his mind. "Speaking of Lauren, I see her right now, if you'll excuse me. You ladies enjoy yourselves. I'm sure I'll see you before the night's over." Luke walked to Lauren, never taking his eyes off her and hoping that Kelsey wasn't following. As selfish as it was, he wanted Lauren all to himself. When he cleared the crowd, they stood facing each other, neither of them knowing what to say. Instead of words, he held out his hand, waiting in anticipation of what she'd do. A sigh of relief overtook him when she placed her fingers delicately in his. Luke didn't waste time. He guided them down the steps and aimed for the front entrance. Eyes followed them as they went, but Luke didn't care. He knew he was walking a tightrope with her, and if he didn't take the chance now, he'd regret it. They escaped the gala without anyone stopping them, but outside, he kept walking, trying to find a place that would give them privacy. When they reached a small sculpture garden, she slowed down and eased her hand out of his. Saying a silent, desperate prayer that her heart would be softened, he turned to face her. It was the moment he'd been waiting for, but now that it had arrived, he was terrified he was going to say the wrong thing. They were dangling in a dangerously precarious situation, as it was, and one wrong word might sever what little connection they still had. Cupping her own elbows, she drew her arms around herself. "Go ahead. Say what you're going to say." Drawing in a breath of night air, Luke gave her a repentant look that definitely made her resolve falter. "Lauren, I'm sorry." Slowly nodding, her eyes never left his. "I'm sure you are." "I am. Honestly, I never wanted to hurt you." "Then why did you?" "I trusted you, and my reward for it was coming in second place to your family fortune." "I never meant for you to feel like that. You are my world, and I know I hadn't told you what my grandfather's stipulations were, but I hope you can believe me when I say that I was going to, even though that was against his demands. I had the ring because I wanted to lay it all out on the line and let you choose." Lauren sniffed and she let a tear streak down her cheek. Even if you would have been honest with me, I would have always wondered if you'd proposed out of love or if it was out of desperation because, you know what? A lot of times, love and desperation appear awfully alike. I've thought a lot about that very thing. For one, I don't think you give yourself enough credit for how much you've changed me. Ever since we first met, I knew you were someone special, and the more time we spent together, the surer I was that you and I were meant to be. So when you broke up with me in high school, I was devastated. It seemed like everything reminded me of how good I had it with you, and it killed me that I couldn't have it. Lauren sat down on a bench, folding her hands in her lap. Taking a risk, Luke sat down next to her and lifted her hands into his. He was so grateful that she didn't yank them away and turn her back. Instead, she seemed to be absorbing every bit of information he was pouring out, so he kept talking. I couldn't believe my luck when I got you back. Ever since that interview, it's felt like I have a new lease on life, and for the first time in a long time, I have hope. I remember what it feels like to be living life again, instead of merely existing. I thought so too. With you, life had been so, full. Exactly. You've given my life meaning in a way I couldn't have imagined, and it's something I don't want to lose. Lauren went silent, and Luke wished he could hear her thoughts. He gave her a few moments to herself before he couldn't stand it any longer. Lauren, I don't want to rush you into anything. My family's fortune means nothing to me if I can't have you. If waiting a year or 5 years, or if I have to wait a lifetime to prove how much I love you. Even if I'm penniless, I'll do it. An almost inaudible laugh came from Lauren, and she shook her head. Hey, what is it? Luke asked, catching her chin with his finger and bringing her gaze up to his. I guess it's a good thing I talked to your grandfather before you found me. Luke sat up straighter, unsure if it really was beneficial. You talked with him? Yep. He flew all the way down here to find me. And? He apologized and we came to an understanding. A good understanding? She tipped her head with a spirited smirk. I'm talking to you, aren't I? Good. Luke ran his hand down his face, unbelieving at his own luck. He'd had such a small chance at making this whole situation right, and because of the testimonies of others, some who his own relationship with wasn't perfect, he stood a chance of getting Lauren back. I'm glad he didn't give me another reason to be angry at him. If you were mad at him, I'm not sure I could ever forgive him. Don't worry, she touched his cheek. George and I are good. Good, that's good. Another wave of silence squelched their conversation, and the quiet was deafening. When Lauren's happy laugh broke through the pause, it ate up all the worry that had made Luke's entire soul murky. He quirked his head at her change in demeanor. What? She tried to stop, but giggles overtook her again. When she was able to get herself under control, she put her hands over her face before turning her eyes back up to his. I can't believe I'm doing this. Luke's heart rate revved, and he dared to let a smile slip through his defenses. Doing what? Getting married. Luke was sure he was dreaming. You mean it? I don't say things I don't mean. Luke couldn't hold back. He wrapped his arms around Lauren and stood up, spinning her in a circle. He buried his face in her neck, finding the comfort he craved in holding her close. Pulling away, Lauren cupped her hands on his cheeks. His skin burned under her touch, and he was sure he could die happy right then and there. There's something I should probably tell you too. Luke stopped the same time as his heart. Should I be worried? Hardly. When I talked to your grandfather, he said he had a gift for us. What could he possibly give that we would want or need? For starters, he's not going to write you out of his will if we aren't married by the end of the year. You convinced him? Not exactly. He came to his own conclusions out of the goodness of his heart. Like I told you, he's not a bad man. All he was hoping was that you'd find happiness in the ways he feels like he might have missed out. Because of him, I almost did. Don't be too hard on him. He's still learning too. I'll try, mostly because you want me to. Good. However, if we're going to do this, there are a few things we need to promise each other. Name it. Luke sat back down and settled Lauren on his lap. Anything you want, it's yours. First, no more secrets. Luke smirked. Not even the good kind? You're going to be difficult, aren't you? Luke shrugged. Feel free to surprise me with happy things. I can do that. Otherwise, I'm an open book. Secondly, you're not ever to think of me as a trophy you won. I would never. I know you wouldn't. And I promise I'll never treat you like a bottomless bank account. I want you to know what's mine is yours. Brushing her fingers down his jawline, she wrapped her hands around the back of his neck, and with a simple smile, his insides turned to mush. She pressed her lips to his, and his entire body burst to life with fireworks. His hand slipped up into her hair, cupping her head, coaxing her to deepen the kiss. Being tangled with Lauren, all his bruised emotions were soothed with the balm of her love. Greedily pulling her in for more, his desperation drove him to be all in. She gladly responded. Eventually, she drew away from him, resting her forehead against his. I guess if we're going to get married, you're going to have to make it official and propose. Are you in a rush? Lauren shrugged. From the sound of it, you had plans to be married by the end of the year. We don't have to. You heard what my grandfather said. Now that our deadline has been lifted, I don't feel pressured. That being said, why wait? Haven't we already wasted enough time? You don't have to convince me. Scooting Lauren back onto the bench, he pulled the jewelry box out of his pocket and got down on one knee. Lauren, Wait. She pressed her fingers to his lips. There's one more thing. Anything. The last thing I want us to promise each other is that no matter what, we're going to chase our dreams. Together.
Epilogue. Sawyer. Sawyer stood at the edge of the room, not entirely sure where he fit into the mass of people that had gathered for the wedding reception. Luke's friends weren't Sawyer's, and he hadn't brought a date to keep him company. He was content standing in the shadows, observing, carefully watching. As a bodyguard, he'd gotten good enough at it that it became second nature to him. Most people drifted past him, not even noticing he was there. A tall blonde stood at the edge of the dance floor, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Kelsey, wasn't it? He remembered meeting her a few times, though the first wasn't his finest hour. Sawyer had been too preoccupied with ratting on Luke that he hadn't let himself fully appreciate Kelsey. Had they been introduced under any other circumstances, he would have been a lot more diligent in making an impression. She was gorgeous and friendly with the kind of smile that could write the entire world. Kelsey turned around, her blue eyes finding his, and he realized he was staring. He quickly looked away, but he'd been caught. Rookie mistake. Letting a pretty face distract him from focusing. Good thing he wasn't actually on a job, or he'd have fired himself. Threading her way through the crowd, Kelsey made no attempt to hide that she was aiming for Sawyer. His insides did a funny flip when she produced one of her winning smiles for him, and he didn't hold back one of his own for her. Could you hold this? Kelsey handed over her bouquet and used Sawyer's arm to balance while she kicked off her shoes. Groaning with relief, she tossed them under a nearby table and took back the flowers. Thanks. Those shoes are gorgeous, but they were killing me. No problem. Kelsey leaned a little closer to Sawyer, watching Luke and Lauren through a gap in the crowd as they rocked back and forth in their first dance as a married couple. It had been a tough year for Sawyer in a lot of ways, but he could honestly say he was happy for them. They really were meant to be, and he was fine being relegated firmly to the friend zone. Already close to Sawyer's ear, Kelsey whispered to him, her breath tickling along his neck. I'm the one who convinced her to apply for the job down here in Florida, you know. Really? Who knew it would lead to this? I had a hunch. Giving Kelsey a sideways glance, he saw a chance to tease her and knew he had to take it. He didn't know a whole lot about Kelsey, but he remembered her laugh. Are you a psychic? Tipping her head back, Kelsey rewarded his joke with a hearty laugh that turned some heads. I didn't mean it like that. It was way back when Lauren and I were talking over breakfast about a change of careers for her. I picked up one of those help-wanted papers, and when we found the ad for the Big Palm Horse Rescue, I had this good feeling. One of those that aren't necessarily rational. I've had those before. Kind of interesting how they can't be explained away. Exactly. So, I made her promise that if she got married as a result of her move down here, that she'd have to make me the maid of honor. Holding her hands palms up, she giggled again. Here we are. That's some intuition you've got. It was a lucky guess. Something. My mom likes to dabble in matchmaking, and so far she's had about a 0% rate of success. I should have her pick up some pointers from you. Ha, right, it wasn't that long ago I was sure Lauren was going to end up a nun. She'd all but quit dating. Guess that should be a lesson to me not to give up on people so easily, huh? The song concluded, and the wedding guests clapped for Luke and Lauren. They continued to stare adoringly at each other, like they were the only people in the universe that mattered. It was difficult for Sawyer not to watch, wondering how they'd been so lucky to find each other in a world so big and full of people who wouldn't be right for them. It was a perplexity that stumped Sawyer. Sure, he'd had plenty of enjoyable dates with all sorts of smart, successful, beautiful women, but he still hadn't been struck by that thunderbolt. Shall we take a spin around the dance floor? Kelsey set down her bouquet on the table by her shoes and peered expectantly at him. Oh, that's all right. I'm fine right here. Kelsey mockingly rolled her eyes and tisked. I didn't ask you to make you feel like you're being included. I happen to like dancing very much, and since I don't have a date and I haven't seen you with one all night, I'm going to assume I'm not slighting another woman by asking you to be my dance partner. She'd been watching him, huh? The thought made Sawyer's lips twitch with a repressed grin. All right, when you put it that way. An excited eek squeaked out of Kelsey, and she took his hand, towing him straight to the center of the dance floor. The lights had been turned down, and the band was playing the cover of some upbeat song he wasn't familiar with. Spinning around to face him, Kelsey kept one hand in his and closed her eyes, feeling the rhythm of the music. She swayed and moved, unconcerned about what anyone else who was there might be thinking of her. He had to give her props for her free-spirited self-confidence, while he probably looked less impressive than a bump on a log. When the music transitioned into a slower song, Kelsey draped her arms on his shoulders and sighed with contentment. Positioning his hands to her hips, he could feel every movement of her body. Without heels, Kelsey was only about 2 inches shorter than Sawyer. He hadn't intentionally avoided dating women who were nearly his height, but standing so close to Kelsey, he didn't mind one bit that they were eye to eye. So, Sawyer, Kelsey rocked back and forth, remind me again how Lauren is a mutual friend. I met Lauren in college when she was rooming with my sister Emma. When I was an incoming freshman, I used to hang out at their apartment a lot, and she kind of took pity on me. It's hard not to like someone who fed me when I was otherwise living on packaged ramen and Pop-Tarts. Kelsey giggled. She's always been a generous person like that, looking out for the little guy. Behind Kelsey, Sawyer could see Lauren nudge Luke as she rested her head on his shoulder and whispered into his ear. She discreetly pointed at Sawyer and grinned. Giving a subtle thumbs up, Lauren's gesture turned Sawyer's ears a shade of red he was sure was obvious to everyone within a 10-foot radius. If Kelsey noticed, she didn't say anything. Sawyer thanked his lucky stars the lighting was low. I hope you don't mind, but while Lauren and I were having some girl talk, she filled me in a little about your history. Is it safe to assume you're okay with all of this? Yeah, of course, we had a fun couple of dates, but when I stepped back to let myself think, I realized we weren't really right for each other. She told me that I'm like a little brother. Kelsey covered her mouth with her hand. She didn't. Oh, but she did. By then it was already obvious that Luke was the one for her. Not me. I'm sure women have been crawling over each other to get to you now that you're back on the market. Actually, I'm focusing more on work right now. I've got a lot of things up in the air and it wouldn't be fair to date anyone. Kelsey scoffed. Typical. What? Handsome man too busy to date. Despite her comment, one side of Kelsey's mouth turned up in a smirk. He was very aware that he was staring at her lips. Blinking, he tore his eyes away and observed the people around him. It was a cowardly tactic to deflect her comment with silence, but he knew it was an excuse. He'd lost out on his last attempt to find love, and though he didn't blame Lauren, losing always hurt. So, how long are you in Florida for? I'm leaving tomorrow afternoon, though a little reluctantly. I can see the appeal of Florida while Michigan is under a blanket of snow. Yeah, it's been nice. It's always hard to leave. Where are you headed? I have some investments I need to check on. It seemed like a good time to go since my companies here have been stable. The song wrapped up, and the lead singer announced that Lauren would be tossing her bouquet for all the single women. Ooh, that's me. Kelsey rubbed her hands together. I'm going to catch that bouquet if it's the death of me. Sawyer laughed at her tenacity. Best of luck to you. I'll be rooting for you from the safety of the sidelines. Thanks. Kelsey took hold of his arm and caught him off guard with a kiss on the cheek. And thanks for the dance. Sawyer instinctively reached for his cheek where his skin still tingled, but recovered by running his hand over his hair. Anytime. I'm going to remember that. Kelsey winked at him. I hope our paths cross again soon, and if they do, I'm going to insist on another dance. If Sawyer wasn't going to be traveling extensively for work and she wasn't going back to live several states away, he might have considered pursuing Kelsey, but unless the stars aligned and they met again, he'd wish her well and let her go. Sawyer tucked his hands into his pockets and rocked on his heels, knowing he was probably grinning like a fool. He didn't care. I promise, if I'm lucky enough to run into you again, you'll get your dance.
The Billionaire Needs a Wife. Written by Rachael Eliker. Copyright 2024. BHF Creative Works. If you enjoyed this story, continue the series with The Billionaire Needs a Date. Sawyer is sure he's too different from Kelsey, but she's about to show him how fun opposites can be. For a behind-the-scenes look at Luke and Lauren's life after the wedding, search for the Billionaire Needs a Wife bonus scene. Also, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to BHF Creative Works channel for more content.